Oh, it was in Palms a long time ago. Dan made one. Into the 3 seed, we have Justin Anger with 1,150,000 chips from Denver, Colorado. Let's give Justin to the 3 seed a round of applause. And in the 4 seed, we have Tori Beating with 620,000 chips from Denver, Colorado. Let's give Tori in the 4 seed a round of applause.
Thank you. I need it.
And in the 5 seed, we have Andrew Dean with 2,200,000 chips from Feeding Hills, Massachusetts. Let's give Andrew in the 5 seed a round of applause. And in the 6 seed, we have Ben Keeline with 1,185,000 chips from Westminster, Colorado. Let's give Ben in the 6 seed a round of applause. Ben was he won a bracelet this last year at the Colossus event. And in the 7th seed, we have Ed Sebesta with 910,000 chips from Richmond, Texas. Let's give Ed in the 7th seed a round of applause. Ed actually got 3rd place at our last event at the Boomtown Casino just a couple weeks ago. He got 3rd place in that. Ed is actually, good fact here, Ed is actually donating all of his winnings to the Congregation of Holy Cross in University of Notre Dame. So, nice job, Ed. 100% donation there by Ed. And in the 8th seed, we have Saad Vasquez with 2,200,000 chips from Castle Rock, Colorado. Let's give Saad in the 8th seed a round of applause. And in the 9th seed, we have Cord Garcia with 5,385,000 chips. Let's give Cord in the 9th seed a round of applause here. Cord actually won this event in September here at Golden Gate, so Cord is our defending champion. Cord was also a Colossus winner in 2015. Let's give all of our final 9 players here a round of applause.
How amazing is that? 2 Colossuses, both the winners are
pretty insane. The only 2 Colossuses ever. Yeah. Fucking nuts. No one's supposed to win that tournament. Nobody's supposed to win that tournament.
You gotta get them to last longer, right?
Yeah.
You gotta set it up, man. I don't know if that's real, but
speaking of which,
I mean, it's worked so far.
All right, guys, we're gonna be 10,000, 80, 30,000, 60,000. We'll start just.
I was like, what?
It was a good face.
It really was.
You really were.
Your hair went up and everything when you said that.
When is his hair not up? It's under my hat.
So there's confirmed no live stream today.
No,
it's gonna be
it'll
tomorrow.
just be uploaded to YouTube.
All right, cool.
Wow, that's so good because at least I get a day without people like destroying me on about how bad I play.
Hello everyone, Jeremy Smith here at the Golden Gates Casino in Blackhawk, Colorado. We had 787 players here on our HPT main event final table. We're down to our final 9 players. Let's get the cards in the air. All right, we've got about 18 minutes left at this level. This is day 3 of our HPT main event. We're at a 10,000 ante, 30,000, 60,000 on the blinds. Go and put the cards in the air.
Big Dan O'Brien.
You know what that means. Everybody, it is James Larson.
30,000, 60,000 on the blinds. Justin's going to be
alongside past HPT champion Chan Pelton. Chan, how are you today, my friend?
Good, really good.
Good to be broadcasting with you. We're going to get started right with the poker here. Blinds are 30,000, 60,000, and a lot of cash on the line. A prize pool today of $1,156,890. We ran 787 entries through this event, this 1650 main event here at the Golden Gates Casino and Poker Parlor. Chan, you were in this event. What happened to you?
I elected to fire 4 shells in this altogether. Fired 1 on Thursday and 3 on Saturday. So took a break on Friday and did not have the best of luck.
And now you're in the broadcast booth with me, so happy to have you with us here on the show. We're glad everybody tuned in right here to the HPT as we bring you this coverage from this final table. Now you look at the names at this final table, and it's really stacked, Jan. I mean, this is going to be some great poker that we're going to see today.
Yes, there's an awful lot of career live earnings here at this table. It should be I think for a lot of fun. I would think that they're going to play somewhat straightforward here fairly early and then elect to spice it up a little bit later.
Dan O'Brien won the first hand. Did you play with Dan at all?
No, I haven't. I didn't play with him this weekend.
Show one.
And I don't believe I've ever played with him. A handful of these other gentlemen I had. So.
And Cord Garcia, what a story that is. Of course, he won the Colossus. Then last year, he won this very event when we were here. And now he's back at another final table. It's just crazy.
Yeah, when things are going well for him, he is able to collect a lot of chips and do a lot of things right. So he's put himself in a really good situation here, and he will continue to do his thing quite well, I would imagine.
All right, action over to Torrey. Looks down at 9 tray. You can see we've got the graphics for the whole cards for you today here. We broadcast from Denver. Over to Andrew, who's got ace king now. And he's going to raise it up to 125,000. Over to Ed now in the 7th seat. Ed's going to fold his hand. Over to Saad.
Fold.
And Zoe's going to fold.
Yeah, as much as they would like to defend some of those blinds, it's less likely that they're going to do this here fairly early to get somebody like that opening right there.
So let's talk about your HPT, your first final table. What was it like playing in front of the cameras and the lights and, of course, the studio audience? I think there was fewer people at your final table than there are here.
I believe it was one of the smaller ones. That's why I guess I was able to win that one. But it was a lot of fun. One of my good friends was actually at the table with me. We traveled there, ended up at the final table, and I busted him in third. So it was a really unique experience, and I've been lucky to kind of make a few more. And it's always one thing to make it to a final table, but it's always a tougher thing to win the second one. So if Cord can do that today, it'll be quite a feat, especially with this quite enormous field.
In first place, prize money $248,732. All of our players are guaranteed $21,634. That's 9th place money.
They're sliding. The card's got an angle. I'm going to need to deal with that again.
God!
And it looks like we have our first misdeal.
I was winning.
I already raised.
What happened here?
I win.
What happened was, as I, no, that's not true.
I've got one card,
Let me
and I'm all in.
I dealt the first card. I dealt the first card out to each of these
I
gentlemen.
guess we were just
My
having such a good
second
time in
card
here.
hit Cord's
We
card,
lost track, and so did the dealer.
Wasn't sure
trying
which
to
one was
listen.
which.
Everyone didn't even get 2 cards yet.
That is
I
correct.
only have one, but it's the best
Down the 1 seat, Zoe is very outspoken. Last night, as we were wrapping, as we were at 10 to 9, he was a little louder than some of the other people at the table, having a good time. So I expect to see that for the rest of this final table as well. Somewhat of a presence for him. We'll see if that translates into him bullying the other table players at the table. He does come in as our chip leader with 5.745, and then right behind him is Cord Garcia with 5.38.
And Zoe's going to play really well, as will Cord, and I would assume everybody else here. But Zoe usually will have that kind of same demeanor, whether he is the chip leader or small stack there. So that's kind of his MO, and uses it quite well and plays even better.
Action over to Ed that looks down at King Queen. Very popular hand here on the HPT.
Raise.
He's announced the raise.
125.
The raise is up to 125,000.
125.
Saad's going to fold. Now over to Cord Garcia. Cord with the same hand. He's got a king queen.
125,000 is the current bet.
I would think Cord's probably going to apply a little pressure back right here. But at the same time, he doesn't want to have to call off all 900,000. And boy, was I correct. He is, I guess, playing a little tighter than I would imagine today. So
Cord's going to fold as well. And Ed in the 7th.
Fold it around, so Ed's going to win this hand.
I know Cord has played with Ed a lot more than probably most people at this table.
And Ed's got an interesting story. He uses his winnings from poker, and he donates it to the Congregation of the Holy Cross. It's a good group that he talks about that he donates his money back to. So unbelievable.
And is it correct he final tabled New Orleans last week?
Yeah, he did. He did just final New Orleans. Yep. And the first hand, by the way, the graphic said Ed had ace folded. And that's not true, but probably the hand he had. Oh, it was the hand during the testing phase. Okay, we're working the bugs out.
It's always one hand too late, right?
Right, yeah, exactly.
Always one hand.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks so much. That is Kirk, one of our technicians here. All right, back to action here at the Golden Gates Casino and Poker Parlor. Ben's got ace queen. Suspect a raise here. Going up to 150,000 now over to Ed. Ed looks down at 8-6.
Ed's going to fold.
He's going to fold his hand over Saad.
150,000 is the current bet.
Saad with a suited ace-8.
And just hold around his O.
He folds as does Corey.
Over Dan now in the 2 seats.
Now over to Dan O'Brien.
150,000 is the current bet. And she's pulled around the Tory in the small blind.
And now on
Tory folds.
to
And
Justin.
folds, and Ben in the 16.
Well, we could be in for quite a long day when
yeah,
everybody's going to be playing fairly tight. And that's nothing wrong with that, trying to get everybody filled out here, and everybody wants to win a little bit more money also. But folding pairs, it's always tough to make a pair, as everybody always knows.
Some random fans.
So out here in Blackhawk, Colorado, James Larson alongside Chan Pelton. So what was the favorite part of being out here this week for you here in Colorado?
It's always a good time following HPT and seeing a lot of kind of friends that travel and see some people I don't get to see all the time. And, we had a good time, played a lot of cash games, and kind of hung out around the area here. So we were really lucky with the weather, and can't complain about that one single bit.
Yeah, it's just a beautiful piece of the country this time of year.
It really is, and this kind of whole little community in town where it's just seems like it's just one long casino that all just runs together.
Yeah. And the nice thing is we have an Ameristar property just right across the street where we all stay at. So.
Yep, and they've taken care of myself and a lot of other friends around here really, really well.
A lot of our other players.
Yeah.
That's a majority. There's not a hotel here at Golden Gate, so we kind of just bop around to the other places. But, of course, when there's an Ameristar property, the HPT is always staying there. So Cord's going to raise it up with his pocket jacks, going to raise to $150,000. Now over to Dan O'Brien. Down at 1080, thought about it. Justin in the cutoff's going to fold. Now over to Torrey with ace-jack on the short stack.
Yep.
So yeah,
he's
on the button.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's played with Cord a decent amount. And he's probably fairly excited to see that hand on the button right there. But
another pocket pair folded there by Ben.
I got one of your outs.
So it's heads up here. Torrey will be at risk for his tournament life. He's all in. Currently behind, he's going to need to catch an ace from running cards to go ahead in the hand. But right now, for Garcia, as you can see, the percentage is 62-38.
And this is one of the pots. If Cord does lose this, it's not going to be the end of the world for him. So it was a fairly small portion of his stack. So if you are to lose one of these, this is the one that you want to kind of get it out of the way. But you never want to lose anytime you're ahead. So.
And the other players, of course, at the table cheering for Cord Garcia. Not a guy you want to give more chips to, but a $5,000 pay bump.
You bet. You bet.
We lose our first player at this final table.
And I'm sure everybody's got that in the back of their mind. Some of these veterans aren't going to be as concerned about some of the smaller paid jumps, but once they get into the final three, it will be a lot bigger part of the equation.
Flop is queen 7-5, couple of hearts. So the jack's still in the lead.
Let's do the turn card.
Heart.
We go to that turn card now. It's a 7 of spades. So jacks and 7. So now 3 cards left in the deck for Torrey, or he will be eliminated going out in 9th place.
It's always kind of a bittersweet thing. Get this close, but yet just that far away from first place still. So
1 card to go, and it's the tray of spades. So that is going to do it for Torrey, the 52-year-old. He's going to leave us going home with $21,634. And yeah, nobody wants to be the first one eliminated.
Right. But at the same time, where else are you going to make $20,000 in 2 days worth of work? So
yeah, not too bad at all. So then there were 8, and Chan, I got to ask you if you had to make a prediction with the chip counts the way they are and the players at the final table. Who do you like winning this thing?
Well,
I know Cord and I know Zoe quite well personally. So if I have to bet, and I could take both of those versus the field, I would in a heartbeat. Obviously, their chip stacks play a huge part of that, but that's almost really doesn't kind of matter. I would still take both of them versus the field, that is. So it's kind of a toss-up between those two. Like I said, there's at least 3 or 4 other really, really experienced and good players here that all have an equal chance. So that's where I'm kind of laying. I'm kind of rooting for those 2 guys, and that's where my prediction's going to lay.
Well, the only prediction I'm going to make, Chan, is that we're not going to be done with this in a few hours. This is going to take, if I had to just guess, 6-7 hours to get done with this final table. A lot of chips in play, and of course we know the HPT structure. Plenty of play with the structure.
Exceptionally well, and so it's last night it seemed like it took an exceptionally long time for them to, I think, even get down from 2 tables. So I would think it's going to go quite some time here, but
But you never know. It's
You're exactly right. It's one of those things you can have three-way all in, and that can be a kind of crucial spot. And
a lot like the cash game we played the other night.
Yep.
That played a little fast.
Yep.
And you never know. That could happen here, too.
Yep.
So. And Cord's going to win that pot as well, as he is smiling. Just 27-year-old Cord Garcia from Houston. And he's got some friends in the audience. And trying to go back-to-back. Such a feat that is to win one of these HPT things. Well, actually, to get to a final table, you get through over 700 players, and Cord wins it and then comes back and gets through this field of 787 and is in very good shape. As you can see, 101 big blinds, second in chips. So
yeah, he never has a problem accumulating chips. No. It's sometimes he doesn't like to slow down, which there can only be one winner, so it pans out for him a lot of times. But
a lot of notables that played our event, and I don't want to leave anybody out, but I saw Jerry Yang, WSOP main event champ, of course, Craig Casino, Ryan Greger was here, Stan Jablonski, Sean Roberts, Aaron Thomas, Jake Baisley, Mike Puccio, all the way from Chicago, Illinois. Puccio was a former HPT champion. Alan Kessler was here. So, it's our biggest event of the year, and people want to come out and play it. And when there's a top prize of $248,732, it makes you want to fire 2, 3, 4.
You're right, and it's one of those things I think a lot of people are starting to find out that it's almost a can't miss. Whether you want to take a day or two off and go skiing or just go to a Nuggets game or do anything in Denver, it's a really kind of cool area to hang out. And the way they space it out, actually with 4 starting flights, it gives people the option to come up here and spend a week or a long weekend and do a lot of other activities rather than just play poker, which is always good to kind of get away and do your own thing. So I think it's only going to grow here. So it's one of those stops that it's going to be pretty hard to miss from now on.
And it's always amazed me since our first event here what this property can do. You're bringing them in, bringing them out, running the qualifiers, breaking down tables, throwing in cash games once they break the tournament tables. And I just want to give props to the entire staff here at the Golden Gates Casino and Poker Parlor. Gage and everybody just did a great job, and I just want to thank him. Now, big hand here for Zoe. Wakes up with pocket kings. Whenever I see a big hand, I start to whisper. We're just
you got to really get into it. You got to really get into it.
It's like calling a golf match.
Yep.
Under the gun here, Zoe with pocket kings. Raise it up. King 9 to Danny gets out of the way, as does Justin and Andrew.
So it's looking like almost everybody's kind of opening it to that 150-ish range.
Yeah.
So that's going to be probably pretty standard here, kind of starting off. It may be unfortunate if you can't get any action here. You almost sometimes you almost feel like you'd rather lose a big one than kind of win no chips. But
you're a gambler like me, my friend.
But at the same time, uncontested money is always the best money.
Yeah. So you said Zoe. What kind of guy is he? Is this just kind of his poker image, or is he always kind of like this outspoken, kind of boisterous?
Oh, he's definitely outspoken. Will speak his own mind. And he's one of those guys. He just loves to live life.
Yeah.
He's had the opportunity to travel the country, travel the world, and play poker and do the things he really wants to do. So, anybody that enjoys life and really enjoys what they do, it's hard to fault that by any means. Everybody has their own style, demeanor, and poise, whether it's at the table, and he doesn't change. He's himself, whether he's, hanging out with his best friends or he's, playing for $250,000. So he's going to be himself. He's going to play his game, and it's going to be hard for him to make any flaws.
I've got Zoe's information sheet here. He says he's 30 years old. His occupation is a mop. Total career winnings, $6. Amount invested in the tournament, he said too much. And his plans for the prize money, the Spearmint Rhino. So that's his plans for the cash.
I mean, like we just said, he's the one who's going to say what he means and does what he says. So I'm sure as soon as he gets out to Vegas, it'll be one of his first stops he makes, after some fine dining and,
Absolutely.
Yep, go visit some other friends.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Nick, you're going to be coming in a little while. All right, so action over now to Cord. We probably will see some action here, a little blind-on-blind brutality here with ace-queen.
Yeah, there's no way neither one of these guys are going to fold to either one of these spots here.
So it is, Court is going to raise it up now to 195,000. And so he's going to make the call. So,
and it's one of those spots, you know, they're still full-handed here, so I don't know if Court is thinking, you know, let me raise my pre-flop range a little bit higher.
Wow, look at this flop.
Yeah, so we're definitely going to see a couple of streets here.
Queen, 6, deuce, they're all clubs, so good flop for Court, but a good flop for Zoe as he's got the ace of clubs.
And Zoe's just going to appeal here every time. He's not going to try to blow the pot up here for no reason, especially against, you know, the chip leader right here.
So the 8 of hearts comes on the turn, and the bet is 100,000 and a call. We'll see if a club hits the river, and it's the 4 of diamonds, so Court gets the check mark. 800,000 in the pot.
And Cord just knows he's got way the best of it, and Zoe's not going to waste any time ever here. You know, he knows he fairly got out, you know, calling 400K here with a nut flush draw. So
puts in a bet of 60,000 and smiles.
Right, and you know he was able to see all the way to the river with his hand. So it's, you know, unfortunately he didn't win the hand, but at the same time, you know, he's not going to be too upset about that.
Now these guys are really having a good time today. You don't always see that on the HPT.
Not flush draw. What do you want?
Folks, it's their
No,
first
ace 10,
HPT
man.
final table, or you know, first time playing underneath the lights. But boy, everybody's having a good time, as they should be. Playing for a lot.
Right.
Somewhat of a free roll now that they've made it this far.
And sometimes you almost kind of have to take the money value out of the equation. It's always in the back of your mind there, but you know, poker can be extremely boring a lot of times. So if you can't have a good time while you're playing, kind of, you know, shoot the shit with everybody and just kind of, you know, find out their life story and what they enjoy doing and, you know, what they've done. Whoop, looks like we got another all-in here.
All-in here by Austin is ace queen.
And that seems a fairly large here, kind of all-in. It seems like he's only going to get called by something better here. It's like he just doesn't want any action here. Oh,
so Ed gets out of the way with king queen. Saad's going to fold, and he's running his ace queen. Yep. Justin is right into the buzzsaw of Queen's kings.
So, and that's what I was saying. He's only going to get called by a better hand here. And not to say if he wouldn't have opened for, you know, our same kind of typical 150,000 and Court re-raises, he still may go with the hand, but with it being 8-handed here, at least he could have had the opportunity to fold the hand. So we'll see how well things are going to go here for Court. He's definitely catching the hands. And,
sure is. He did not raise. He just makes the call. The other players fold. So again, be eliminated. Then we go up to seventh place, 20 being $32,277. I know these guys say, "Wow, we're not thinking about the money," but in the way back of your mind, you're thinking about it with every elimination.
Oh yeah, you always think, you know, maybe I could go, you know, buy that new car, you know, that new Corvette, or you know, just save it for a rainy day. But as the money grows, those rainy day projects sure do get awfully bigger. So,
all right, let's go to the flop. Ace Queen going up against the Pocket Kings. And the flop is King Jack Deuce.
Wow.
Look at that, a set for Court. But good news here for Austin. He's got the Broadway draw.
Yep. So I get, you know, 3 outs of 4 outs, as long as he doesn't get turned dead here.
Go to the turn card is the Trade of Diamonds. So now the only card that'll help Justin is a 10, or he's going to be eliminated. Going out in 8th place.
He's awfully nervous right now.
Sure is,
I mean, he's waiting for that 10.
And the river card is the ace of hearts, so he does catch an ace, but too little, too late. The second Court is going to win, and that is an elimination. Justin going in. He's from Denver, Colorado, 35 years old. He grew up in Alexandria, Minnesota, about 50 miles from where I grew up. He invested $3,300 in this event, but a nice little ROI, $3,300 turns in to just under $27,000.
He's going to enjoy that $27,000, but that hour-and-a-half drive home, I'm sure, is going to be sticking to him for an awfully long time here. So
you always think about that.
Oh yeah.
You wouldn't have won.
So at the top of the broadcast, I said it was going to be a very long final table.
And here we go. I mean, we're just mowing them over one by one here.
So far, and I kind of thought maybe the initial get out of the way, but I didn't think it would be this quick. You know, we've got a history here on the HPT, doubling up the short stack.
He steered my turn frequently. At 2 times when he missed out, he knew something bad was going to happen.
95 BBs and right behind him.
Become like 10-9-8 or something down.
And White, just what a group of, when you look at those names, players at this final table. I mean, this is murderer's row.
It really is, and even with Ben with 14 bigs right there is still an extremely threat to his opponents here.
Absolutely.
He has a very sticky stack here where nobody's going to want to call off those 14, 15 big blinds and definitely give him even more chips. But he's still going to have some ability to kind of maneuver and open fold, or even just kind of put it in and get some folds out of everybody.
By the way, if you'd like to play for the Unreal Cash, why not give it a shot? Visit our website at www.hptpoker.com. Our next event right around the corner, coming up the weekend of St. Patrick's Day. That'll be at the Belterra Casino. That is in Indiana. Are you going to make that one, Chan?
50-50 right now. It's literally kind of in the middle of nowhere, but it's just like all the rest of the Ameristars. It's a really neat property.
80K, man.
It's in kind of a neat location out there in the middle of the field, so it's like I said, they've taken care of me really well there. So I will probably end up going back there.
There's always a lot of action there if you want to get in the cash games there. So it's check it out, all the information at hptpoker.com. And if you're thinking about flying in, I always fly into the Louisville airport. It's about a 50-minute drive, but it's a very beautiful drive over. You can also fly into Cincinnati, and it's about the same, 50 minutes to an hour. So
I believe I flew into Louisville also.
All right, so action on Zoe here with Jack 10.
Zoe's going to raise.
Zoe's going to raise it up.
170,000 is the raise by Zoe out of the 170.
Small blind, King 10 is going to be folded.
And if Zoe's going to play his button, majority of the time he's going to come in with a raise there. So he's hardly ever going to limp on that button. He's going to apply the most pressure in the best position every opportunity that he has. So he's been around the block. He knows what he's going to want to do and how to do it the best way.
Now look at this. What do you think of Andrew here defending and re-raising now? And he's going to win the pot.
Yeah, he's camouflaging that hand pretty well, and it's pretty hard for Zoe to defend with the Jack 10 offsuit there. And, 5-6 can be played pretty well sometimes. He's already put the 3-bet in there and disguised it to where he can represent a lot of big hands, but he also gets that little small flop. Can be a really good thing for him. So
speaking of Andrew, he's had a lot of success as well. $3 million in total career winnings, and his plans for the cash play more HPTs and WPTs. Do you play any WPT events?
I've played a handful of them, so they're in some really neat locations also, and you also get the best players in the world for those. So it's always kind of a good mix. I kind of mix between some of those and HPTs and just travel around. And the more traveling is always a little bit nicer to kind of meet new people and experience new things and see new things.
Yeah, it's my favorite part about coming out here to Colorado. Because again, you get to see everybody. All of our players are out here, our past champions. And in some ways, it's almost like our championship open because, boy, I ran into more HPT champions this last year, or this last event. It was just crazy. I mean, they were everywhere. So it was a lot of fun. And just want to thank all the players for supporting the 787 total entries in the prize pool of $1,156,800.
Yeah, just an amazing turnout they had here from all 4 flights. And to accommodate everybody, and obviously it's a big task getting everybody here, get everybody in play and everything like that. So they did an exceptional job from top to bottom.
So Cord Garcia he's got chips. And more importantly than that, 2 things. He's playing well and he's running well. He's catching cards early on. We've only had probably a dozen hands here, but Ace King he just had there. We've seen Kings.
One of my favorite hands ever.
He's catching cards.
Right. Oh yeah, it definitely makes your life a lot easier.
You can be a little less creative.
Oh yeah,
that way.
Yep.
When the short stack shoves to you, you wake up with king situations. Like
yeah, there's not a whole lot else you got to do than just put your money in and hope for the best.
Hope for the best, absolutely.
And that's been working out. So.
And again, what I like about our structure, and you as a player has to feel the same way, is players don't need to get in a hurry here. You can wait and pick your opportunities. And we have an all-in now. I bet. And I don't think we're going to see a call here by Ed or Andrew. As you can see, Ed is short 2. It's not good enough, so.
And that's it's a pretty risky spot right there, even though he just has to fade both the blinds. They both had, 10-plus bigs, and he's going to get called by a lot of hands there, double face cards. Obviously 5s and up, maybe even 3. So majority of the hands he's going to be behind on if he ever gets a call. A few times he could be a coin flip. So it's definitely a bit of a more of a risky gamble spot, but like I said, uncontested money is the best money, and he won that. So
You're watching exclusive coverage here of the HPT from the Golden Gates Casino and Poker Parlor. I'm the host of the HPT, James Larson, alongside Chan Pelton, who has made 3 final tables, 1 victory, and hoping to make it 4th here in the next couple events. I know we see you a lot at these things, so we wish you the best of luck, and great to see you.
No, I really appreciate that. So I'm try to play as many as I can and kind of get out there and enjoy playing. So.
And what do you do when you're not doing this? You're a rancher? Is that
Yes,
right?
sir. I've got a cattle ranch at the house in College Station, Texas. So spend a lot of time out there doing a lot of things there. And luckily, I have a beautiful and great wife at home who's able to look after everything for me and keep everything afloat while I'm able to kind of travel. But it's really good to kind of be home after being gone, and there's nothing better than coming home to a great house and family and friends and stuff. So after being gone for a few days, I'm ready to get home and see my wife and
back to work.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So it's
work hard, gamble hard, play hard, and, relax hard, I guess.
Exactly. If you're gonna do it, you might as well do it right.
That's what we don't want, man.
And it looks like blinds did go up here, so. Some of these shorter stacks are going to be a little bit lower here.
I'm going to tell everybody the denoms of the chips there for us.
Ooh, my eyes are actually pretty bad, so you may have asked the wrong customer for that.
We'll ask Jamie Kirkstetter, who's up next in the commentary when you get out of here.
Okay.
So you're going to go to Colorado tonight into Denver and play a little cash game before you head home.
That I am. So I'm going to play there this evening and see if I can get lucky on a few people before I catch my flight tomorrow and go from there. So it's
all right, now Andrew in a good spot here. He's been kind of bullying around, and now he's got a rear hand, and he's going to raise it up. Pocket kings. He's going to. Looks like 165,000.
Right. And the only bad thing about this now that he's shipped with a lot weaker hands. Now he's open to basically a min bet. It almost just screams how strong his hand is right here. But he also wants action too, so it's kind of a double-edged sword here where you want to be able to camouflage your hands and make your range all the same from weak to premiums. But at the same time, it's, when you look at kings, you want some sort of action, and just by shipping in, you're going to get a lot more folds from that than a typical min raise there. So there's always several ways to skin a cat, so you can never complain about somebody's play or what they've done. I'm not doing that at all by what he's done right there. So it's you got to mix it up and do a lot of different things. So
look at all those chips in front of Corey Garcia there in the 9 seat. He's loving life. He's in the small blind. Action continues here from the Golden Gates Casino and Poker Parlor.
But I still assume he's probably not going to get out of line too much with Dan and Zoe both to his left right there. And especially as long as he keeps getting big pairs, it's going to go quite smooth for him.
He's loving it.
Action on Dan O'Brien. Hasn't seen
I'm just kidding.
a lot of good early on.
I thought he was doing it knowing that I was just
Ed,
going
the Robin Hood at this final table, who
Too good.
donates his winnings back to his local church. He's going to get out of the way.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to play with Ed, but he seems like a really great guy and just really neat what he's doing for his community and stuff like that. So,
by the way, we talked about the chips. Reds are 5Ks, the greens are 25Ks, and the whites are 100,000. So
okay.
5K for red, greens are 25, and then the whites are 100,000.
Yeah, greens and whites kind of blend in for me. I guess I can see the reds. But,
all right, so ace 5 going up against ace 5. We go to the flop.
Look, Zoe's already very aware of what his opponent started the hand with, what his range could possibly be here. So it's going to be interesting to see how this hand plays out.
2 queens and a 4, a couple of diamonds. It goes check, check. So we go to the turn card now. That is the tray of clubs.
I doubt anybody's going anywhere now for at least one more streak. So it depends on if somebody's going to be able to put this river bet out of here.
So there is a bet. My side's going to bet $250,000.
Wow, that's a pretty hefty little bet there.
And he makes the call.
Yeah, it's hard for his opponent to either have a queen and he'd also turn the gut shot there.
Wow,
and just like that,
there we go.
We're going to potentially see 2 all-ins here and another chop pot. So it's just so classic because they both just think, oh boy,
I know.
We just hit the money card right here. I'm about to get the double up.
A call.
Says call.
So a bet and a call, like you said.
Ace 5 player, have ace 5.
Yep.
They were cheering on the inside there
Yep,
for a second.
And then they were probably both a little shocked afterwards.
Yeah.
We both had ace-5 here. How did that?
Exactly. How did that happen?
That's it?
Glad everybody joined us today here at Twitch as we broadcast from the Gold Gates Casino and Poker Parlor. If you're just joining us, we lost 2 players already, so final 7 here. Min cash right now for this 7th place finish would be 32,277. Up top, 248,732. Second place, 153,982.
Calling with a good shot.
Alongside me. Chan, what's your biggest tournament cash? Would it be your HPT event?
No, I was just messing, man.
I had one a little bit bigger at a card player I won almost 2 years ago, so that was probably my biggest score
That wasn't the hand I was
lifetime.
expecting for you
So
to have, though. I was expecting you to have something different.
But I know the games around Texas, a lot of big poker in the state of Texas.
yes, there's definitely poker all across the state, whether you go out west or down south or just basically dead in the middle in Dallas area. So
Cowboys like to gamble.
oh yeah.
All right, fold it around now to Saad, who just chopped up a pot with Zoe. He's going to fold. Ford's going to raise it up now with his ace-9. He's on the button. Zoe gets out of the way. Action over to Dan O'Brien. Dan O'Brien has actually helped us out here on the HPT. Filled in for me sideline reporting at this very event, I want to say 2 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, did a great job. Called all the action out on the floor that Jeremy does now, the old job I had. I want to thank Dan for helping us out. Always been a good friend of ours.
And I think it's going to come to the point where he's going to be, a little bit kind of fed up with Cord, and he's going to start calling a lot more, defending a lot more, and even playing back. So
flop is King Jack 4, couple of hearts for Dan.
Ford's going to bet 150,000.
So Dan's going to check. Ford's going to bet. You see the percentage is very close, 52-48.
And Cord almost has to always c-bet here, but once Dan calls here or even raises a little bit, it's just going to put Cord in a really tricky spot here on a lot of turns. Even if he pairs one of his 2 cards, he's got potential that Dan could have the Queen 10 here, and now that Dan's made a pair, he's definitely going to have to see at least one more streak. Yeah. But if Cord barrels here, it puts that triple barrel effect in there, which he didn't have quite the heart just because his hand does not play well.
So Jack of Diamonds comes on the river. Dan's got the best of it here with 2 pairs, Jacks and 8s. He's got the check mark. We'll just see if he decides to bet this.
After Cord checks the turn, he's got enough showdown value here that he can pretty much check call a lot of hands, and Cord kind of does too here with ace-9. So yeah, I would assume. Yep.
And he's going to see the bad news
because Cord's still beating several missed straight draws there.
Right. So a pot of 830,000 goes over to Dan O'Brien. Dan's 32 years old, professional poker player from Las Vegas. He told me that he spent some time in Reno as well, over $3 million in total career winnings. And amount invested in the tournament, $49.50.
Well, he got out a little cheaper than some of the rest of us. So
talked to a lot of people that played several boards.
Yeah, you can like tell. Whenever you handle chess, you can tell you're a dealer.
It's just so huge out here. You want to get back in it.
You bet.
You want to get back in it.
Yeah, but you hate giving up. So.
Best in the game, bro. In the underground scene.
Oh, I've heard stories.
I heard Joe Cooper was better.
Yeah.
For real? He can't pitch.
Action over to
No,
back.
he wasn't.
Yeah, and this is getting to the point. I would assume that he's getting
It's so good.
pretty sick and tired of folding, but he doesn't have many choices. So
Now Ed's got to make a decision. I think this is the time he sees a suited king. He's on the short stack. He's going to move all in, and that's going to be about 720,000. Saad's going to get out of the way. Cord's got 2 cards that he could call with here.
it's right on the borderline for Cord to call here. Like I said, he's probably played with Ed more than about anybody in this tournament. So he may be a little more capable, call a little bit lighter here, but I still think he's going to find a fold.
And keep in mind, you got Zoe behind him with King Queen.
Zoe has asked for a count.
Zoe's going to ask for a count. You got King Queen here, Chan, with Zoe's chip stack. What do you do?
I would think Zoe's going to be more likely to call here with King Queen than Cord to call with the Ace Tray, but Zoe's still, even if he calls, just not going to be happy other than against the King 7. Yeah, it's
He's going to make the call.
it's really close, and he also hates calling there with having both the blinds behind
Right, yeah.
and one of them wake up with something. So
Yeah, wake up with a pocket pair. Or
right,
something.
right,
He's just
and,
putting in 720,000.
Right,
Get
right.
anything back. And we're going to flip over the cards, and Ed doesn't
a lot
like
of
what he
clubs.
sees here. He is suited of clubs.
Good call.
King
Good
7
call.
going up against King Queen. See if we can lose another player.
right, there's a really good chance, and Zoe's made a living of doing stuff like this, kind of sniffing it out, and really thinking what his opponent could have here. Knowing how his hand plays against his opponents and things like that. So he's put it in good, and that's the best he can really ask for.
The cord would have made the call, Zoe folds.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's go to the flop.
Flop is the 6 of clubs, deuce of hearts.
The flop comes out 10-6 deuce.
Still the lead here.
So trying to eliminate Ed here from his final table. Ed with a little bit of a smile there.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty strong here if we can go 3 all-ins with no suckouts here.
Right,
so
yeah. That's poker. It's the poker
Yeah,
gods
yeah.
are sleeping up there.
right,
because they
right,
don't
and that,
normally
yeah,
see this.
That would be
yeah,
good.
it looks like Ed got a pretty good card right there with the deuce. So
See the river card.
we have a lot more chop outs here.
River card is
my.
the 7 of hearts.
Yeah,
So
spoke way too early.
Way too soon. We woke up the poker gods.
Yep.
And just like that, a double up for Ed.
Yep.
I told you they were praying.
You're right. The
Told you
deuce
the whole
helped him in the
congregation
7. Won the hand for him. So
Ed said the whole congregation was pulling for him.
And Zoe's gonna, be frustrated for about 4 seconds, and then just realize, nothing he could do about it. I'm sure he probably doesn't mind too much sending Ed some chips, but at the same time, him losing a portion of his stack there always stings a little bit.
I was ready for a job.
well, Ed's not going anywhere. He's happy to be hanging around. And like I said, he donates 100%, I'm told, of his proceeds, what he wins, to the congregation of Holy Cross. And it's an organization that he's been working with here for several years. And that's great to see. And Ed just final tabled last week at our New Orleans event. So I skipped that one because I was just getting off our cruise ship. We had a good time on the cruise ship.
Okay.
And Ellie Lesra made the final tables. Of course, Ellie's a big name professional and plays in all the big games. He final tabled. He got second place. So just great to see everybody on the poker cruise.
You bet.
And everybody from Card Player. They do such a good job of putting that on. And, when they said, "Do you want to go to New Orleans?" I said, "No. After a week on that cruise ship, I need to get over to
There you go. There you go. And and it just goes to show how difficult it is to make final tables, but at the same time, how anybody can do it. With Eddie, you're going back to back HPT final tables, and that's just the great thing about poker. Anybody can sign up, anybody can buy in, and anybody can make the final table.
Absolutely.
Anybody can win any given day. So it's just one of the very beautiful things about poker and how original and unique it really is.
And you want to ride that heater. You want to play it just like when you're playing a cash game or a tournament game. Your final table.
You bet.
You want to come back and play the next
You
week.
bet, and you think it'll come that easy. And sometimes it may go, several more tournaments before you do it, and sometimes it just happens back to back. So,
but there's a lot to be said about just the confidence that you gain. By winning, final tabling. For some people, just cashing.
You bet.
For some people, their goals are set just to make day 2.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to prioritize everything and work on your goals.
And it goes in steps too. You can't make day 2 till you make a dinner break. You can't make the money till you make day 2. You can't final table until you make the money. So everything kind of goes in order. And like you're saying, when you're kind of on a little bit of a heater, things are just going right. You're just your bluffs are working. It seems like you're catching more hands and things are going along. So looks like Dan's got the ace king here.
Got the ace king. We've seen that standard raise from 125 to 150, 175. Lines are up now.
Yeah, so he may open a little closer to 200 here.
180 is the current bet.
Looks like 180. Over to Andrew now with Jack 10 on the button.
He's definitely going to defend right here. His hand just plays so well. And Dan here opening in late position. It's just he's going to call here.
Now Ed's got
90% of the time.
Again.
I would assume he's going to come along for the ride.
I think you're right.
Hopefully he doesn't go too crazy with it here.
Raise.
Ed announces raise.
Well, he announces a raise.
it's that same kind of reverse thinking sometimes when you think everything's kind of going your way and, you know, you just beat King Queen. Now you've got King Queen with two more aggressive players. Why not go ahead and try to get these guys out and win some of that uncontested money? So, but we know Dan's going nowhere.
Yeah. Dan thinking about this.
He's trying to think exactly what can I make it here. Yeah, he doesn't really want to flat and induce the button to come along here. He wants to go ahead and
just Andrew out of the way, maybe.
Yeah. And he probably knows when Ed 3-bets there, he's probably never going to fold. So Dan's got to see all 5 cards with this hand. If it's just one of those really unfortunate things where Ed did have aces or kings, and it's just unfortunate. But
a little surprised Ed 3-bet there, though, I guess. I don't know. But
it's one of the things. I mean, when you think everything is kind of running smooth and going well, you know, you see 2 loose players, you know, opening and call. Well, why not just go ahead and take that money down? But yeah, the old King Queen can be tricky.
So go to the flop, and it's ace, 8, 6. So bad news there for Ed. Dan pairs his ace.
We got to have a 10 at least. Yeah. We got to give it a 10.
So Ed's going to need a lot of help here, otherwise he's going to be eliminated going out.
Oh.
In the second.
Gotta be something,
Jack of Spades. You know the congregation at home watching this live web stream.
Right, it looked like we just went from the 1% all the way up to the 9%, just like that.
So only 1 card here can help Ed, and that's one of the remaining 10s in the deck. Let's go to that river card. It's the 4 of clubs, so that's not going to do it. Ed's going to be eliminated as the crowd gives him a big round of applause, going out with $32,277. And like I said before, that money going to go to his congregation. Good news there, Ed. That's great. His second final table in a row.
Yeah,
I talked to him before.
Really good. Really good for poker. Really good for himself.
I was playing with him.
You know, he'll be back ready to play more and just
scared with
anytime you win, it always makes poker more enjoyable to come back around and keep on playing. So.
Yeah, Ed's 73 years old. He's retired from the RV business. Total career winnings, $39,000. Ed's having some late luck here in life.
I mean, if you're going to catch on a heater, better later than never. So.
Right, yeah, exactly. And like I said, donated his money to the congregation of Holy Cross. You know what's good about as you get a little older, and I just turned 42.
It's dead now.
Now when you get a little bit of a win or a big win, it seems like we spend money a little wiser than we did 10 years.
Have to. It's anybody can make the money. It's always a little tougher to hold on to the money. So that's it's one of the tougher things in life to kind of, especially playing poker. And we're down to 5 guys that all have either over 7-figure in wins or close to 7 figures in wins. So these guys aren't going to give anything away. It's going to be a really neat kind of dynamic and see, when they kind of get 3 and 4 handed exactly.
And people that see the amount of money that is on the line here, what folks who don't follow poker need to realize, these professionals, they travel and they pay for their own hotel rooms, their own food, their transportation.
You bet.
Maybe they're backed and they've got makeup. So
right, and then they also try to help out other friends that are poker players. When they have a big win. So the highs and lows can be back and forth.
Yeah,
quite strong. And it looks like Ben's awful. He's smiling a little bit more now. He's jumped up 3 spots on the money. So and he's been short all day. So it's as long as he can find a spot, I'm sure he'll be happy. He's going to really want that win, but.
Yeah, and right now 6th place money just over $39,000. Again, that sounds like a lot of money because it is, but being a professional poker player, it's a grind.
It is. I mean,
moving up from 39 up to 69 is.
You bet.
I need to tell you, state the obvious.
Yeah.
But, and Chan, it's so hard to get to where they're at here as Ben's going to go all in. This will be interesting.
Look at it, Jack.
Cord would just Queen Jack.
I mean, Cord would love to knock him out here, but
don't think he can do it.
Yeah, he knows he's going to be behind here. And obviously, if he does call, he's really going to be hating life. But
$755,000.
he almost just may try to find a call here just to try to eliminate Ben, to kind of get him out of here.
Cord over 6 million in chips, but a good poker player knows if I call 800 there, 800 here, all of a sudden you go from first to fourth in chips, and then all of a sudden you double somebody up, and it's even worse. So I don't think he's going to make this call.
It's like I said, though, he doesn't want Ben around, and he's got an opportunity to get him out of the tournament at a very minimum amount. If he folds here, then Ben's going to pick up a few more antes and blinds and be a little bit deeper, but I think you're right. He's ultimately going to find the fold here.
You're right. He wants to make the call.
Yeah.
This isn't a Hollywood job. This is a, man, do I feel lucky?
King Jack?
Yeah, he's going to fold it.
Yeah, he's just, like I said, he's just really worried about King Jack, like he says, and Ace Jack. You know, if he's got any pair, tens or lower, he doesn't mind it. Even at Ace King. So it's. Do
you know Ben at all?
I've played with him several times. I don't know him quite as well as some of the other guys. So.
What do guys think of you, Jan? You know, I played with you the other night. I saw a little bit of a reckless side of you because we were all having fun. Right. Reckless, but what do the players think of you at that?
I would say the first thing, though, I'd really just like to have a really good time. Like I said, I just try to enjoy every day, enjoy playing poker. Because, like you're saying, it can be a long grind, 8, 10, 14-hour days, consecutive days in a row. And you may play 2 12-hour days in a row and have, still lose money on the trip or the situation. Right. So you can kind of really get down on yourself and, really start second-guessing yourself a lot of times. So I always try to have fun, make sure everybody else is having fun. I like to strike up conversations with everybody and just really enjoy myself. And, some people enjoy playing with me and some people kind of get sick and tired of all the gossip. So.
Saad here on the button, going to raise it up with his king-queen to 180,000. Cord with 8-7 in the small blind. And he's going to fold as will Zoe, I assume, here. He's going to defend.
Yeah, Zoe's going to be pretty sticky out of that big blind.
Even with 10-5.
Yeah, just because he knows it's a button raise.
Sure.
And he plays really well post-flop, too, so he's going to be able to kind of navigate, even with this second pair and from what his opponent will lead and pot size betting and his stack sizes. Zoe will be able to put all that into the equation and find out the right answer majority of the time.
He outflopped his opponent. He checks another continuation bet by Saad with king-queen. And Zoe's going to make the call. And Zoe's going to quickly make the call.
Right, and Zoe, it's going to be tough for him to have a jack right here a lot of times. So Zoe, he doesn't mind his hand at all right now.
And now the queen of clubs. So bad news there for Zoe as Saad goes in the lead, catching a queen.
And Zoe is obviously trying to avoid multiple face cards or something. He's got to think his opponent's going to have
2 overcards.
Right, something along those lines.
He's going to check. Now, what would you bet if you're Saad here? What's the pot's about $1 million?
He started the hand with 1.8. He's really kind of in a tricky spot here because is he going to bet enough to where he's ready to go with it if Zoe puts the pressure back on him? Or does he want to bet small enough to be able to have Zoe call one more street?
Yeah, good point.
So you never really want to go broke with one pair, but at the same time, when they 6-handed here and he turns his hand after, c-betting with no hand, no draw, but king high. Now he's made his hand.
I feel like that comment wasn't good.
One of those deals, I would probably say I would go a little bit less than what he did to try to get one more street of value. And then, hope your opponent doesn't try to really put you to the test there and make you really think about what you're going to do with, top pair there.
You're watching the HPT here at Twitch, Golden Gates Casino and Poker Parlor. And James Larson, my name, alongside Chan Pelton. If you're just joining us, we started with 9 about a half hour ago, 45 minutes ago. We've already lost 3 players, the 3 short stacks out of the way. And now our final 6 players battle. The battle will continue. 39,000, just over that amount for sixth place. Second place, a nice pay, 153,000. Third place is six figures, 101,000. And first place, Nuggets all talk about it, $248,732. So speaking of the HPT, Jan, and your HPT title, have you had a chance to see the TV show yet?
Yes, I have.
What was that like to sit at home, with the family and watch yourself win a title on TV?
It's a really kind of neat thing. Kind of growing up, I always wanted to kind of go into the communication fields or do something on TV per se. And my life kind of went a different route and found poker and stayed really involved in the cattle business. So kind of being able to make the full circle back around many years and be able to kind of see myself on TV, and it's really kind of neat, and like you said, I've seen it with some friends and family, and then I'll have an occasional friend, they'll do a rerun maybe late at night or something like that, and I may get a text at 3 in the morning, saying I saw you on TV and things like that. It just kind of the money is, everybody plays for the money, but little things like that HPT has done a really, really good job to where, it can give the average poker player, the average gentleman, the opportunity to kind of do something that, they can never really do just for one tournament buy-in, to come in here to be on TV. And
well, we got a big hand here. Dan with sixes, Cord with ace king, Zoe with ace jack, and Andrew even got in there with his king 10. So we go to the flop. And the flop is queen, 5 deuce, couple of spades. So the best of it here is still Dan with his sixes. Dan's got a thing with 3 other players in it. That queen had to help somebody, but it didn't.
And it's also, Dan's in a tricky spot now where all 4 of them go to the flop. What's he going to do as second pair? And
right.
I would assume he's going to call at least one street here and reevaluate on the turn, but there's a lot of bad cards on the turn, and
yeah, it's 310,000 to make that call, and he is.
Yeah, it's especially against Cord here. He realizes that sixes are actually flop fairly well right there. What can Cord have right here?
Turn card now is the 5 of clubs. Dan's going to check.
And it's going to be, I don't think Cord's going to give up. Oh,
he is going to check.
I didn't think he was going to give up again here. I thought he may fire multiple streets again. So
7 of clubs on the river.
Yeah, once Cord checks on the turn, he's going to be checking the river almost every time behind.
And Dan is going to win that pot, 2 pair, 6s and 5s. A pot of just over 1.5 million chips going Dan O'Brien's way.
Cord's a little upset at himself, or not at himself, but that, he had such a premium hand here, wasn't able to win the hand, but at the same time, there was just so much money on the flop that he's got to put some sort of a bet out there to try to win the money that's out there. And, Dan is going to be a really tough player there, and he's not happy about losing those chips over there to his left. So, there may not be an all-in every time, but anytime they're playing some million chip pots and they're moving in the opposite direction, it makes your life a little bit more tougher.
All right, action on the Cord. He's going to raise it up now.
And that's twice now, the Cord has had ace-9, ace-king, and he's given up on the turn and given up on the river. Not to say that Dan wouldn't have looked him up on both of those streets as well, but there'll be a point in time where Cord is not going to give up on the turn or the river and continue to fire away.
Dan with his second consecutive pocket pair. This time they're trays. The raise was to 200,000.
And we may see him go ahead and 3-bet here because Cord has been extremely active. And
he's going to do just that. Goes up to 550,000.
If Dan also calls there, he could possibly prize the small blind and big blind, which I think Ben was in the big blind there, both to come in. And now you're only set minding with 3s. Now you're playing this hand a lot more aggressive. You're getting a lot more folds.
And early on here, Cord with plenty of run good, but as far as Cord and Dan goes, Dan's got the advantage so far as the battle goes between those two.
Yeah, he got the lucky seat with the Kings and Jack early, but for him to have Zoe and Dan both over there on his left, it's gonna make his day a little more difficult.
Want to wish everybody a happy President's Day today. Seems like that falls on this time every year when we're out here, and it's always great to be back at the Golden Gates Casino and Poker Parlor. Another $1 million prize pool. It's real big for us here on the HPT. It seems like this spot and the East Chicago event, always huge prize pools. So thanks to all the players for coming up. Cord Garcia now with King Jack. Raises to 200,000.
And like I was saying earlier, I mean, Cord could lose 10 pots in a row, and it's not going to change his mindset, what his plan is. I mean, he's still going to continue opening. He's going to continue playing his style. And he may be on a kind of up and down a lot of times, but he never has a problem accumulating chips.
No, and he's won the biggest poker tournament ever. He won the Colossus a few years ago. What was it, 27,000 people in that or something crazy?
At least.
I know.
At least.
Just
so.
unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right, we go to the flop. Sure. And the flop is ace, king, 9, so a little bit of something for everybody there.
Let's see the turn card.
Sure. Turn card now is the 7 of hearts.
Cord's gonna bet 100,000.
Cord's gonna bet 100,000.
That's 100,000.
Quick call by Saad, who's got paired with 9.
And Cord's probably would assume that he's got the best hand now. Once it's been checked to him twice, and he's trying to get a little bit of value here.
It's a bet of 200,000. And Saad's probably gonna make this call.
I don't know. He can't beat anything here.
He's gonna make it.
And
I don't think he ever believed him.
Yeah, and he's probably seen Cord, opening several pots, playing a lot of pots, betting a lot. So sometimes, rather than spending a second and really breaking the hand down, you put on, your calling range more on the opponent's past hands.
Try to get you an updated chip count here momentarily. This was a $1,650 event here at the Golden Gates Casino. Like I said, Belterra is coming up next. That's in Florence, Indiana, and Chan had mentioned it, as I did. You can fly right into Louisville, Kentucky, or Cincinnati, Ohio. All the information at hptpoker.com. What I like about it, hotel rooms are great. There's a golf course that's right on property there.
Right there, yeah. And, a lot of really good restaurants right there. It's a big open casino. That's a really nice Ameristar. Set up the same kind of way as Kansas City and St. Louis. So.
And I like that the Ameristar does that, where you've got the gaming area, but then you've got a standalone area for the restaurants,
you bet.
The bars, if you want to bring families to those areas. And then at Belterra, we had the convention center. Sorry we let that hand go by, but Kings for Zoe, second time he's had a big hand. The opponents just had zippo. I mean, not even a high card to call, and that can be frustrating.
It can be, especially when you see Cord's open 4 out of the last 5 hands.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And then even your 9 seat can't make the call. So just the blinds and antes there for Zoe, and action continues with your final 6 here. Doing the rough math, we're playing for 250, 4, 5, over 630,000 on the line here.
Yeah.
On this broadcast here, and it's awesome. There can only be one winner. That person will go home with the cash, the bracelet, and of course, the bragging rights.
Like a whole rev up before.
And these next 2 payouts are kind of interesting because everybody. Oh, we got an all in here by Ben.
So Ben, we've seen King Queen a lot.
Why did you compare it to that guy? Why did you bring it up?
Yeah, he's going to get this through. And
why have to bring up anybody from the double now?
Saad with 5-4.
And Ben's going to take down the pots.
As you can see, Ben very short there. Chan, so he's got the best look though. He's got the hair, he's got the beard, he's got the shades. He really fits in well out here in Colorado.
Yeah, he's one of the few guys. I think he had the beard look going before it really caught on here the last couple of years. So he's been ahead of the game as far as that goes. And anytime he doesn't get a call and have to actually be at risk, he's going to be happy. So,
just mentioned our event in Belterra. The single table satellites start on Thursday, March the 9th. And by the way, I want to let everybody know it's an $1,100 buy-in, not $1,650. And the main event final table, you can watch that live, just like this broadcast at Twitch.tv. That'll be on Monday, March the 20th. So that's St. Patrick's Day weekend. Hope you can join us. Check out all the information at hptpoker.com. I don't know if that's a typo or not, but it looks like pocket kings again for Zoe.
And Zoe's going to make the call. Option.
Wow.
The big blind.
And now Dan with Queen Jack.
And Dan probably doesn't have a whole lot of reason to bloat this pot up right here. And this is the third time Zoe's had him, and he's trying to play him a different way every time.
How do you like that? How do you like Zoe just limping here?
Like I said, he's a very creative person, and he's going to try to get the max value out of it here. And he also knows Dan very well. So he's probably aware that, by him, just limping right here, Dan is probably going to try to steal his money a high percentage of the time. I just hope that Zoe doesn't, make it too much right here. I'd almost like for him just to call
just to
right
make
here.
A call. I was just going to ask you that.
But at the same time,
maybe kind of keep the story going.
Yeah.
He limps.
I'm like legitimately concerned.
And this has got to be shooting, just red flags everywhere for Dan. That he limped in. Then he really took some time to think how much he wanted to do. He put some effort into his thought here. So, but Dan also knows that Zoe is very creative. Queen Jack suited here, plays really well. They're both deep in us where he still may peel right here.
I just think Zoe had him right where he wanted him with the limp.
Sure.
You want raises for you? Now I'm in the booth and there's a reason for that.
Hey,
reason I'm not out there.
that makes two of us.
So
yeah, these guys have won all the money.
Yeah,
so.
I'm going to let the guy that's won over $3 million make the choice. Let's go to flop. Now, if you're a value bet, how do you play this?
I think he's already taken a big lead in the pot. So I'm pretty sure he's going to lead out for, I would say right around $500,000.
A little stare down. Look at Dan O'Brien just burning a hole through him. Zoe doesn't want to look up. It's a tricky hand.
And Zoe's also got to think now, if he has 6s or 7s, I can get at least one street of value here.
Right.
But if he has 9s through queens here, we can play a really big pot.
Could Dan think that Zoe's bluffing here?
60,000 is the bet by Zoe to the 1 seat.
Here's the deal. It's so hard for him to be bluffing with a worse hand than Queen Jack. If anything, Dan would possibly be trying to think, well, there's a lot of good cards for me on the turn.
Right.
What is my plan here? If I'm going to go and call, what did he end up betting? A little over $500,000. What am I going to do if it does come?
Yeah, what am I going to do?
If it comes the ace or the king, something that's completely irrelevant, am I going to try to rep those hands now? I'm sure Dan has done it a million times, and it just, I don't think he wants to play a really big pot with Zoe right here either. As much as he hates folding and giving up, it may just be a spot where he's going to do that. But
Zoe's going to have a little bit of his Pepsi there while he waits. And Dan just trying to put this all together in his head right now.
And Dan could be thinking maybe he has, the mid pair right here.
Right.
And he can rep a bunch. But I think ultimately he just didn't want to play a really big hand or big pot with Zoe here. And
no reason to get into trouble right there. Had he had a little bit of that flop, maybe another club.
Yeah.
Maybe something besides what he had. You're right. There's not much that Queen Jack is beating there. So he's going to live to play another hand as Zoe wins that pot. 6 players remain here. We started with 9. Got rid of 3 real quickly. 9th, 8th, and 7th went out in the first 35, 40 minutes of this final table. It's James Larson alongside Chan Pelton. Chan's final table, 3 of these HPT events. He won one of them in Vicksburg, Mississippi. How far of a drive is that from you from Texas? Did you drive over or fly?
Yeah, I drove over there. I'm going to say it's about a 7-hour drive. So I used to enjoy driving and making long road trips, but I think it's kind of like you said, once we get a little bit older, I don't like driving near as much anymore, and it consumes a lot of time. And
yeah, for me, it's 12 hours home or 13 hours home, but today I'm going to actually leave the broadcast early, get on a plane, and be home in an hour and 20 minutes.
Yep.
So,
yeah, it's hard to beat a flight home in less than 2 hours anytime.
Yeah, absolutely.
Playing very tight, guys.
Dan O'Brien, I think, still thinking about that last hand. I think he's still a little confused. You know, the limp, the check raise there, if you will, by Gazelle. You know, I think it didn't rattle Dan. I mean, he didn't lose a bunch of chips, but he's just kind of scratching his head like, what?
Right. And he's going to put a lot of thought into any decision he makes.
Absolutely.
You know,
he's such a smart player.
Right. And he's always aware of everything. You know, he's aware that Zoe hasn't played a ton of pots, so.
Now, if so, not to go back to the last hand, but if he does just make the call, maybe Dan would have bet half of the flop there. He could have got some more chips. You never know.
You never know. But that's kind of what I was thinking. Once Zoe is taking the lead back in the hand, that he's going to go and try to get at least one more street of value out of any pair. Typically, Dan would have something like that.
Flop is king, 10, 9, a couple of clubs. So Dan here with the gutter ball. Because both players with.
Looks like this is blind versus blind.
Yeah, small blind and big blind. Dan's going to lead out. 325,000. Over to Andrew, who's got the best of it, caught his king. There's the 325.
Yep.
That is a call. So now we go to the turn card. Turn card is the 8 of spades, so now 2 pair for Andrew.
And Dan is just thinking here, what exactly can Andrew have here? Defending out of the big, but now that board is getting pretty nasty for even top and bottom pair. But you know, Dan turning the open-ended, and it's it'll be kind of interesting here.
As you can see, Dan got the straight draw twice, looking for a queen or a 7. He checks over to Andrew, the best of it with 2 pair.
And Andrew's almost always going to have to bet right here to try to protect his hand by some degree. But he is not looking to get re-raised here. So he's trying to just think the magic number, you know, I would assume, you know, right at $500,000 on the dot.
450,000.
450,000 is the best.
A little less here, so he's got to think that Dan here probably has some sort of the pair and the open-ended, the pair and the gutter. You know, he's thinking the magic number to where Dan will call but not put them all in. He can get the most value but yet protect his hand. So it's a little bit of everything that he's wanting right here. I think ultimately Dan's going to fold right here. He's just thinking, even if I make my hand, what hands are going to pay me off? And if he does have clubs here by chance, and he makes it straight with the clubs, you know, what is he looking to have to pay off here? So I would think that he's going to fold here, but I would never put it past him to do something extremely creative right here.
A pot of 1.6 million chips. Boy, Dan's really thinking about it. He's taking his time. I think he's gonna make the call.
I think he's also, you know, thinking that there's no way that Andrew has clubs here. So not only can he represent any clubs that come on the river.
Wow, and a jack of spades. So Andrew gets the check mark. Dan hits his jack, not the card he was looking for. Andrew with 2 pair, kings and 8s.
And I almost think Dan is going to have to try to represent the queen right here.
Yeah. And he checks.
But now, you know, he's also got to be.
Andrew checks as well. Both players check the river.
And Andrew's going to flip his cards over and be pretty happy with the outcome of this hand.
Pair of jacks.
Kings and 8s.
And Andrew's going to show
Kings and
king
8s.
for 2 pair.
How big of a bet would Dan have had to make there on the end? Pot of 2.1 million.
Andrew's going to win the pot here.
How do you get Andrew to go away?
You just have to put it in.
Yeah.
That's the only chance you would have a chance for him to fold there, but I still think that Andrew's probably going to find a way to make the call there.
Make the call, I think you're right. Just the way the hand played out. Well, we're seeing some great poker here at the Golden Gates Casino and Poker Parlor. I'm James Larson alongside Chan Pelton. 6 players remain, all trying to be our next HPT champion and take home the bracelet and $248,732. We'll keep you in here for another 10 minutes, and then we've got Jamie Kirkstetter stopping in to give her input and some analysis here from this final table. So.
Folds over to quarter the 9C. 80,000 is the big blind. Court's gonna raise to 200,000.
Court's gonna raise it up to 200,000 with ace-4.
Yeah, Court's gonna stay very consistent.
And now Dan, after a couple of tough hands, wakes up with another small pocket pair, pocket deuces, and he's on the button.
This is kind of the almost the exact same scenario when he had 2 3s here earlier. If he's going to play it the same kind of way and go and put in a 3-bet here, or if he's just, he's lost 2 good-sized pots in a row.
He's been stung a little bit here as of late.
And, sometimes, you will get more value set minding those deuces than if you just go ahead and get the 3-bet in and take it down. And he's also fully aware with having been behind him there in the big blind so short to where if Ben ships, he's going to have to call off what the deuce is. And not be loving life too much. But as usual, I was wrong here, and Dan went in and put the 3-bet in, and he's put Court in a really tough spot here. It's so hard for Court to defend. But Court's also aware that Dan's lost a couple pots. But
so Dan's going to win that one.
How mad would you be if I just turned over the hand?
10,000, 40,000.
Action continues here from the Golden Gates. Yeah, it's just been a fun week out here. I got in late Friday and taken off today, but great to see everybody. Good weather, and we mentioned the Ameristar earlier today, where a lot of our players stayed at.
Yeah, it's just the way the whole town is kind of set up. We went to a little pizza place up the road that was really good, and just it's pretty amazing how many casinos are just right here. They kind of just roll into each other. And, I don't even know if there's much of a town at all. It just seems like it's just kind of one little casino from hillside to hillside.
Oh, look at this now, Court with queens. Wow, a quick fold there by Zoe. See, I love watching good players play poker. He didn't even think about it.
Correct.
Dan with 9-8. Now Andrew with the real hand. Now will Andrew make a 3-bet here? On the button.
I think he is.
Andrew's going to make the call.
Just going to make the call.
And he's almost, trying to disguise his hand because he knows Court has been consistently open to 200,000. That, Andrew's almost just going to disguise his hand right here to show how much strength he really has.
Boy, if that case queen comes out here, it could be trouble for Andrew. Let's go to the flop. And the flop is ace, king, tray. So Andrew gets the best of it.
200,000 over to Andrew.
Now Andrew might make a big raise here.
But he also wants to keep this pot in control.
Andrew's going to make the call. 200,000 in a call. Still heads up. Let's see the turn card.
And he knows Court is capable of making multiple streets here.
Another ace, this time the ace of diamonds.
That's a very interesting card here. It's going to be harder for Court to put Andrew on the ace here.
Right. Now the board pair is another
right,
ace.
and he just called on the button for Court's open, so he probably rules out the ace. And what kind of king combinations can he have here? But Court has just turned enough equity in the hand that he can go ahead and continue betting here by turning the queen of diamonds in the nut flush draw here.
Yeah, we know a queen will not help Court here. He needs a diamond.
And Andrew's going to make the call. 300.
This could be real ugly on the river.
This is it's becoming quite a very interesting hand here.
Yeah, it sure is. All right, let's go to that river card. It is not a diamond, it's the king of hearts. So,
and that's one of the few cards Court did not want to see. If it even comes basically any card other than a king that's a non-diamond, Court may check and call off to one Andrews. But I think he's going to be able to get away here. There's just
too much out there.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's got to put Andrew on some sort of a range here, and Court will, I would assume, be able to sniff it out. As long as Andrew doesn't make it too big. Oh, it's looking like 7.5.
Andrew's going to bet.
And a quick fold.
I didn't show it.
650.
A quick fold by Cord. Andrew is going to win that pot of about 2.4 million.
You know, and Cord's upset, but at the same time, you know, in hindsight, he's going to see that he got off, you know, about as cheap as possible on that hand.
So talk about the other players that were at your HPT final table at Vicksburg. It seemed like you had a lot of the experience probably at the table, probably most
We are taking a break, right?
experience from the other guys. But talk about your opponents when you took that HPT title down.
Well, Robert Williams III was there. He's been playing poker for obviously
Yeah, I guess I forgot
quite a bit. Yeah,
I forgot about the third.
Yeah, the third was theirs, and he's been playing poker just about as long as anybody that I know.
Absolutely.
So, and I played a little bit with him in the past. He was there. And then a good friend of mine, Skylar Thornton, was there, and myself. And then I believe the other 6 people were all kind of somewhat local. I know 2 of the people there. Oh, got another all in here.
Wow, an all in by Ben.
Yeah, he's just on the button here, and he probably looks at this queen, and he's like, I've got to make a stand.
Yeah, one of these 2 players could call him here. Saab with a small pocket pair. It's 815,000. Look at this.
But see, that's half of his stack right here. But he may be thinking, I'm so short now that I've got to make a stand. Our 3's quite strong enough here. I think if he has 5s, he calls.
Fold, and Cord's not going to think about it. He's going to fold.
And Ben's really going to feel like that's a really good win here, getting that all in through.
Absolutely.
Nice work, Keeline.
Yeah, he's happy not to get a call that time. Great to see our studio audience is just packed out there. These guys travel in such a big circle. A lot of friends and family cheering these guys on in the background. We are going to take a short break at the end of this level. Not exactly how many minutes, sure how many minutes we have left there. I'll let you guys know.
I want to know what's going on.
In a minute.
When was the last time you actually knew what was going on?
That's the thing. He spends his time trying to figure out what's going on.
Players doing a lot
By
of chatting, a lot of talking, a lot of smiling. They're having a good time out there. Very relaxed.
Yeah, and it definitely helps when, majority of these guys know each other, really well, see each other week in, week out, so.
Andrew's probably like the most normal.
Now on the button.
Maybe so.
I'll make it easy for you.
Side of King 10.
Easy call.
Raises the 205 with his King 10.
Of course he's wild, dude.
Raise to 800,000.
He lives with these animals.
Cord re-raises. National Result, Queen 8. That'll put it
Yeah, and Cord just made a very unique number here to say, Zoe, got a big hand, but if you move in, I'm folding.
Wow, Saad's going to make the call.
Yeah, you don't see that too often where he's just going to defend half his stack right here, but.
And the flop is Jack 10 deuce, and he's quickly all in.
And it really doesn't matter what he has right here. I mean, Cord's just calling with 2 overs in the gutter.
And Cord's actually first, so he's got to.
Oh. Well, then Cord's just going to go and put it in. I mean, anytime you're willing to call it off, you might as well go ahead and bet it in first.
Cord with the ace and the queen. Got the Broadway draw.
Yeah, I don't know what Cord's really waiting on here. Yeah,
he's going to do it. Well, I don't think Saad's going to fold now. He calls, so they're going to table the cards. Saad's going to see he's in pretty good shape right now. He's got the best of it.
975,000.
Cord looking for an ace.
And Cord's just over here a little shell shocked that he called half his stack with the old King 10 suited.
Yeah, of all hands, the King 10.
Yeah, and Cord was probably just putting a little extra thought right there, just like, did he really have 10s or deuces here? But there's just no way Cord is ever going to fold here. So,
Keep them low.
beautiful thing about poker: any hand, any day, any player.
Absolutely, and Cord's got plenty of outs.
Rag.
A queen.
835,000 is the
Straight, he just gives him a higher pair. Queen gives him a higher pair.
All right, Cord does have ace of clubs.
All right, 2 cards to go. Can we eliminate our 6th player here in this final table? Saad all in for his turn of life. We go to the turn card.
Here it is. Cord's been trying to do a lot of the heavy lifting at this final table.
Sure has, yeah, single-handedly.
Dealer, he said he wanted 2 pairs.
It'd be pretty sick if he had 9.
He said he wanted 2 pair. Gord wants him to see 2 pair here. That makes him
That's not bad.
Broadway
Ace of
straight.
spades good.
Spades. 10 of spades for Son. Son's currently in the lead with a pair of 10s, but his tournament life is at risk. Let's see the flop. Let's see the turn.
Go to the turn card. And the turn card is the 9 of diamonds.
Is this the turn card?
You get a rag.
So now more outs.
Yep.
Let's see the river
Looking
card.
for an ace, 8, or a king. We go to the river card, and it's a
And he
7
fades
of
it all.
hearts. So Sock gets the much needed double up. Cord shakes his head a little bit.
And Cord's been around long enough. I mean, he's just thinking to himself exactly how this whole hand played out is very unique. And
All right, this is going to be the last hand at this level. The last hand at the 10,080, 40,000, 80,000 on the blinds.
All right, one more hand, and we're going to take a short break.
yeah, and it looks like it's the next level. We're going to go to 50,000, 100,000. So it's
This is the last hand at this level, 10,080, still 40,000, 80,000 on the
In
blinds.
40-80 with a 10K. James Larson alongside. I was going to say Cord Garcia.
Yeah,
I just called you Chan. Sorry, I got.
no, I've been called a lot of things. I don't know if I can be called Cord today.
Well, today would probably be good to be called.
Right, I would switch places with him.
Absolutely.
Just for the day.
It's got to be hard for a poker player to sit here in the booth and watch us because you want to be down there playing.
You bet, and it used to bother me a lot more, busting out of tournaments and just losing in general. But
The limp again.
I think you kind of just have to slowly take it for a grain of salt. There's always another day. You know, just as long as you can live to fight another day and enjoy each day, that's what's really going to matter.
And Dan's going to check his options.
Dan's going to check his options.
I knew he'd get the
Zo's
one flop.
been able to, after he played
You
those
have to
2
check
kings
it
limp
sometimes.
there, he's basically going to be able to see any flop now
10 of diamonds.
for a minimum price, just because Dan is going to have to always be aware that, you know, he can limp raise,
Undisciplined?
you know, something there again. So
I know the whole tournament.
that's
but
something
this
that
time
not
I
only did
figured
those kings gain him
it's not
a
a
big
gamble.
pot,
I knew you were trying
but
to
now, basically, any time that
I
he
mean,
limps here,
was I
he's going
wrong?
to get to see a flop.
Flop is queen, 10,
trying
6,
to
all
get in with
diamonds.
it? Okay. No, not pre. I
Dan
don't know.
bets.
I just
Rather
felt
Zobo
like
than
I'd said
10,000.
something, you reacted, you know, it kind of threw me on.
Go to the turn
I think if I
card.
was quiet,
Ace of spades.
Ace of spades on the turn.
it would
So
have changed some things.
Dan's
but I
still with the
stayed quiet,
best of it
probably
here,
just
pairing
more.
his queen.
Good thing you talked to him.
This pot is small enough still to where Zoe's going to have to almost continuation here on all 3 streets to try to get a fold from top pair.
Let's go.
Horrible hand.
Playing some poker out there.
250.
Playing some poker.
215,000.
This should be right over half pot. I'm sure Dan's going to be able to find another call here and just reevaluate on the river.
Kind of shitty river.
Dan's been in a few tough spots early on today. Had to make some decisions.
Well, I mean, it's not like I was getting another street. I'm surprised on that.
Got to be thinking, does my opponent have an ace? Probably not in the small blind. Does my opponent have 1 diamond, possibly 2 diamonds? Probably not. Maybe 10. He's going to 6.
Yeah.
He's thinking all that. He'll
Yeah,
make the call,
thanks,
which
man.
looks like he's going to do it.
Yeah, king, queen, ace, queen.
Go to the river card.
Yeah, I'll try, man.
And the river card is the
Oh, yeah,
7
Westminster's
of
doing
hearts.
it. And the other
King,
guys,
10, 9, 8,
Vegas,
yeah.
Texas.
Dan
and
still
then-
with the best
Yeah,
of
try
his
to
queen
try.
zone. Catches a 7, pairs a 7.
Yeah.
I used to deal the overseas.
And Zoe almost has to bet.
Yeah.
I'm guessing something
All right,
around
yeah, man.
almost
Yeah.
3/4 pot to try to get Dan to fold here.
All right, weird. I'll try.
But Dan's
Give me some
also,
good
you know,
cards.
all diamond draws have missed. It's so
Yeah,
hard for
man,
Zoe to have an
definitely.
ace here.
Thank you.
Being so short.
You know, what can beat me here? Maybe the 10-6, 10-7. And Zoe's aware of that. What am I trying to represent here? Get Dan to fold.
They're both going to check.
So-
And Zoe's going to show his 7, and Dan's going to be very happy as he flips over the queen of spades. And he's going to get a pot of 830,000. So a little bit of a roller coaster early on for Dan O'Brien. He's trying to win his first HPT title and go home with $248,732. Well, Mr. Pelton, it's time for us to take a quick commercial break.
Good observation.
Thank you for having me.
I we had a lot of fun this weekend.
Right, man.
Hanging out here.
That guy to the left of me is
good.
hard.
You want to say to your
Him and then the guy at the
friends
end from
and your
Vegas,
fans
he's
out there
tough too,
watching
man.
on the live web stream.
Oh, I don't know about all my fans, but definitely want to say hi to my beautiful wife, Amanda, back home.
Yeah.
Can't wait to get back
I don't know if he went
and
up already.
just
or
ready to
what.
kind
What a
of hit it
great
harder again for the rest of the
first
year
level.
and get back home
I don't know where-
and take care of some work and try again next
Well, I'm
time.
just gonna go walk
Sounds good.
outside.
Thanks so much,
real
Jim
quick.
Pell, for stopping by, and we will be back with more exciting final table action from the Golden Gates Casino and Poker
Thank you.
Parlor.
I know you're in the 8-hole, but what, or 7, 8, but what, how many chips, well, like, where are you at in it?
I'm probably, there's 6 of us. I'm in 5th.
50.
Yeah, so.
Fucking smoke him, man.
Yeah, man. Look,
Especially in Vegas. If this place is small, I shouldn't go miss that.
Let's give our final 6 players a round of applause. Nice job, guys. 6. Started with 787 players down to our final 6. 50,000, 100,000 on the blinds. Go ahead and deal.
Yeah, probably, but I mean, still.
100,000 is our big blind.
Welcome back to the HPT. James Larson alongside Jamie Kirkstetter. Welcome to the broadcast.
Oh, thank you. Happy to be here.
Great to have you here. And you've got a couple of friends here at the final 6. Who you rooting on here?
Dan O'Brien, Cord, Ben, and Zoe.
Boy, what a you've about 4 out of the 6.
Yeah.
So that's awesome. What a great group here at this final table. All right, Dan with the real hand here, pocket jacks. Dan's had a little bit of a roller coaster ride here at today's final table. He's going to go ahead and raise it up. Going up to 400. Action over to Saad. Saad's going to make the call with his 10-9. So the jack's going up against the suited 10-9. Dan taking on Saad. And we go to the flop. And the flop is 5-4 tray. It's a rainbow.
So did Saad limp the hijack there, and Dan 4x'd it?
Yeah,
Okay.
he did, yep, and then Saad makes the call. Seen a lot of gamble in Saad early on here, seen a lot of flops. See what Dan decides to bet here. What would you bet here, Jamie, with 960 in the pot right now with pocket jacks in your first?
I'd probably bet 500 around there, protect my hand. There's a lot of bad turn cards for your hand that would kind of kill your action if you do have a pair over pair situation here.
Looks like 600,000. 600,000 and a quick fold. Talk about Dan O'Brien. You know him. You guys are friends. This guy's had a lot of success in the poker world, but he's also just a very good guy.
Yeah. Yeah, very well-rounded person. He's definitely into staying fit, athletics, healthy eating, which is kind of unique for poker players.
Right.
We tend to be a lazier crowd.
Yeah.
And yeah, he did that podcast this summer with Kate Hall.
Right.
He's been a really busy person, and I don't think he's played a ton of live poker, so this is nice to come back and make a bunch of money on your first
Absolutely.
time back.
Final table, especially one of our biggest events of the year. You know, a $1 million prize pool. We had 787 total entries in this thing. It was a 1650 main event. So yeah, Dan O'Brien definitely making a statement here at this HPT event.
It's good. You guys draw from a lot of different places for this event.
Jamie, it's crazy how this got to be our premier event. Great room, but it's not the biggest room. There's not, what do we have, 25 tables in this place? And we run 800 people through it. So it's pretty cool. And coming up here into the mountains, it's a beautiful area. I've been coming out here for 8 years, 2-3 times a year. I've been through the bad weather, the good weather, the snow.
This has been beautiful. It's been sunny every day.
Yeah, I've seen rock slides. I've seen almost avalanches, but it's just beautiful. Coming up here, action over to Andrew with Jack Trey. Battle of the blinds here, so he's going to...
Andrew moves all in.
And he just jams.
Andrew jams there in the SB with Jack Trey, and Ben
That's a
quickly
very large
makes
jam.
the call.
Is he really in for 4, or is Ben shorter? Ben must be shorter than 4 million.
Yeah, Ben is shorter,
Okay,
yes.
so it's probably
absolutely.
Okay, it's only 10 big blinds.
Yeah, so Ben here looking to double up in the lead with his ace-queen suited. Going up against Jack Trey. Those need to move up that way. And there you go. This was my job for 3.5 years.
Oh, really?
I sat out there as Jeremy with the microphone. I like this job better because I can sit. My feet got tired with our marathon final tables. So we'll see here. Benny all in. We'll see if he can catch or keep his lead here and double up. Continue his tournament. 10-8 4, couple of diamonds.
Got some backdoor draws for Andrew, but nothing to really worry about for Ben so far.
The other players obviously cheering for a player to be eliminated. Now it's the 6 of spades, so things getting thin here for Andrew. Ben in good shape to double up. A jack or a tray, otherwise Benny is going to get this pot. And it's the king of hearts, so Ben is going to get the double up. I like Ben's look. He's got the shades. He's got the beard. What's that in his shirt there? That
it looks like some kind of like it's a very fancy looking pin. I don't know if his girlfriend gave it to him or something, but
could be.
He looks pretty stylish today.
Yeah, he really fits in with this Colorado vibe out here, and you know, we were talking about it with Chan. It's just it's fun to be out here. It's cool. It's laid back, and there's just something in the air. I don't know what it is, but there's something in the air where everybody's smiling. And oh, thank you. Ben's plans for the cash, wedding, and a home. I like that.
All
so
right.
his fiancée might have gave him that that little flower there. His fiancée or finance, depending on how you spell your significant other. Benny there with the double up, keeping his tournament hopes alive. 6 players remain. James Larson, my name, alongside Jamie Kirkstetter. Talk about your poker resume. It's pretty impressive.
I've been playing for a long time. I used to be a lawyer. I got really tired of that really fast.
Yeah.
So I quit, and I've been playing professionally for about 6 years. I play a lot of online poker because I'm in New Jersey. Get to play on BorgataPoker.com. And it's, you know, it's nice to be able to win some money, go straight to the casino and cash it out.
Absolutely.
Regulated poker. I hope Colorado gets regulated poker.
Well,
at some
everybody
point.
should, Jamie. This is, we need to get back to the way it was. And
Yep. I would.
fingers
This would be a
crossed.
great place to live if they had online poker.
it'd be
It's the only thing it's missing.
Fantastic. We talked about jokingly moving our corporate headquarters out here years ago when we were independently owned, but didn't work out. Garcia here with a hand, pocket 6s. Seen a lot of small pocket pairs at today's final table. We've seen kings several times. They didn't all get to showdown. Now Zoe with ace 9 is going to quickly make the fold. Dan folds his jack 7. And we're folding all the way around. So again, so did you grow up in Jersey?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so I actually moved to Mexico for about 2 years to play online after it all got shut down. And then Jersey got regulated poker back, and I moved right back.
So what's the action like, though, in Jersey? Is there enough?
Good. It's much smaller than before Black Friday, obviously, because we're only one state. But there are more rec players because our schedule's at night, and people can come after work, play all the good tournaments. And so it does seem to be a little bit softer than internationally. So that's a good plus, even though the tournaments aren't as big.
Talk about where you were on Black Friday, where you found out, and what went through your mind. I'll tell my story after you, but I remember it like it was yesterday.
I quit my job a week before that.
Oh my gosh.
So that was kind of funny to still be going to work to like tie up loose ends and finish stuff for clients, knowing that like, you know, most of the money I was making was online and I wasn't gonna be able to do that anymore. So there was a little panic feeling. Didn't really know what to do, and I was more worried about just getting the money I had online off.
Absolutely.
And it took me 2 years.
No kidding.
Yeah, stars I got it right away, full tilt 2 years. So that was really painful, but you know, there's a lot of stuff that happened in my life after that for the better. So I got to experience some different places to live that I probably would have stayed put forever. So How about you?
I was driving to Gary, Indiana. We were doing an event at the Majestic Star Casino, and one of our owners said, check your phone and go to PokerStars.
Oh, no.
And I did on my BlackBerry, and the FBI warning came up. We're going to get to the hand here now. There's all kinds of graphics coming up
so
as I'm
Dan
talking.
raised, and it looks like Ben just shoved for 1.9. It's pretty standard. Dan will make the call, and we'll off to the races.
Off to the races here. Ace King, pocket 9s. I love pocket 9s. I'm just one of those guys that loves the 9s. I run well with the 9s. Of course, it's not my favorite hand. I like aces better than 9s, but whenever I have the 9s, I feel pretty good.
No matter how logical a person is, like everyone has their one hand that like overperformed for them, and you'll always remember and be happy when you get it.
Yeah. I mean, in some ways, I do want to see 9s sometimes more than aces, because I know I can also fold them after the flop, and if I lose with them, I don't feel so bad either. So like you said, off to the races we go, and look at that, King 8 tray. So Dan outflops Ben. We could lose another player here at this nationally televised final table. We go to the turn card.
Turn card is the Deuce of Hearts.
The Deuce of Hearts.
He's got 2 9s, and that's his only hope.
Otherwise, he's going to be eliminated. Going out in 6th place to the river we go. A huge pot, just over $4 million. The river card is the 5 of clubs, and that is going to do it for Ben. Dan O'Brien wins that pot. The crowd gives him a round of applause. And, you know, $39,103 can go a long way towards a wedding and a nice down payment on a house anywhere.
And he had a terrific summer last year, you know, winning $1 million.
Right, yeah.
So this might just all be icing on the cake for him.
So good news there for Dan O'Brien as he's stacking more chips. Wow, I actually have to leave early today, and I hope I get to see the conclusion of this, because I got a feeling when we get down to 3 players and heads up that we're going to see some of the best poker we've seen here on the HPT. We were just very lucky. I woke up to the email. I went to bed early last night and got the email, and the headline just read, "Our final table is really stacked and loaded." And I looked at Twitter and just couldn't believe the names and the chip counts and that we had here at this final table.
Because this is not representative of the fields. Like, these guys really rose to the top because
they did.
I got to play quite a few bullets, unfortunately, in this one. And there was a lot of like rec players, a lot of people who were casual, who were drinking and having fun. And these are not those guys. These guys are very serious about poker, and they study and they take it very seriously. There's not going to be any drunk play or anything. So I mean, the cream really rose to the top in this tournament.
And Jamie, I talked about it. The life of a professional poker player can be so difficult. Paying for your own travel, the hotel, the buy-ins, the makeup, the bad luck. These guys, you know, they need this money, and these bumps from 39,000 up to 50,000. That means a lot even to the group of guys that are at this final table. It means a lot to anybody. I mean, would you rather have 50 or 39? It doesn't take you know, an idiot to figure that much out. But the big top prize here, $248,732. It is huge. All right, back to the action here. Cord Garcia has just been catching cards. Now he's got another good hand here, Ace King. He's been doing a lot of the heavy lifting at this final table. Dan O'Brien's chipping in there. He just got it a lot. 3-bet to 5-6-5.
At least this FP is cool.
I'm all out.
He's all out. So, what's your biggest tournament cash?
I haven't had like that huge breakthrough score. I'm kind of Alan Kessler like with the always cashing and like putting together these small ones. I cashed for like 44K in WPT. I got 12th. A really big field versus like 800K. So I had a couple good sweats, but really like pieced together a lot of like medium scores.
Sure.
So I'm waiting for it. I'm like dying to be at a table like this with the chip lead. It looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's so hard to be in the booth, especially for a professional player watching it. But you know, I like to watch poker. I learn a lot from poker. I always tell people it's not the same. You've got to be there sitting, but to sit here and watch, and I really like to watch the mannerisms. The things that I'm trying to work on is just reading my player, the tells, things like that.
I only had one.
To have this bird's eye view. It's also fun, obviously, to have the whole cards because it makes it much easier.
I did. I commentated at WPT in Venice where we didn't have whole cards. That was kind of fun too, though.
I love it when that happens.
You're gonna make mistakes. You're gonna like make some calls where you're wrong, but it was pretty cool because you have to focus so much when you're just like speculating.
For sure. And in certain states that we go to, there's different gaming rules where we can't have the whole card. So it's kind of fun for myself and when a professional or color person is with me, and you know, I try to guess, or I try to put them on a hand too, and it's fun when you're right. You know, it's kind of like the Jack Link's wild card.
Yeah, that was fun when they used to
do that. It was.
To 210,210.
A lot of lawyers, not a lot, but I've seen several lawyers make the transition. Greg Raymer, of course, in World Series.
Selps, Kate Hall. There's a ton of us.
There
Kelly
really
Minkin. There's some people who have held on to their jobs, but like they're in poker tournaments a whole lot.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how are you doing both? Because it's a very demanding job.
Right. Yeah. So, females in poker. We've had several, I think 3 females win the HPT, and I always encourage. People always come up to me, and not just women, but how do we get into the HPT? I'm an amateur. I've never played that before. Anybody can play our events. Come on out, and if you've never played an event, whether you're a man or woman, as long as you're 21 years or older in most of our markets, come on out and give it a shot. But I always tell people, try a qualifier, try a smaller event, get your feet wet. Everybody gets a little nervous playing, their first big event. But it's great to see more women playing big tournaments.
I think this is a good entry event. Like if you haven't played an HPT before, everyone was really friendly here. Like,
absolutely.
And I'm from New Jersey, so maybe I just think everyone's friendly everywhere else.
Well, and
but,
I think you're probably right with
yeah,
that. You know?
but I think this is a very unintimidating place to start
Absolutely,
playing. And you don't have to risk a lot. You could play $100 qualifiers, right? The
Right.
160s and stuff.
Right.
So if you're worried about losing the money, this is a good place to start out, I think.
Yeah. Our original owners, the guys that started this poker tour, Greg and Todd, kind of set this up as a weekend fishing trip. You know, come on out with your buddies. You don't lose a whole lot. And back then, you didn't win a whole lot either. But now, as you see where
Just
this
win a
thing has
house.
grown. Right? Yeah, exactly. Just a new car, maybe a Tesla, a used Tesla. You could probably get for $248, $732. But good point. You know, play some of these small satellites, these qualifiers. And you know, and I've seen folks from $285 win $100,000, $285, $125 to parlay their way up, and it's fantastic. So, heads up, we go to the flop here. Pocket sevens up against the dreaded King 10. Does anybody like to play King 10? Well, you might like it
plays it
here.
okay.
King 5-4, couple of clubs. So, Cord with the best of it. Looks like he's got an IFB in his ear almost. Like it looks like he could either be on a TV broadcast or working the drive-through at Hardee's.
Yeah, or someone's in his ear being like, "Don't punt."
Right. Right. Yeah.
Because that's the only thing. Cord's style is like very aggressive. He's very tough to play against, especially at a final table with these big pay jumps.
Yeah.
He's not my favorite player to play against because he's going to put a lot of pressure on you ICM-wise to make you risk your whole stack. But, you know, that style also comes with the downside of being a little bit skewy and giving away chips sometimes when you're trying to put that much pressure on.
Cord checks as well. Both players check the turn.
Both players check. Let's go to the river card.
The river card is the 10 of diamonds.
The river card is the 10 of diamonds. So, Cord with the best of it. 3-pair. Can you play 3-pair? No.
I think they call it the Canadian Full House, right?
The Canadian Full House. I like that. I'm going to use that.
Dan is going to make a small value bet here. He will value bet
$100.
himself.
It's like 150. Those greens are the 25K chips.
Cord's going to raise to 400.
Cord's going to raise here. Someone in his ear was, Belichick was saying, go ahead and raise this up. I smell something here.
It's such a small bet and a small raise. I wonder what Dan's thinking right now.
Dan, I've noticed, I haven't watched Dan play a lot of poker, but he takes his time on every decision. Doesn't abuse it by any means, but he's had a lot of tough decisions. He's been involved in a lot of pots today, and you weren't here earlier, but you know, he's good folder by Dan, but he's had to take some time on his decisions.
He had a crazy day yesterday too. Yeah, because he's one of my good friends. I was sweating the blog, and they do a lot of updates. That's a good blog, but he had 300K, 600K. I'm like, oh, I'll go sweat. He'll probably get out, you know, with 2 tables left. I'm like, I'll walk over and sweat. I come over, he's 3 million chips. And he said he hovered with between 300 and 600K for like 4 hours yesterday, and then just got aces like 10 times at the end of the night.
Wow. I have to thank Dan. He filled in for me when I was the sideline person here. It was about this time a couple years ago. And we actually gave him a microphone and let him talk in it for 5 or 6 hours. He did a great job, too. It was one of the longest final tables I remember. I was out that whole day, and then I came back, and I remember at midnight, 1 o'clock, I click on the stream, and these poor guys are still going at it.
Jeez.
Cord Garcia has just been getting hit with
he's had a lot of pairs.
He's had a lot of pairs. Kings, 10s, jacks. It's going to raise to 230. Zoe folds, as does Dan. Now action over to Saad with ace-5. Saad's looking to get involved here. He's going to make the call. Heads up to the flop.
What kind of background does he have? I played with him a little bit yesterday. Super nice guy.
Flop is 10, 7, 6, rainbow. Cord's 10, still in the lead. Saad's 31 years old. Total career winnings, $5,000.
So I would say, like yesterday, he didn't have like that super overconfident feeling toward him, but like he played well. You can see now just the hyper focus and like you can feel his nerves.
5 of hearts there on the turn. This could be bad news here for Saad. We'll see how he plays it. Look at the stare down. Well, he kind of started to stare him down, and I think he looked into the eyes of Cord.
Then he remembered he had bottom pair, and he's like, all right, all right.
This is the Cord Garcia, the guy who won this a year ago, the guy who won the Colossus. How many people were in that Colossus? Like 28,000 when he won it?
22K last year, I think.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Yeah, quite a few.
Tough call for Saad here, though, because
This is tough because you know you're in a bad spot here. You're against an aggressive player. You're out of position versus them. So when you make this call, you're probably going to get fired on again in the river, and you're probably going to have to make another call. So it's a marginal call. It's going to lead to probably another marginal call.
Right.
I don't love the situation, but it's definitely not an easy decision.
it's not 6 of spades onto the river. I always tell folks it's so much easier for us here with the whole cards, but 2 pair,
but it's so much more profitable for them.
Absolutely, right. And Saad's got to be thinking, yeah, Cord's been running well. However, he's been playing a lot of pots too. And he makes this bet, almost kind of throws out a bunch of chips that could almost look like a bluff, and maybe Saad will pay him off here. It'll be pretty much, how big of a bet is that?
600. 745.
And the whites are 100Ks, just FYI. The greens are 25s, the reds are 5.
So it's called.
And he makes the
Yes,
call.
oh, wow.
He does make the call. I've been seeing this a lot from Saad. Saad will call off half his stack, and he's not going to like the outcome.
Saad's gonna fold.
Good sizing by Cord. I thought that was a little ambitious because it just hurts Saad's stack so much. You have to call off the bet that big, so I thought it might have been a little ambitious, a little greedy. But I mean, Cord knows his opponent better than I do. We've been playing together a lot longer.
That's what I said earlier.
One, I think, you know, the 5K in total career winnings, you're starting to see. I'm not picking on Saad by
No,
any
I mean,
means,
it's still
but
a tough decision
it
either
is a
way.
tough decision,
Because
yeah.
Cord is very capable of running huge bluffs.
Absolutely, and he's been involved in a lot of hands, and just kind of the way he threw those chips out there. I like the way he did that, and I don't know if he did that on purpose, but it worked, whatever he did, so we have to give credit to Cord Garcia. What kind of guy is Cord to hang out with? I just got done calling his final table up in the studios in St. Louis, so I spent a day and a half with him, but not with him, and just seemed like a fun guy to be around.
Yeah, I've never actually like gone out partying before. We just have like a ton of friends in common, and I know he's a reputation for just being a really nice guy. But yeah, I don't know what kind of. I wonder if he drinks like he plays poker. He's just a wild animal.
This guy's bumping some Bun B over there.
All right, the action continues. James Larson, my name, alongside Jamie Kirkstetter. So nice to have you in the booth with us.
Oh, it's nice to be here.
Always a lot of fun to have new poker professionals with me. All right, Zoe finally with a little better hand here. He hasn't had much to really get involved with. Ace-9 of diamonds. Is there a big difference between 9-handed and now 6-handed as far as?
Difference.
That's what I thought, of a range of
You can't
of
really
cards.
wait around. Like when you're
Right.
9-handed, you can wait around, and there's like a lot of middle stacks that are waiting for short stacks to bust. They've moved up the pay jumps a lot already, and there's nothing to wait for now. Now you're just like going for the win. So you're gonna see a lot more aggressive play. I'd expect more 3-betting, quality of hands in order to open and to 3-bet go down a lot from 9-handed to 6-handed. So it makes for a lot more interesting decisions. You're not just seeing people wait for like 10s plus to play.
Right.
The D-Gen phone?
So Jamie, the World Series of Poker, I want to say, if my math is right, is about 99
Get old.
days
Actually,
away.
that's
You're counting down already.
Yeah, well, I actually, Kenneth James, my broadcast partner, I believe, had it on Facebook the other day. Yesterday, I had 100 days over there. So
I got to play with Kenna this summer. He is awesome.
he is great.
He's such a nice guy.
Yeah.
Our table is just so much fun, and we were already deep in the tournament where most
Yeah.
people get very serious. And he just is like talkative, joking around. It was really
Yeah.
a good time.
really turned into just one of my best friends in life, and being able to work with somebody like that. And he's so smart. He's almost too smart for his own good. He starts talking, and then he goes into this other hemisphere, and he's talking
Kind of
about
like
this.
Phil Locke. He had like
yeah.
a little bit reminding me of Phil Locke, where like he's
Yeah.
entertaining everyone, and then sometimes he goes on a tangent, and you're like, where did that come from?
They're shuffling the next hand. It's like, all right, Kenna, we got to get back to the action here. All right, so some big cards here. We got Andrew with the Ace-Jack, Dan with the Queen-Jack. And Dan decides to raise with that Queen-Jack. Zoe's going to look down at Queen-Deuce. So heads up, Dan and Andrew.
And it's a very tight just call, especially because Andrew is one of the shorter stacks, so you don't have a whole lot to lose here. Like, you really should be going for it.
And the flop is King, 6 tray, couple of diamonds.
And you run into a little bit of a problem when people see if this is like a 30-minute delay, like it usually would be,
Right.
and they're getting information. When you don't 3-bet hands this strong, you really polarize your 3-bet range.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to 3-bet hands like this and take control, so that when you 3-bet next time, you might have aces, ace jack, or like complete garbage. Now I would think he's only 3-betting aces, kings, and complete garbage.
Such a great point. And Dan's going to take down that pot.
Dan gets away with one. He should have been 3-bet punished.
So how many years have you been playing poker professionally?
6, I think, professionally, yeah. And I was playing a lot for fun before that. Played a lot in law school, ironically. When you have no time to do anything but study, I was always finding time to play with friends.
So Rounders had to be a big inspiration
Oh my God,
for you.
I still
not
love
just
that movie.
all of us, of course,
Yep.
but then to find someone who went through law school and hopefully you never had to go to the dean or your teacher and borrow
No.
$30,000. You know what I wonder about that movie? How did he take a two-party $30,000 check into a rapid check cashing place in downtown New York City? Because I think that would be pretty hard to
That's
do.
your only problem with this story, not the hand histories.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Where it's like there's 800 in the pot, he's like
Yeah.
10,000.
Yeah, right, I know, exactly.
I got to meet Brian Koppelman, who wrote
Oh,
Rounders.
wow.
He played a charity event that I was at, and he's awesome. And it was just funny because we can kind of rag him on like the hand histories, because everything else in the movie is brilliant.
I know.
The dialogue and everything, but I'm just like, you couldn't talk to one poker player.
I know. So do you think the movie stands up to the test of time?
I love that movie.
Yeah,
I
I
think
do
it's
as
terrific. If it's on TV, no matter what point in the movie it's in, I'll watch the rest.
Yeah, it's so good. And it's funny, I had a friend just like Matt Damon's growing up, actually not even that long ago, 10, 12 years ago, was always getting me in trouble. And every time I'd show up at a game, guys would be like, why'd you bring him with? Why'd you have to bring your buddy with? And so that kind of hit home.
Everyone needs a worm in their life.
They do. They absolutely do. Really, everybody has lived that kind of life. Maybe not the underground clubs. Maybe you did.
I did.
Growing up,
New
where
York
you did.
City,
Yeah,
yep.
New York and New Jersey. Yeah. You've got to be pretty tough coming from New Jersey.
I think so. I'm hard to offend. I'm not
Yeah.
tough. I'm not like mean or anything like that. But I think it takes a lot to offend me. Like I can do commentary and read the Twitch chat and not cry myself to sleep.
Doesn't bother me.
So.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me. In fact, I always, with the haters, I always just try to throw it back. Like, James, you've been doing this 10 years. You haven't got any better. It's like, I'm a slow learner. I'm sorry. And then it almost shuts them down. I've even had these guys come back and apologize to me.
Yeah.
But the last thing I ever do is get on there and go crazy just because it just doesn't work. And I love social media. I love that everybody has a voice.
Yeah,
There's-
and I do enough needling where I can't really get offended when I get it back.
Right. Yeah, you're a good, tell everybody how to find you on Twitter.
I'm at Jamie Kerstetter on Twitter. It's like my favorite thing to do.
Yeah, sit around and tweet.
Twitter's great.
You're probably of the younger generation where Facebook's not as cool.
Oh no way! I'm 34. I'm like in the middle somewhere.
Yeah.
We still have Facebook, but Facebook's like babies are us now. You know?
I know, really it is. That's so true. It's babies are us. I'm 40 years old and baby less, so it's like my stuff is usually work related and the fun travels that we get to do, because that's probably the best part of my job is just the great cities we get to go to and the people. And I've said this before. I mentioned Kenna, but a lot of my best friends have come through the poker world, and that's
really interesting people. People who choose to do this for a living in any way, like even blogging, commentating, are usually pretty interesting because it's a tough uphill battle to get into poker and find a way to make money doing it.
For all of us.
So you're not going to get people who just are on a straight and narrow path where people tell them what
Right.
to do and they
Yeah.
become successful.
Unless you're a lawyer that.
Yeah, I left. I could have been making a lot more money, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Poker has not been a huge. It's not like I have a mansion or something.
Oh, right.
So lawyering would have netted me more money, but this is a cooler life.
It
I just
sure is.
Pick up and go to Colorado because I feel like it.
Right,
It's cool.
right. I just got off a 7-day cruise.
Yeah.
That's that's the fun part of the job. What's the thing you like least about poker besides the variance and besides losing? What do you like least about just the sport?
It's a really good question. It's tough to think about now because I'm in a good mood. I'm in a place I like, and
Right.
my friends are doing well. The variance is always going to be the thing that kills me the most because you can get a lot better and have worse results. So that's an obvious one.
Yeah.
I think maybe having too much free time, you don't value it as much. I used to be like, oh my god, I can't wait for the weekend, and you'd make 15 different plans for one day.
Right.
Now I'm I kind of chill out a little too much. I don't think that having no structure, you don't value your free time as much.
Sure. Yeah.
But I can't think of anything really bad.
Yeah. No. And as I asked you that question, for me, it's just the travel after a while gets, for us, it gets a little tough.
Oh,
the,
yeah,
the
I get
long hours.
homesick for my dog. That's,
yeah,
that
I have
has
a cat,
to be the worst
so I
thing.
get, I'm a dog guy, but I recently acquired a cat. We'll
How'd you
say
do
it that way. It was through a relationship, a good relationship, but it was like she had a cat, and then we got a cat, and the cat didn't work out with the other cat, and I knew it wasn't going to, so 2 separate houses. Now I have a cat at my house. She has a cat at her house. So, but yeah, I love all animals, and work with a lot of charities back home, and like animal shelters and things like that. I used to do
That's a
that.
huge passion for me. And like, I convinced my boyfriend to not get a Pomsky because I was like, you'll go to 3 shelters. If you turn down every single dog you see there, you can get your fancy dog.
Right.
We went to the first one, the first puppy, scooped him.
Bam, yeah, that's what I did too. And anyway, back to the poker here.
Sorry, yeah.
Because the haters will really get on me. I've had a cat lover on here before. I apologize in advance. All right, Zoe's going to raise a $215,000 with his pocket deuces. Now Dan with a hand here, ace jack. No 3-bet. He's going to make the call.
This has been a very 3-bet light table. There's not 3-betting light, which is interesting. And I'm wondering if they're just waiting out Saad's stack right now before they want to clash on 2 of the bigger stacks.
Andrew's been a little crazy in certain situations at this final table. He's going to make the call here. As you can see, very short stack there by Saad, so he's got to think about getting his chips in.
Totally makes sense. Like if I'm Dan, I'm not 3-betting Zoe light at all. The biggest nightmare for them is to have those 2 heads up in a massive pot, and they just give away like 50K in equity.
Exactly. All right, so 3-way here.
Wow.
Look at that flop. Hello.
It's nice to be Andrew right now.
Hello. 2 8s and a 4. The only thing that would have made that better is 2 8s and a deuce for Andrew. And then it's just the uncomfortable silence as we wait for.
This is a tough decision for Zoe, actually. I think if I'm him, I'm probably stabbing at it. Knowing that Dan's not really going to tangle with him too much, and that like Andrew really has to flop really, really well to get it in with Saad being so short.
Over to Dan.
So check over to Dan. I just hate playing deuces because I play them wrong. I wake up with them and it's like, okay, I guess I got to make the call here or limp or try to. Even when I flop a set, I don't feel very good with them. It's just I've never ran well with the deuces.
They're not exactly pocket 9s, you know?
Right, yeah, exactly.
Okay,
so I want your expert analysis now. The bet is 300. If you're Andrew with the 3 of a kind here, what do you come back and do? Do you flat this?
I just flat. I mean, you want to keep bluffs in Dan O'Brien's range. If you raise, you're really eliminating all bluffs. You're limiting the chance for Zoe to do something crazy also if you raise. So if you flat here and Zoe thinks that Dan is just like trying to steal the pot, Zoe might put in a raise. You never know. Zoe's also never going to fold an overpair to this board unless you 3-bet this.
Right.
So,
yeah, good point.
so yeah, I think a flat is better here, even though you are at risk of spades coming. I just wouldn't worry about it. You have to get some value out of your hand. You flop huge.
Yep. Turn card now is the 10 of spades. As you see, Dan does have the ace of spades in his hand. He'll be first. But of course, if the spades, he does have all those spades. I was going to say something, but I'm not going to say it because I was going to say something stupid. So I won't do that. So action on Dan.
So your one's dipped out.
I was going to say if the ace of spades. But the ace
he
of
has
spades.
it, yeah.
Yeah, so I didn't want to like say that out loud, but I'm going to do it.
I'll text you.
All right, so action 2.
I'll text you.
475,475.
Now this might be the time a player would raise here. What would you do in this situation?
I would just flat again because now all of a sudden, like your hand, if you raise, you're only getting it in versus a hand that beats you.
That beats you. Yeah, the old
so you may as well
there.
let him keep bluffing you if he's bluffing. Yeah, you're exposed to a spade river.
Yeah.
But it's just the risk you have to take to continue to get value out of your hand. Dan also is perfectly, sorry about that, capable of having absolutely nothing here, and you might be, you might have him drawing completely dead.
You got the fish on the hook. Let's keep him there.
I also like Dan sizing here a lot because when Andrew has a hand even this good, it makes it hard for him to do anything except for call. Dan bet about a third of the pot. He still has control of the hand by not checking, and he's giving himself a very cheap price to possibly peel a spade on the river. And when Andrew raises here, it's a very, very easy fold.
And Andrew's going to make the call.
So the call is made.
475,000 and a call.
We go to the river card.
And still heads up here. Let's see the river card. River card is the 6 of hearts.
And it's the 6 of hearts, so the check mark goes to Andrew. This is always so
Kind
hard
of
to
an
make
interesting
that.
decision for Dan, because
Yeah.
at this point, when you've been called twice, what do you think your opponent has? Like, do you think your opponent has something that will possibly fold? A flush got there on the turn. Do you really think Andrew is hanging on with a 4? Probably not. So he probably has a hand he's not going to fold. So this bluff has to be massive, which we know most likely won't work. He probably has to put Andrew all in right now, which actually he only has 1.4 million. And I'm wondering when Dan got the turn if he was setting up a river shove regardless of the river.
And checks over to Andrew.
Dan checks. Action's on Andrew here with the best of it, 3/8.
All in.
Andrew announces all in.
And all in, and that'll be
And Andrew's going to take on
a quick fold by Dan. So a big pot going over to Andrew.
I wonder if Dan will be upset about his decision about the turn. I liked it because it seemed very low risk, high reward.
Thank you.
If Andrew had stuck around with like an under pair to the 8s, maybe he had ace-4 suited and he had a 4, I think that the turn bet would have gotten rid of Andrew. He obviously flopped very well and he wasn't going to fold. But I think the small turn bet was pretty smart. I think you really could have taken down the pot with just a 1/3 pot size bet.
We're seeing some great poker here at the Golden Gates Casino and Poker Parlor in downtown Blackhawk, Colorado, just 50 minutes from the Denver airport. James Larson alongside Jamie Kirkstetter. So you're heading to Vegas. What takes you to Vegas tonight?
There's the WSOP circuit, and I have a few points from just going to one of the stops, so I was going to try to chase that national championship seat. I'm going to only the fun places, though. I'm not willing to go to Iowa and like all the places that I did the other times that I got
The other
it.
circuit, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so some action cards here already. Dan with ace queen.
Over to Andrew.
These have been huge hand matchups for shorthanded.
Absolutely. Looks like somebody's starting to do the wave or the
The Angels in the outfield.
The Angels in the outfield back there. Good to see our studio audience just packed in there today.
Gonna fold over to court now in the small blind.
Cord now with King 9 suited. That might be enough for him to possibly make a call here.
And court's gonna make the call as well.
He's
Over
gonna
to
do
the big
that.
blind. 250 is the current bet.
Yeah, and I don't think there'll be any aggressive 3-betting at all until we lose our short stack.
Yeah.
And then I think it'll probably get a lot more
We're
fun.
down 3 players to the flop.
And Saad's making some like, I mean, he hasn't really had a hand, but if I'm him, I'm loving this. I'm like, let's have 3-way action all day and let me try to ladder off a big hand matchup.
Absolutely.
There's 10 of hearts, jack of clubs, 3 of spades.
All right, the flop is Jack, 10 tray.
Over to Dan.
Cord checks over to Dan.
A little bit of something for everyone here,
Yeah,
but Andrew's got
absolutely.
way the best of it right now.
Andrew flops the set. Dan with the Broadway draw here and the ace high.
It's been a good 5 minutes for Andrew.
Yeah, it sure has.
Dan's gonna bet.
So Dan's gonna bet. Got a feeling he's not going to put Andrew on his Christmas card list this year, but we'll see if he can turn that around and try to catch a card to go ahead in the hand. Cord with a gutter ball as well.
And the backdoor clubs makes this
Backdoor clubs,
very
yeah.
tempting to peel.
Okay, but what does Andrew do here?
It's funny, Dan's sizing has been very small. He's leaving the door open for his opponents to do whatever they want.
Right.
You know, he's not really betting big enough for, I kind of like a raise here just because they're 3-handed. It's different than being heads up. You are so open to a lot of bad turn cards.
So we get rid of the clubs. Court folds his hand.
And with Dan being the pre-flop raiser, there's always the chance he has a really good hand.
Right.
So if he has an overpair to the board, start building the pot now.
A very good 5 minutes indeed for Andrew. I want to thank all the dealers and the floor staff. Professionals out here. They do a good job. This is an event we don't bring in a whole lot of dealers to. They've got the staff here. Great poker up here in the mountains. You know, I mean, we've got all these casinos, but that's the thing that surprised me with the games that are spread at the Ameristar and what they have.
Oh, that room
here.
was packed.
Oh my gosh.
There were 4 or 5 30-60 games limit going.
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, the 2-5 game. I was over there last night. That was running. So out here in Colorado, if you've never been here before, there's a $100 max bet is how this works, whether you're playing blackjack or craps or even poker for that matter. So $100, of course, you got your raises in there, but the 30-60 game plays huge over at the.
The 2-5 game was bigger too. You'd think it would be smaller, but it's like the fact that you can only bet 100. People were just betting 100.
Right, yeah,
I'm like, the pot only has $70 in it. They're like 100.
100. I got
so
into
it was actually worth playing. I thought it was going to be small, and it was pretty fun.
I got into a beer game a couple nights ago, and Chan Pelton came over and just made it 100 to go every streak, which was kind of fun. I just sat back. I'd already made my money, and I woke up with jacks one time, and I said, all right, I'll call you down, and won that. And then I just kind of stayed out of the way until he cashed out and went to the cage. He has more money than I do, so I let him splash it around and wait for one good one and then get out.
350,000 is the current bet.
So Zoe just limps the small blind with Queen Jack of clubs. I'm assuming he did this because he wanted to play this hand no matter what. If he raises into Dan O'Brien and Dan has a hand as good as this one, Zoe might be 3-bet out of the pot.
See you guys.
Some people, some pros, it's kind of been the trend in the last year or two to limp 100% of the hands they're playing from the small. So just to eliminate any reads their opponents could possibly get for what your hand strength is.
Ace-King going up against Queen-Jack. We go to the flop. It's Queen-8-7, so Zoe gets the best of it. Small blind, big blind. Does Dan always take this long for the decisions? I'm not saying he's taking too much time.
I haven't played, like, I've only played with him maybe 3 or 4 times, so I'm not sure. I'm assuming he's taking longer and being more deliberate because this is just, there's a lot of money on the line. Every decision is worth thousands of dollars.
Absolutely.
So he does end up getting lucky, unlucky and then lucky.
Right.
And I'm assuming we're going to see some chips flying here because blind versus blind, people just aren't folding second pair.
Yeah.
400,000 is the current bet.
Plus, Zoe knows that Dan knows that this is a great turn card for him. So whether Dan actually has a king or not, it's great for his range.
Zoe knows. We can get some
yes,
T-shirts.
Zoe
made
knows.
That
would be a good
Zoe
T-shirt.
knows. This episode will be broadcast probably 3 to 4 months from now. We'll chop up all the good hands, some of the bad ones, and put it all together in 2 44-minute shows. That's the fun part about the stream. You can have it at 10 hours, but unfortunately with TV requirements, we got to cut things down. River card we go. It's the 6 of clubs. So Dan gets the check mark. The Ace-King. Zoe hasn't had the best luck at today's final table. Zoe's going to check.
So with Zoe having 2.6 million left, I feel like I would value bet somewhere around 900K here. I think I'm going to get called by any queen, possibly hands like ace-8, all worse kings. I just don't want to size so huge that Zoe finds a fold here somehow.
Dan's gonna bet.
Dan's going to make
pretty
a bet.
small. Is that 525? 6? I know.
725,000.
725.
725.
Action over to Zoe. A little quieter now than what he was when we started play today.
This money's getting real.
Yeah, absolutely. Been playing for about 2 hours now. Look at Dan just stare him down.
7 1/4.
And this sizing is like screams value bet. But, I mean, a good player is going to size their bluff that size too then. And put Zoe in a tough spot. So.
Yeah, and I think Zoe's a little frustrated too. So will that make him, make a bad decision here? Can he get away with this thing?
And it's so close. It's only bad because we see what's happening.
I know, of
because
course.
it's like blind versus blind. This would be actually like a hero fold if he finds a fold here. He just got pretty unlucky. With the ICM pressure that Zoe should be feeling too, if he limps so small, I'm raising a wide variety of hands if I'm Dan in this spot. With Saad having like 1.1 million left, you want to put as much pressure on the medium stacks as possible if you're Dan. So Zoe could be, he's thinking through this, but he has the best hand here a lot of the time, just not this time. If he makes his fold, I'm going to go with the whole brown magic thing. Remember they used to wear those shirts and have the hashtag?
Yeah.
It would be a brown magic fold. It would be a really good fold.
Saw some stuff on Twitter with that as well last night. One of our producers says you're going to be have your hands full here with the 1 seat.
No, he's behaving.
Yeah, he is behaving. And I love seeing guys like him at the final table, and he is going to fold.
He makes a really good fold.
That one, I have a feeling, will make the TV show. I have a feeling that one will be on TV. So Jamie Kirkstetter joins us here in the studio. We're kind of in a back room here at the Golden Gates Casino and Poker Parlor. So talk about first place money, $248,732. What would a score like that mean to you? And what do you do with that kind of money? Do you save it for the bankroll? What do you do?
I think, I've been playing a long time, and if I had won money like that 10 years ago, I'd be like, where are we going on vacation?
Right.
Like, who wants to take a cruise? But now, I think I'd put a lot of it towards the bankroll, obviously save money for taxes, and do all the boring stuff you do when you're playing for a living.
Right. Yeah, there's so much to it, and Chan and I were talking about it, and it's got to be tough, obviously, when you're running bad, and luck's not going your way.
Exactly. You put that away for the times that you're not going to run like this.
Right. And you mentioned taxes, so important to remember that. I've had so many players, and we've all heard these stories where they have a huge score, a couple $100,000, use the money for whatever, maybe buy a house, pay some bills, give some to your parents or your
And all of a sudden your bankroll's gone when you come to taxes.
Right, and then you've got kind of a 20 or a 30%, depending on how many write-offs you have. That can be $40,000, $50,000, $60,000. So, and that IRS thing, it just kind of, it always stays with you. No easy way to get rid of the old IRS. It's one of those acronyms you just want to stay far from. You got to hire a good lawyer, I guess, is what you got to do, and they can't really do a lot easier.
Oh, that's my favorite thing when people ask me all these questions, the lawyer questions. I'm like, I used to do trust and estates. I can write your will and nothing else.
It's like Greg Raymer. Oh, he's a lawyer. Well, he was a patent attorney. Is what he did.
So if you have any great ideas, he can help you with that. But I think people hear lawyer and they think you know everything about the law. And I'm like, nah, it's very specialized.
Could you imagine if Alan Kessler was a lawyer? Alan out there arguing on your behalf. I think certain prosecutors would just say, you know what, guys?
Just let him free. I can't deal with this dude.
I can't deal with this guy anymore. Let's plea bargain this. Whatever you guys want to do, we're in.
Kessler is always fighting the good fight, though. He really is.
He is.
For the times that I'm like, Alan, you're being so annoying, he's also making sure Rake doesn't get out of control. He's making sure the hotels run everything smoothly. He's a pain for people who are in the service industry.
Right.
But for me, I'm like, he's always fighting for us.
Absolutely, and it's fun to give him a hard time, but he's a good friend of ours. All right, so we've got some action
Zoe is
here.
getting coolered right now.
Absolutely. Ace, king, the raise to... Oh, and Zoe did go all in, as I was talking about Alan. And look at this. Saad's going to get all his in the middle.
So he's got to fold this hand. Okay.
Oh, wow, he does
He
fold
has
it.
to. It's just an ICM thing. What's the pay jumps at right now? He makes an extra...
We go from 39 to 50.
He makes it 11K if he just stays out of the fray right now.
I'm glad you brought up that ICM. That's so important. And look at this. Zoe is all in for his tournament life. Ran the ace queen into the buzzsaw, and it's a cooler. It's a cooler.
Definitely a cooler. Neither of these guys are folding, especially to each other. I mean, they would each get it in way worse than this. This is just very unfortunate.
I never like to think about the hands that would have been folded. Saad made a good fold there, but I'm just going to keep a little mental note up here that he did have 2 5s as we go to this flop.
Is that risk? Let's see.
Garcia trying to knock out yet another player here at this final table.
Yeah, he's been a wrecking ball so far.
He's doing a lot of heavy lifting on his own. The flop is jack, 6, tray, it's a rainbow. So
and
far,
Saad right now is going ace, king, queen.
Right, yeah,
Please
exactly.
put something out there.
All right, let's do the turn card.
All right, we go to the turn card. And the turn card is the 8 of clubs. So yeah, let's get a camera on Saad here for his $11,000 increase here. We go to the river, 1 card to go. We've seen crazier things like than this on the HPT. Can he catch a queen? It's the 7 of spades, and that is going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. A tough ending for Zoe as he's eliminated, as he shakes the hands of his
He
opponents.
played really well. That was a really impressive fold to me, the blind versus blind. For such a small value bet, he made a really disciplined fold.
I mean,
He
that
didn't
would
get
have been
before,
more
unfortunately.
but I'm still walking.
His face coolered off like 1 hand later. Come on,
I mean,
guys.
come on. Yeah, come on. So $39,103 is the amount that he's going home with. And look at Cord Garcia. How amazing is this going to be? 5 players left. If Cord comes back and wins,
Yeah, how do you do it?
How do you-
And
how
I
do you
gotta
do
talk
it?
to him. I'm like, how do you do it once, and let alone twice?
How do you
and
do
win
it?
Colossus? It's
I mean,
crazy.
it really
I
is
know,
to get
man.
through
From the
787
8s to the
first, just to
5s.
get here to where he is
won them
with
all,
5
too, if he
players
just hit the
remaining.
call button.
It's unbelievable. And I guess
I like
give
King
credit
The
where
aggression
credit is
pays
due.
off. He's definitely running well. There's no question about that. But like that doesn't discount like how
No,
aggressive
it
he
sure
is
doesn't.
and the positions he puts people in.
Yeah, and nobody's ever going to discount Cord Garcia. He's got a reputation and a resume, but unbelievable. I was a part of Greg Raymer's 4 championships that he did on the HPT, and I've never seen anything like that in my life. I was there for every single one of them, and
luck
that's
out
an
west.
amazing thing to enter 4 tournaments in a year within the span of 7-8 months. I forget what it was exactly, and win 4 of them. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
it is
kind of
amazing.
ridiculous. is
Yeah.
what it is. And I've had people say, "Well, he bought in for X." Well, you could
It's
give
like
me unlimited
still, a lot of
buy-ins.
people do that and
Yeah.
don't have success like
Yeah.
that. I've had runs like that online, but never live. And I was
Yeah.
like, man, this must be fun live because it's like so extended. Like if you have a great month
Right.
online, you're like, that could have been 2 years of
I
live poker
know,
where you're just
so
walking
true.
on water. Every time you put chips in, they give you more chips.
So true. All right, and Saad just hanging on there. He's going to fold.
Of course, like I run so bad. Shows on 3.
You know what I mean?
I'm not good enough to let a hand out of position versus you, bro.
Yeah.
All right, so 5 players remain right now. Just
think they're in a good
51,000 for 5th place. 69,760 for 4th. 3rd place, almost 101,000. 2nd, 154. And almost 249 for 1st.
Every time it's my big blind you raise, and I'm thinking there's no way.
Here on the
you can have a
HPT,
hand.
we don't technically
show
allow
it every
chops.
time,
Now, what
yeah.
players do on their own is up to the players. But we have a TV show here. We have the integrity of it. We have to, no matter what, we have to lay this thing down. We brought a crew out here from Detroit and all parts of the country. We got guys from the East Coast, the West Coast. So, how do you feel about the chops when it gets down to, say, 3 players and you're looking at money like this?
I think when you're looking at similarly skilled players, in tournaments where the structure isn't great, chops make a lot of sense.
Sure.
You just want to, if you're a professional player, like variance is your enemy. If you're a really good player, you're not trying to up variance. You're trying to just like get whatever your ROI should be.
Right.
This, like, they're relatively deep right now. They're actually very deep, Cord and Dan. And I don't know. I don't know if they're friendly. They're both very good players, so like that might lead to a chop if they end up getting heads up.
Yeah.
But I think there won't be any chop talk until they get rid of Saad. And I don't know. I'm in favor of it. I'm in favor of being on the table because, look, these are adults who can consent to chopping, and if they think it's good for them, they do it, and if not, they don't. So it's like,
Yeah.
what could be bad about it?
Yeah, and then play it off, because we've got the bracelet, and
You still want to win a title.
You still want to
like,
win a title.
These people
yeah.
are competitive. Like I'm super competitive. Like taking home a trophy is always fun.
Sure.
So what is it's a bracelet here,
It's
right?
a bracelet,
Yeah,
and it's a
that's
pretty cool bracelet. Now we got the all-in here.
Snap,
But,
super happy all.
Yeah, and what's he got? Oh, pocket sevens. I got to be quiet because we're not too far. Oh my gosh, you talk about a buzz
This is
saw.
his like 5th aces of the
Wow.
last like 15 hours or so.
Happened to me playing cash the other night. I got him 5 times in the
That's
span
awesome.
of an hour and a half. Wow. Did he really ask for a call?
For a count. He's trying to induce action from Andrew.
Of course.
He's like, "Ugh, just aces.
What do I do?
Let's see let's see if there's any Hollywooding going on.
I know, right? I like the way Dan plays. I like it a lot. I like to watch him play.
Probably about 5.
And he's one of those guys at the table. You're never going to hate him, even when he's beating you.
He's very friendly at the table.
Well, but he's just a likable guy. Even if he's not talking, that just looks like a likable guy.
Yeah.
And he is a likable guy.
Yeah, there's room for being very serious and competitive and not being a jerk.
Absolutely. All right, so Andrew's going to fold, and
So I was like, ah.
Saad thought, what, my luck, I got pocket pair here, I'm all in, I'm going to double up, and he's still got a chance.
He laddered like a champ. You really stayed out of the fray until he made a bunch of money.
Yeah.
Plus, in short stack, that's all you can do sometimes. Like, you're not getting dealt the cards, you just wait out other people.
And to a guy with $5,000 in total career earnings, I mean, come on, give him
well played.
a medal, man. He's going to walk away here not feeling bad at all. And he's going out on his terms. He's not out yet, though. Let's go to the flop.
Oh, yeah, we're just like we've never seen an 80-20 go wrong, right?
I know. It's like we're almost like going to the cage to get the 5th place money for him. I got a feeling.
Well, we're going to need a lot of spades.
Yes. I was going to say I have a feeling we might see a 7
there's a light. There's
might
a
not
little bit
matter
of
at this
light.
point.
Another
Ace
spade.
Queen for the set for Dan. He needs a spade.
Current card is the
It's the 10 of diamonds. So that is going to do it, ladies and
Well
gentlemen.
played. Huge score.
Oh, and look at that.
Oh, and see, that's the only thing he did wrong the whole tournament was waste to get there.
Yeah, right. The 7 of clubs comes on the river, but you know what? Not for nothing. He's got to be a happy camper going home with 5th place money, almost $51,000. So essentially, he went over his total career winnings by $46,000. Can you work out the percentage on that? What would that be percentage-wise? 5,000 and now.
What, do you get 90% more earnings before or something?
Is that what that would be? Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. All right,
That's
so
great.
you can see the chip counts there. Dan, Cord, and Andrew. This, ladies and gentlemen, I am so upset that I have to leave to go to the airport, but we have Nick just waiting in the wings. He's been taking notes, salivating over there to get on the microphone, and he's going to be able – I would have – 4th what? He got 4th place.
Yeah, we're down to 3-handed.
I apologize.
So yeah, it's okay. Saad made an extra almost $20,000 by just chilling. I mean, that's awesome. That's why you can go out with a smile on your face even when you run into aces.
Yeah, so sorry about that, guys. I gave you the wrong information. My bad. Nick was over there going like this. I should have listened to him when he was putting the 4 up 4th place. I'll tell you, Jamie, what's been happening is we're losing players so fast here. This doesn't happen on the HPT, and it never happens in Colorado.
But you know what's great about that? If you're, I'm not sure how much experience Andrew has, but if you're Dan and Cord, the faster you bust people and the faster those chips get redistributed to your stacks, the deeper you are. And if you're the best player, you've got a big advantage when you can get deeper and deeper. A lot of times I've commentated WPTs where the shorty keeps doubling and doubling and doubling. All of a sudden you're like 30 big blinds deep, and a lot of your opportunity to lean on the middle stacks, or it goes away. Here, I mean, they have tons of play. They can, they can get in like 6 bets pre if they want to.
It's unbelievable. Here at 4:44 Mountain Time, we started this final table at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and we are down to our final 3 players.
Yeah, I mean, the snowboarding must be really good. These guys cannot wait to leave this final table.
Apparently. And you told us that Dan was snowboarding yesterday, but I heard another story. I think he was actually hanging out at the Ameristar playing the 30-60 game.
He bagged chips, and I think he played after that, and he played the next day there. I was like, geez, man, take a break.
And I think from what it sounds like, he wished he would have been snowboarding instead of, but that's none of my business, and we shouldn't be talking about it on the stream.
I think he'll probably still be ahead for the trip. That's just my guess.
And when he wins this, I don't think he's going to text me and say, James, what were you doing talking about that? I think he'll be just happy. Come on, play the 7 deuce. Come on, make a big raise with the 7 deuce. Isn't there some kind of prop we have out there? $100 for everybody if it wins. The King Queen, Jamie, a hand that's played a lot here on the HPT. I'm not going to talk about it 3-handed, but what do you think of the King Queen when it is a full table, and is it a hand you like?
Definitely goes down when it's full table.
Absolutely.
And it's like it's a hand that you need to control. You have to be in control. Like, you don't want to be flatting 3 bets with King Queen, and then you're in no man's land. The flop comes when you don't get a flop this beautiful. The flop comes Queen high, King high. You can't really get too much value out of your hand because you're always worried your opponent has Ace Queen or Ace King. So it's a good hand for 3-betting, and it's like not a great hand for flatting 3 bets.
Right. Andrew here, though, with a piece of it runner clubs. Nope, I'm sorry. A gut shot straight draw. I meant runner diamond.
And running diamonds.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. I was looking up there, but not looking at the bottom of the screen.
This flop looks attractive to both people.
Absolutely, it does. Especially if you do happen to hit this. It's gonna, and what is the bet?
Looks like
that is
450,000.
Raise all in.
Oh, and an all-in raise here.
Going to raise out of the 9th seat. All in. Cord is going to move all in.
And Andrew can't make this call.
Nah. I don't think this is a real tank.
Yeah.
Somebody in the gallery just gave us a salute. People see themselves on TV. They're all looking up at the
Oh, that's
monitors.
funny.
As Ken Lambert, our director of operations, is back there. Love working with him each and every week here on the HPT. We've had several players, people in the studio audience, fall asleep. That's always a little awkward. Not today, though. The action's fast
You
and
can't fall
furious.
asleep through this. There's someone busting like every 15 minutes.
I thought we were at 4. We're actually at 3. I can't keep track to them. I might actually be done by the time I got to leave to go to the airport. And let's go ahead and get that in the muck. We're just waiting and waiting.
Yeah, this is interesting. He can't think he's ahead. I mean, you're beating Jack 10 of clubs for 1 second. And that's about it.
2 cards to go.
Can't really hate though. These guys have been playing really quickly.
Yeah, they have.
It's been fun to watch because there's none of the like useless Hollywooding and tanking. This is like the first a little out of line tank we've even seen.
Yeah. What do you think of the shot clock in poker? Are you for?
I would love that.
It would be fantastic.
It would be fantastic. It's good for everyone. It's good for rec players, even if at first it's like there is a little pressure in having to make quick decisions. When like for me, a lot of decisions are, you know, it's like driving a car. The first time you drive, it's like so hard to remember all the things you want to do, and then it becomes autopilot. I think there is a little bit more pressure on rec players because they are thinking about a lot more things, like even decisions that should be like very easy.
He makes the call, ladies and gentlemen. He makes the call.
Wow. Like, what?
Now, Cord might be a little nervous here,
I would
actually.
be. I mean, this is one you're supposed to just get through and take it
Yeah.
hot.
And, you know, Cord, look at the percentages, but am I right? He's just got king high here. He's got the clubs.
Yeah, this is a really, really crazy call.
I'm shocked here. I'm not going to lie to you. And
Look, I was to the point where I was like, okay with the Hollywooding. Like, I
No
didn't think that there
Hollywooding.
was even a 1% chance he was calling here.
Wow, we are seeing some crazy poker here, some speed poker. We could be heads up here in 2 streets.
Yeah.
Andrew's tournament life is at risk here. Let's do this.
Andrew is all in. He needs to improve.
Cord actually does look more nervous than him because this would be a really gross way to lose a lot of chips.
It would be. 8 of spades. So Cord with the best of it here. Is there
He's
chop
gonna need a
outs?
6 or a 7.
No. The queen will play. Yeah, he's going to need a 6 or a 7.
Non-club 6 or 7. This is
We
not the
go.
spot I'd want to be in.
We go to the river.
Or 9 or 5 for the chop.
Yeah, there is chop outs, the 9 or the 5.
River card is the
Ace of hearts. And that is going to do it, Jamie.
Yeah, that's one of
Wow.
the crazier calls I've seen.
Wow.
It's a lot of money.
And just like that, I got to check my notes. I believe we're heads up, right?
Yes.
Am I right in that? We are
You
heads
are
up.
correct.
So in 3rd place, going out, Andrew. He makes the call. 100. Well,
He's going to lose a lot of sleep over that call. I mean,
I think he is too, and he, you know, he could have let that thing go. He didn't. $100,881, and Jamie, like I just said, it's 4:50 in the afternoon. We started at about 2:15 with a 20-minute break in there, and now it's time for heads up poker. Before I step aside, can you make a prediction on who you think takes this thing down?
this is going to be a really good heads up match. It's tough for me because I'm good friends with Dan, so I can't. I have to I'm just going to be choosing favorites. I'm like a homer right now if I pick Dan. So I'll stay out of this one.
You stay out of this one.
Yeah.
And I think it's too close to call myself. So we'll see what happens. But up top, 248,000. I didn't think leaving early I would make it all the way to heads up, but I did, and I feel pretty good about that. So thanks, everybody, for clicking on the stream. Don't go too far. We'll be back in about 10 minutes for Heads Up Poker.
And safe travels to you.
Thank you so much.
players down to our final two. Second place today will receive just over $153,000. First place today just over $248,000, and the HPT main event bracelet. Go ahead. Yes, no, 3C. So small blind on the button. Heads up. New blind level, 15,000 Annie, 60,000. 120,000 on the blinds, 6120. All right, small blind on the button here. 15,000 Annie, 60,000 small blind on the button, 120,000 big blind. Go ahead and deal.
All right, so we're back. We have Cord Garcia with 14 million to Dan O'Brien's 9.6 million. Here with Nick Jivkov, and I'm Jamie Kerstetter. Thanks
Hi,
for
Jamie.
listening.
Taking over for James Larson. He had to fly to the airport at 5 o'clock. And we're heads up 3 hours into this session. We started with 9 players, and we're down to our final 2, Cord Garcia and Dan O'Brien. Both of these guys are our friends, and they're both magnificent players. And it'll be interesting to see. I don't even think we're on.
I think when we can hear ourselves, we're on, but I could be wrong.
All right, 15,000 Annie here, 6120 on the blinds. Heads up play.
Well, I don't know if we're on a
30-minute levels.
We might just be talking to each other, but
no,
you
we're
know
just
what?
talking to each other. Either way, it's fun.
Nothing wrong with that.
All right, 60,000.
So we have 2 players with
On the
very
button.
extensive poker resumes who've been in this spot multiple times. So I feel like this is going to be a really fun heads-up match, and they're extremely deep. What is this, 140 big blinds?
All right, we just finished that. That last hand we played was the last hand at that level, so heads up play now
this
is
could last a long time.
30-minute
Or
level,
if
6120 on the
we're in a
blinds.
cooler
Dan's going to be
situation, it
first
could be
act on the
over.
button.
And it's amazing how quick this final table has gone. And we were just noting in the break that Dan and Cord have alternately pretty much busted everybody at this final table.
Dan's going to make the call.
Hey,
Option to Cord in the big blind.
And then we got our first hand.
And Cord has been running very well this whole final table.
Cord's going to
He's
raise
had
to a
more
total bet of
premium hands
520.
than I
Dan's
think
going to fold, and Cord's going
both
to
of
take
us
down the
have seen the whole
first
tournament.
Yeah,
hand. Heads up.
He can't complain. He's been running really well.
It's all right. You guys can cheer for him if you want. Just pretend.
Oh,
There
hello.
we are.
15,000
We got a
Annie,
little lurker in the
6120 on the
background
blinds.
too. A couple of them.
I'm Nick Jivkov. This is Jamie Kerstetter. And there's James right there getting ready to head to the airport. And we're back with you. Heads up action right now. The 2 people left, Cord Garcia with 14 million, our chip leader, and Dan O'Brien, 9.6 million. 2 accomplished players, as Jamie said earlier. Cord Garcia's got 1.6
6120 on the
million
blinds.
in
Cord's going to be
lifetime
first
earnings.
on the
He's
button.
the winner of the largest tournament in history, the Colossus. What was it, the 2015 Colossus?
Yeah.
Cord's
It
going to
drew
raise
over
to
22,000 players, and he
350,000.
took that down for $638,000.
He earned the nickname Colossus Cord, which all my friends call him.
And let's get back to the action. We have Dan. He's in the big blind with pocket tens. We can't see Cord's cards yet, but he raised the button, which he should be raising pretty much with all of his hands heads up.
It is always interesting to see how good players adapt to heads up.
Dan's going to re-raise
if
to
they
a total bet
You'll
of
see some people. I didn't think there'd be a limping strategy with the button this time because there are 100 big blinds deep.
900,000 is the re-raise amount.
But you'll see that when
900,000
like
actions back
one
to
person
Cord.
has a huge advantage.
Cord's going to
over the
fold
other.
and Dan's
They're
going to take down the
keep
pot.
Stack to pot ratio as big as possible.
Right.
But it's going to be interesting to see how these guys adapt to each other.
Yeah, these are 2 great players. So it could be, and they're fairly close in chips. So this
15,000 Annie, 6120 on the blinds.
And that will be
Started with
interesting to see what, the
787
strategies
players
between
down to our
both of these
final
guys
2.
and see, if
This was
they
our
do
second
employ a
largest
Olympic strategy and kind of play it
HPT main
safer,
event of all time.
reduce the variance, or if they try to kind of
prize
finish
pool of
this thing
just
off
over
quick and,
1.1 million.
both gun for each other.
Dan's going to be first act here on the button.
And we never saw what Cord open folded. And now Dan has got the upper hand with the King 10 of hearts on the button. Dan's
going to raise to 250,000, 250.
He's
Over to
making it
Cord.
250. So 2.5 X.
Jamie, how wide are you defending?
Probably not this wide. If it was suited or.
And Cord's going to make the call, 250 and a call.
I don't know.
All right, let's see
Not
the
sure
flop.
if he defends 6-4. I'm not like well versed in heads up, so it's always like I feel like I learn more from watching these players than I'm actually going to provide insight here.
Flop is 5 of diamonds, ace of diamonds, 5 of
He might
hearts.
just think
Cord's going to be
because
first. He
he's just
checks
so
over to Dan.
deep that like any 2 cards are worth it.
Yeah, I think both of these guys are very confident in their post-flop play.
Dan checks as
So
well.
I'm not going to be
Let's see the turn
surprised
card.
to see both of them defend very wide here.
Turn card is the deuce of clubs. Cord's going to be first to act. Checks over to Dan.
And I think that this is going to set the tone of what we're about to see. I think a lot of them are going to play very cautious.
Dan's going to bet
There's gonna be a lot
200,000.
of, you know, post-flop play,
Over to Cord.
checking, not too aggressive. They're
Cord's
both
going to
gonna try
fold,
weigh
and
each
Dan's
other
going
out.
to take down the pot.
And we may be in for a very long heads-up match here.
$15,000 Annie, 6120 on the blinds.
I like the tradition of the money on the table. Just to remind them, it's like you are playing for a house, in case you forget, and you just have fun on this heads-up match. They're playing for approximately 90K, 94,000. Wow.
Yeah, it's 248,732 for first and 153,982 for second. That's a difference of
Cord's gonna be
almost
first act here on the button.
$95,000. So yeah, that's a nice chunk of change. You know, the
Cord's going to raise to
difference between first and second is the house pretty much
350,000, 350.
anywhere in the United States.
Over to Dan. Dan's going to fold, and Cord's going to take down the pot.
Now you've played with Cord before. I've played with Cord a lot of times. He's a great player. He's. I heard you talking to James before, and you mentioned that he is a very aggressive player. But I think what makes Cord really good is that he's also able to adjust, and he knows that Dan is a very worthy opponent. So he's going to adjust here, and I think what is happening right now is both of them are going to feel each other out, see how the other person plays.
Dan's going to be first actor on the button.
I don't expect to see anything different than what we're seeing right now. Basically just cautious play. And Dan is going to open the button here, and Cord is going to defend 100%.
It's always 10% plus a little. 250 is raised by Dan. 250 over to Cord. And Cord's going to make the call. 250,000 and a call.
This thing could be over.
Let's see the flop.
Yeah, that's what's interesting with heads up. No matter how deep you are, it just takes one setup and the
Flop
tournament's
is
over.
Knight of Hearts, Jack of
Also
Hearts,
done
Ace of
some
Diamonds. Cord
commentary
is
where
first. He
it
checks over to
seems to
Dan.
last an eternity. With
Dan
two
checks as
cautious
well. Both players
players
check the
who
flop.
know what they're
Let's
doing
see the
and,
turn.
and are deep. Like they really, especially if
Turn
one
card is the
feels they
six of
have an
hearts.
advantage heads up
Cord is first
against the
act.
other one.
Cord checks
Look,
over
they'll
to Dan.
play 10 hours. Why not? It's for
Dan checks as
a
well. Both players
prestigious
check the
title
turn.
and a lot of money.
Let's see the river card.
I see Cord checks twice
River
here.
card is the 9 of Diamonds. Cord's going to bet 225, 200.
He knows that his ace
25,000
is crushing the
over to
range
Dan.
of Dan O'Brien's button, so he's letting him catch up there, and hopefully now he's going to go for a little value bet in the river. I don't think he's going to check for a third time.
It looks like we lost a little bit of the graphics here.
Or did he? Yeah, we lost our graphics. So I'm not sure if he checked the river, and Dan is going to stab at it now.
Dan's going to raise.
Okay,
Oh,
Cord
so
stabbing Dan raised.
675,000.
Interesting. So Dan.
Is the raise by Dan.
Dan
675.
has 6-5
Actions
off,
back
right?
to Cord.
Dan
Dan's
knows that
turning
he-
his hand into a bluff
Yeah, he
here.
can't.
And
he
Cord's
knows
going to
he
make the
can't
call.
win with a 6-5,
675
so he just
and a call.
he just took a
Dan
stab,
shows.
hoping that
5-6.
Cord doesn't have an ace here, and
For a pair of sixes, Cord shows Ace of Hearts, 5 of Diamonds for a pair of aces. And Cord's going to take down the pot with a pair of aces.
yeah, I think that was turning the sixes into a bluff fight.
All right, just under 23 minutes
Can't value
left
bet
at this level.
6 there.
15,000
What would you
Annie.
expect to get called by?
He just made it so
6120 on the
small, right?
blinds.
I mean,
I-
these are two
I
really
wonder
good
what the
players.
strategy is. I
He
think
could
there's a
even
lot
be
of
setting
leveling
this up
going.
though. Like he could be setting this up for later.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Because it's such a small, that was such a small raise and a small stab at it that he could just be like putting it in Cord's head. That like, look, I'm crazy. Like I'll turn my 6 into a bluff here or whatever. Like I'm not sure what Dan's strategy is, but this is gonna be fun to watch. That hand showed that.
So the other
And
chip
Cord's
stacks
gonna be
now.
first
Cord
actor
is
on the
still
button.
15 million, Dan at 9.1. That is what, 70. They're both over 70 big blinds deep.
And Cord's
And
got
Cord's going to raise to 350,000,
Now,
350.
me and you both fired multiple bullets in this.
Dan folds,
We
and
both
Cord's gonna
wish
take down
we
the
were
pot.
there on that
Oh,
final
yeah.
table. And in 3 days of playing, I have not seen the types of hands these guys.
I know.
Both of these guys have gotten on the final table in the last 3 hours.
Yep. And Dan didn't defend the 10-4 suited. Is that real? Our graphics are okay there?
I
think so.
That's what it looks like. I think.
It's interesting.
I think they're going to be heads up. They're going to be willing to defend a lot more of the middling connector type of hands, like Cord defended this. What was it, a 6-5 or a 6-4? You know, it could hit the bottom part of his range. You can make a lot of straights. With the 10-4 suited, you're pretty much looking for a perfect flop, and it can get you in trouble.
I think
in a
the
lot of
10
times.
is like valuable in itself,
over to
though,
Cord.
if you're thinking that Cord is raising
Yeah,
like most of, you know, I think
Cord's gonna make the
Cord's
call,
probably
250
raising
and a call.
like 80%.
Yeah, I think both of these guys are.
All right, let's see the flop.
Probably close to 80% of their buttons, if not more. Now we haven't seen
Flop
anybody limp
is
the button.
King of spades, 5 of clubs,
I
6
think
of
that's a
clubs.
function
Cord's
of
going to be
being
first
just
and
so
checks.
deep. It would be pretty
over to
absurd
Dan.
if they kept all the pots like 7 big blinds
Yeah.
and just had this like tiny. They're just trying to paper cut each other to death. So yeah, it wasn't surprising that he's raising the button to 2.5.
Dan's going to bet 175,175 over to Cord. And Cord's going to make the call, 175. And the call. Let's see the
Lost
turn card.
graphics again.
Yeah, we're gonna get. See, they're giving us the same.
Also, he
Turn
did
card is a
defend.
4 of clubs.
Did defend
Yeah.
the 10-4.
Yeah, I would have been
Cord's gonna be
surprised
first
if he
act.
folded a suited hand with that.
Checks over to Dan.
Decent. It's funny to like get heads up and you're like 10-4 suited is a decent hand. But it is if you're thinking about how your opponent's opening just so many buttons, you do need to be defending these. But it looks like our graphics were definitely
And
wrong.
now
'cause
they
Dan's a
switched to
button.
graphics.
Yeah. So sorry guys, we're having a little bit of an issue.
Dan's going to
right
bet
now.
500,000.
We're just gonna
500,000
play
is
a
the bet
blind
by
like the
Dan.
audience
Actions
does
back to
now.
Cord.
So the turn was a king, and Cord checked.
Cord's going to fold,
Dan
and
bet.
Dan's going to take down the pot.
Wow, and he got him to fold the pocket tens.
I'm not certain that those
Yeah,
are
I'm
the
not-
right graphics because that hand played really weird.
That hand played really weird. So
Yeah, we
let's
might have
just
just had
not
a little
discuss this hand
glitch.
because it kind of does not make sense of what just happened.
All right, just over 19 minutes left
So-
at this level. We're at a 15,000
We're just gonna
ante.
move on to the next hand. Now I was so
61-20
surprised
on the
to see
blinds.
how stacked this final table was.
Yeah. Because we were here for the multiple bullets and we were seeing what the field looked like, and
Yeah.
I was seeing how fun it was. Like for a tournament with that big of a buy-in, like 1600 is pretty.
Cord's going to be
significant.
first act here on the button.
There were a lot of casual players, and the aura of the tournament was like fun and recreational, and people were drinking, and like I never met friendlier people at a
And
poker
Cord's
table
gonna raise the
than here.
350,000.
Definitely
350.
was a lot of fun. I
Over to
moved
Dan.
3 or 4 tables each day, and every single table, you're absolutely correct, was just having fun. People were talking, you know, it wasn't just serious, a lot of it. And it was kind of really well spread out in the fact that, like, you'd get 1 or 2 pros on each table. And then
350.
the
Dan's
rest
gonna
would be
fold, and
recreational
Cord's gonna win the
players.
pot.
So definitely a great field size. This is always one of the biggest stop of the HPT, Black Hawk, Colorado. It's a tiny town. You know, the population of this town is only 125 people.
Wait, what?
This
Are you
is the-
serious?
This
So-
was a gold mine town built in the 1700s, and in 1770, I believe. I don't remember. I'm going to look up the stats, but that's the height of their population was like close to 1,200 people.
Wow.
And it's
so-
significantly dropped down to.
Dan's going to be first act here on the button. He's going to raise the 250,000, 250.
125 people.
Over to
And
Cord.
they always draw one of the biggest HPT
yeah,
prize
that's
pools.
so amazing.
And Cord's going to make the call,
It's so
250 and
funny
a call.
how, like, I mean, look at Vegas too. A guy just had this
All right,
in his
let's see the flop.
imagination that this would be a great place to like have a little gambling hall. All of a sudden, it's this massive
Flop is
city
9 of spades,
that
deuce of
was a
spades,
huge
ace of
tourist spot.
spades.
Like,
Look
Cord's
at
going to be
this.
first act.
And we have our
we have
first
a
cooler.
setup already. Jeez.
Cord checks over to Dan.
We have Dan O'Brien with pocket queens, with the queen of spades, and Cord Garcia's got the 6-4 of spades, and he flops the flush.
Dan's going to bet 200,000. Cord's going to raise
Checking
to
him with Dan bet
500,000.
200,000.
And
Cord's
this
raises
is
to
goes
super
500,000.
interesting
Actions
in
back
Goes
to
for
that
a
Dan.
quick check raise.
if we were only like 50 big blinds deep rather than 75 or
Oh, yeah,
100, the tournament's over. The structure of this tournament was so good, and the shorties at the final table busted
And Dan's
so
gonna make the
quickly
call,
that
500,000
they're
and a call.
going to get more chances to play after this hand.
Let's see the turn
most
card.
likely.
If the ace wasn't on the board, this tournament could still be
Turn
over.
card is the
But-
8 of
Yes,
clubs.
if it was like a 10
Because-
high board,
because-
3
Cord's
spades.
exactly,
first
because
act.
the ace on the board will scare Dan a little bit. He'll play it a little
Cord's
more
gonna bet.
cautious. Now, Cord
800,000 is a bet by Cord,
He didn't re-raise,
800,000.
He just defended his big blind, so he can have
Actions
anything
over
here,
to Dan.
and Dan is very aware of that. But with the queen of spades in his hand, I don't see him ever folding
Yeah, he's
here.
not folding, but he just, like, his hand is just a good bluff catcher.
Right. Yeah, I don't see him doing anything here other than calling. He can't raise.
And Dan's going to make the call.
He's going to call and then
800,000 and a call.
on the river. And can he get lucky and spike
Yeah,
a
let's see
spade
the river
to
card.
counterfeit Chord's flush?
The river card is the seven of
Seven of
spades.
spades.
Quarters first act.
And
Now,
that's the
Chord-
worst feeling in poker.
That is
Check.
that is the
God.
absolute worst. Chord knows that Dan is not going to continue unless he has a big spade in his.
And this is like
And-
the one spot where like you saw Dan turn his pair of sixes into a bluff earlier
Right,
with,
like you
with
said,
the river raise.
with the setup.
So like now all of a sudden it is in Chord's head a little bit that like Dan might be full of it sometimes, you know.
Or is he
he
gonna,
might get some
or
value.
can he turn his ace into a bluff?
Exactly,
If
he
if
can
he
do
had like the
something
ace
weird.
queen
Or if he
without
had,
the
like,
spade.
If he had like 9-10, like a hand that's just worse, you know, that like I really wouldn't turn an ace into a bluff here because an ace is so likely to be good. But say he has like a 9, say he turned an 8 or something like that. Like this would be a good hand to turn into a bluff. If he fires big enough, it could get through. But it's in Chord's head. That's why like it was kind of valuable for Dan
Dan's
to
gonna
do
bet.
something weird early.
Right, and that's the thing with heads up play for our viewers, that your hands all of a sudden, even if you just have a
1,500,000 is a bet. 1.5
You know, it's very
is the bet
very
by
hard to
Dan.
flop
Actions
a-
back to
a
Chord.
pair. So even if you just have a pair of 9s or something,
And Chord's going to make the call. 1.5 and a call.
you got the value.
Dan shows pocket
Nice
pocket
hand,
queens, queen of
Dan.
spades for the queen high flush. And Chord's going to fold, and Dan's going to take down the pot.
Thanks, team.
And Dan O'Brien gets lucky on the river.
And this should probably
And
even out our stacks, I think. Actually, it
I
looks
actually
like
think
it
Dan-
flipped
Dan-
the
Under
stacks.
just
Yeah,
under
I think
15
Dan
minutes
ends up
left at this
Got
level.
the chip lead now by a little bit.
15,000 Andy, 60, 120 on the blind. Started with 787 players down to our final two.
Chips just move so fast in heads up because it's like every chip you lose, they win, so it's like double the damage. That was a very significant pot. It's just, yeah, like we were saying before, that's the worst feeling in the world, and you're like, oh my god, like 3 spades, I'm so lucky,
we've
and then you just
both
have to
gonna be
fade
first
it.
act.
Like,
When we
the button.
flop the flush or we flop the bottom 2 pair and it gets counterfeited on the turn or the river, and it's just one of those gut-wrenching feelings like, I had
Yep.
this hand all the
Chord's
way
going
down.
to raise to 350,000, 350. Over to
Chord
Dan.
opens the
Dan's
button.
going to fold, and Chord's going to take down the pot.
That's one of the hands that we will not be defending is the 7-3.
and I'm actually surprised. Like I think maybe, and like I said before, I'm not like a heads up expert, but I would have defended that hand. The suitedness of a hand, just the value is so high when you're that deep.
A lot of really good players will make the point that you pretty much should defend everything because you're getting a price to do so, especially when both of you guys are so deep. But let's keep an eye on Dan's strategy and see if he thinks that he has an edge over Chord. And
Dan's on the button here. He's going to be first
to
act.
variance style. They're both running pretty well. They're picking up good hands, so they might just decide to play a little safer, not get themselves in a lot of tough spots. And
Dan's going to raise to 250,000, 250. Over to Chord.
Who was the guy who finished, the really nice guy, Ed?
Ed
I saw him and
Sebesta.
his wife. I didn't see them just now, but like before, as soon as he busted, he goes in the crowd and watches it. I'm like,
Chord's
that
gonna
is so
re-raise.
awesome. I would not have the heart to do that.
yeah, Ed Sebesta
625 is the re-raise
plays
by
these
Chord.
things
Dan
just strictly
folds.
for fun. He
And
made the
Chord's gonna
final
take down the
table
pot.
in our last stop in New Orleans, and he's the gentleman who donates all of his winnings to his church. That's very
awesome.
commendable, and he just loves the game. You know, and I wish I'm in his position at that age. He looks like a gentleman in his 80s, maybe. You know, 70s, 80s, that I could just play for fun, donate my winnings, and then when I bust, I can just sit down and watch the final table and see how they
Yeah,
end
and
up.
like not have any of that like heart wrenching feeling. Like I always feel
Oh
like when
my
I
God.
bust
Chord's
the
gonna be
final
first
table, I'm
act here on
like,
the
I
button.
cannot get out of the casino like soon enough.
Well-
It's just such a painful thing to like see that all of the money left on the table, and like maybe you have some regrets about how you played.
Chord's
some
gonna
hands.
raise to
But I think it shows, like, a lot
350,000,
of,
350.
like mental
Dan's
strength
gonna fold
to be
and
like,
Chord's
okay,
gonna take
like,
down
it
the
didn't
pot.
go my way this time, but I'm gonna watch these guys and see who wins.
True, and that's one thing that regular people that don't play poker professionally or they won't understand that unless you win, we're never happy.
Yep.
We're never happy. You can finish third and get $100,000, and you just made $100,000 in 3 days worth of work.
In a week, you make peace with it. But to be able to do it right away is like, I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, we
maybe
all
that's
play
something
for the
we'll
win.
learn with time. Maybe by the time we're 80, we'll be like, all right, you can't win them all. Let's just be happy.
Dan's going to be first act on the button.
And it is something that kind of settles in after a while. You've been playing for a while, over
Mm-hmm.
6 years. I've been playing professionally probably for, I don't know, the last 4 or 5 years, and then
Dan's going to raise the
I've been playing poker for the
250,000,
better part of
250
20 years,
over to
so,
Cord.
Yeah, there is certain things that with time and with age and this tilts and these spots
Cord's
where
gonna
you know that,
re-raise
what, you can't win
to
every
a total
tournament.
bet
Just
of
be grateful for making it this
600,
far.
25,000, 625.
Like
Dan's going to
Jeremy said a
fold.
little earlier, we
And
started
Cord's
with
going to take down the pot.
787 players. It's hard to be the last 9 people left. We both know how difficult it is, and you just grind it out and keep showing up and keep showing up. And sometimes you can go on these streaks, and we've both gone through these streaks where for months and months and months you play your best, you'll do everything right, and you just can't
You
make
get
it.
punished.
And that's the variance. And that's the tough part of poker that a lot of people don't see, is how difficult sometimes
Just
the
under
streaks
11
can be.
minutes.
Yes.
They
and you
all
have to keep
left at this
studying,
level,
and you have to,
60,000,
what they say with
120,000 on the
all
blinds.
sports and everything, trust the process. You got to do
Cord's
it
gonna
for
be
yourself
first act
too.
on the
You
button.
don't lose your mind. Like realize, be honest with yourself. Did you blow it?
Cord's gonna raise to
Punt?
350,000,
Or, did you just get
350?
unlucky in 3 hands, and
Dan's gonna
instead of
fold.
making
And
200K,
Cord's gonna
you
take
end
down the
up
pot.
min cashing? Like it happens, and sometimes it happens for a long streak.
And that's where sometimes you just feel there's so much injustice in poker.
Started with
because you could do everything right and
787
get it
players
in,
down to our final 2. This is our
90%
second
favorite
largest
with one card to come, and then
HPT
bang, your hopes and dreams.
All you
event of
can
all
do
time.
is put yourself in the position to like get there again and hope that you run better next time.
No, but it's it's glorified on TV. It looks very sexy, but it's a very hard way to make a living doing this, just because of these up and downs. One day, the beginning of the year you're on a super high, and then by the end of the year you're just totally depressed, or vice versa.
Yep.
Dan's going to be
But
first
that's
act
the
on the
cool
button.
thing
He's going to
about
raise
it,
to
that you can just go
250,000.
from the downhouse into the
Oh, yeah.
penthouse
Yep.
in one tournament, and that's what we all chase.
And if you see in the graphic,
Cord's
they
gonna
are
re-raise.
almost completely even now.
625,
million.
625,000. Action's back to Dan.
That was really just one hand.
Yeah.
A little cooler situation.
Yeah, and like I said, unless we see like a big cooler,
Aces to kings or something.
we're gonna see a lot of this.
Yeah, Dan's
where,
going to make the call. 600.
one person picks up the lead
25,000
for
and a
for
call.
half an hour, and then the other person has the lead for a little bit and a little
All
bit.
right, let's see the flop.
And in tournament poker, the people that are not familiar, if blinds never change,
Up is
and
four
if
of
they
diamonds,
stood the
6
same,
of
this
spades,
game
4 of
could
clubs.
last for days.
Yep.
Cord is
That's
first. He
the
checks
reason
over to
why
Dan.
blinds increase every certain amount of time. I think are we in 50 minutes on this final table, or is it an hour?
Dan checks as well. Both players
I think
check the flop.
it was
Let's see the
reduced. I
turn.
think it was an hour until heads up, and then I think they
Third
reduced
card is the
it.
9 of
Heads up, I
spades.
think maybe 30 minutes.
Quarter's
if I'm
first
not,
act.
if I'm not mistaken, because of this
Some of the
situation.
other tours do that too,
Because
yeah.
they're so deep, they don't want this thing to
Cord
last
checks
for
over to Dan.
10 hours.
And when you're doing TV production and stuff, this really could. It could go on
very
forever.
expensive.
Yeah.
All right, so now Dan has picked up. Dan's running a little better on this heads-up match. He's coming from behind a lot of times and catching up.
Dan's going to bet. 800,000 is a bet by Dan. 800,000. Action's
Tough.
back to Cord.
Ace high is so valuable heads up, especially on a paired board. If you're Cord, you probably are a little hesitant to let this go yet.
Yeah, I think Cord knows.
And
that
Cord's
he
gonna
might
make the
still
call,
have best
800,000.
hand, So, he's going
And
to
a call.
here most of the time.
All right, let's see
Dan
the
is
river card.
Very capable of
River card is the
bluffing
jack of
with the turn
diamonds.
with some type of a
Cord's first
semi-draw.
act.
Maybe he picked up spades, or he's got some type of a straight draw.
Cord checks over to Dan.
He also might just bet any hand that he knows can't win.
And I know
He might be
I know-
empty.
Yeah, and I know that Dan is going to bet here on the river, and I'm thinking if Cord is going to try to hero call him on the ace, or if he knows that Dan is not going to value bet the river, and he can get away with it. So what do you think he's betting here? We have 2.9 million in the middle. Dan is fairly certain he has the best hand right now.
I'd probably go like 1.6.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to make too big of a bet. You're probably close to correct, like 1.2, 1.3 mil.
1.375 is a bet by Dan. 1,000,000.
And that's a perfect size bet because now
375,000.
That polarizes his
Action's back
range.
to Cord.
He could literally have air here, and he knows he can't win. and he's just trying to push Cord away from the exact type of hand.
And Cord's going to make the call. 1.375. Dan shows king 9, 2 pair, 9s and 4s. Cord's going to fold, and Dan's going to take down the pot.
When you're Cord, like, and you know you're playing a really good player, when you make the ace high call on the turn, like, Dan is not likely to stab with nothing and then not stab again.
Right.
So when you call with an ace high on the turn, you're like kind of calling for the river too.
and that's a lot of players that are not familiar with heads up play. They can look at this play and say, why did he call with ace 7? He didn't have anything.
It's like ace high is definitely
you guys
something.
got to understand that, yes. And heads up play, especially when you're playing against a very good opponent who is capable of, maybe he's got like 10 high and he knows he can't win, and he's capable of making that bet on the river. You have to be ready to call that bet. Now, had Cord been playing with, let's say, an amateur player that he knows that he will not be value betting the river unless he had a pair or better, he would fold that.
I'm a little bummed that I have a 7 in my hand that blocks a lot of the straight draws.
Right.
Cord's going to raise to 350,000 on the button. 350,000. Actions over to Dan.
Semi bluffs out of Dan's range, but still, I mean, I think when he calls the turn that he is thinking, unless Dan's
going to fold, and Cord's going to take down the pot.
Absurd that he's probably going to put in another bet on the river.
Yeah, he's got Dan set on a certain range in his head, and what Jamie just said, once he calls on the turn, he knows that if the river doesn't hit Dan's range, he's going to have to call one more bet, and the jack really didn't change much, so that's why Cord made that call on the river, and I don't fault him for it. It's very tough heads up. You can't always just wait to make a hand before you call.
And you see we flip chip stacks now.
250,000 is the raise by Dan.
The heads up match.
Over to Cord.
Exactly opposite. 14 million to 9.5.
And Cord's going to make the call.
It's
250,000 in a call.
Having commentated some big final tables, how the person who's losing the pots gets this like defeated look where they don't know.
Is 8 of spades, queen of hearts, 10 of clubs. Cord's first
Dan turned a 9. Like, you win this pot if Dan doesn't turn a 9. Dan probably, I'm not sure if he would have, but he might have still fired. With a hand as good as king high, maybe he wouldn't have, but he probably wouldn't have lost that pot at least.
Cord's going to fold, and Dan's going to take down the pot.
I'm not sure what he would have done on the river, but both of these guys have played their fair share of heads up, I think. So I don't think they're going to get rattled too much. I don't see any change of Cord's demeanor yet.
Yeah, we've got a
you are right, though,
past
when you're
HPT champion in the audience, Mike Puccio.
Like
Mike, give us a wave here.
Yeah.
Mike's one of our HPT past champions from
there's Mike.
I played with him yesterday. What's his name?
This is Mike Puccio from...
They call him Pooch, right?
Pooch.
This guy is
4 minutes
awesome.
left.
He was so much fun.
Cool cat. And both of these guys are from Chicago.
First
They're
act
both
on
my
the button.
friends. I play with them all the time. And Mike is our...
Cord's going to raise to 350,000.
I'm not sure which one he won. I think I'm going to look this up. I think he won the one in Michigan. I'm almost certain he won the one in Michigan a couple years ago.
He played so much more aggressively than his image. Like, I looked at him, I was like, oh, it's this nice older guy who's like, friendly, whatever. He like destroyed his friend at the table. He was like 3-betting him nonstop and getting him to fold a better hand. It was just so funny.
They came here together from Chicago.
Yep, they were talking so much trash to each other. He's like, I'm not driving you home.
Talking trash to each other. Were they on the same table with you?
Yeah, day 2, yep.
On my day 1, they were both on the same table again. The same thing happened. And Mike ended up being busted by his friend.
Dan's going to be first actor on the button.
Look, no one will ever...
and Cord's going to get a walk and win the pot.
No,
because they went after each other harder than they went after anyone else.
They did that on our table as well. Like, I think Mike had king queen, and I believe his friend is Dan. Dan had king 9, and the flop was king 9x, and he ended up busting him. And he said, "Oh, there you go. Now I'm never going to end up, hearing the end of it. How I called his raise with king 9 and flop 2 pair and busted him."
Just under 3 minutes left
Mike,
at this level. 15,000
Puccio's got
60, 120 on the blinds.
in career earnings. He's just
started with 787 players down to our final 2.
He won the Heartland Poker Tour. Oh, he won the one in Chicago.
Cord's going to be first actor on the button.
Nice score.
He won the one in Ameristar Casino, East Chicago. His
what
home
year was
turf.
that? Last year?
This was in 2014.
Okay.
Cord's going to raise to 300,000.
2014 Ameristar Casino,
Over to
East
Dan.
Chicago HPT main event
Holy
for
shit, found the sweet spot.
And Dan's going to make the call.
Found the sweet spot.
300,000 in a call here. Let's see the flop.
All right, I'll bring it down 50.
Flop is ace of diamonds 8 of clubs, ace of hearts. Dan is first. He checks over to Cord. Cord's going to bet 250,000, 250. Over to Dan. Dan's going to fold.
And you look
And
at
Cord's
Cord,
going to take down the pot.
He's kind of laying back. He's got a little smirk in his face.
And just under
I
2
think he
minutes
understands
left
that
at this level.
This is still anybody's game. He's not feeling too defeated.
You can't feel too sad when you've already locked up 150K. When you
not
woke
at
up this
all.
morning, you had like a, like, oh, I have 20K at least, and then you won 130 after that.
And Cord is playing, I believe, for a second HPT title.
Didn't they say he won this one before?
I don't think he won. Oh, no, he did win this one.
Wow.
I'm almost.
You know who else is doing it right now? Mike Leah he won the
Am I right,
WPT
though? You are, right?
Fallsview, and he's one of the chip leaders on day 3 again.
Yeah, Cord Garcia
I don't know
won
how
this
people do
same
that.
event.
Dan's first actor on the button. He's going to raise to 250,000.
There's something to that where you feel like
250 over
you
to
feel
Cord.
that glow of like having run good at the spot. You might play better. You're more confident. Like there has to be something to it because there's so many repeaters out there.
It definitely is.
Cord's going to re-raise
it happened
to a total
me.
bet of
I played the MSPT.
625, 600.
Squawky.
25,000 is the
Tama,
re-raise amount.
Iowa,
Actions
and
back to Dan.
I got second place to the late Terry Ring. Great guy, great player. He just passed away a few months ago. And then I came back this very
And
same
Dan's gonna make the
event
call.
the following
600,
year. And once I made the
25,000 in a
final
call.
Table, I told myself,
Let's see the flop.
I'm not getting second again. And I just had that feeling of like, this is meant to be. This is mine this time.
Flop is
And I
Jack
ended
of
up winning
spades,
it. So I
6 of
got,
diamonds, 3 of
second
spades.
and first
Yeah,
back to
there's
back.
Cord's going to be first
And I
stacked.
almost went 3. The year after that, I got 19th,
gonna
and
bet
I was so miserable, so
500,000.
miserable that I couldn't make it 3
Here's the bet by
back-to-back.
Cord, 500,000
the exact
over to
same
Dan.
event. And,
Dan's going to fold, and Cord's
just
going to take down the pot.
Sometimes a certain place,
All
I
right,
don't know
this
what it is.
Confidence
There's
and
probably gonna be the
aura
last
about
hand
it.
It's
at
just
this level.
it's a real thing. Like,
Last hand
even if
at
you
this
don't, I'm
level.
not like a superstitious
15,080,
person, but I just
6120 on
think
the
that it
blind
has
still.
an effect on how you play. Like you expect to win, so you're gonna 3-bet more. You're gonna take control of the hands you're playing because you just feel like you're gonna win. I think
This is going to be the last hand at this level, 15,000
proven
ante
here.
still.
Look, like
Yeah,
Cord's
there's
heads up
61-20 on
again.
the blind.
Cord is going back-to-back for this, winning the same event that he won last year in September for 164,000. This time, though, he's playing for 248,000.
Cord's going to be first stacked on the button.
And speaking of
the
back-to-back,
last
what
hand at
about
this level.
Blair Hinkle's performance? I don't know if you're aware or not. Winning the back-to-back-to-back Iowa
That's
at
ridiculous.
WSOP main
Cord's gonna
event.
raise.
Dude, that's ridiculous. I just hung out with his brother.
To 350,000,
he's a run good pro with
350.
me.
Over
So
to
we were
Dan.
at the Run Good Gear
Grant.
stop at Tulsa. It's
Grant
super
just won
nice
something,
guy.
right? Did he just?
What did he just win?
win?
Choctaw. Yep. He
Choctaw.
won
Grant just
Choctaw.
won. Talked to 2 brothers, 2 amazing
You would
poker
never
players.
know that he just like won a big tournament.
And
And
Dan's
if you
gonna
look
make the
at
call,
his resume, you'd never
350,000.
know by how like humble
And the
and
call.
nice this kid is.
Both,
see the flop.
I know Blair Hinkle really well. We played the time when I got second to Terry Ring.
Flop
Blair
is
was
ace
on-
of clubs,
on my
6 of
table.
diamonds.
And,
Jack of
we
hearts.
became friends,
Dan's gonna
and
be
we've
first.
Kinda, kept in
Dan
touch
checks over to
ever
Cord.
since, and he's just the coolest guy in the
Cord
world.
checks
He's
as well. Both
very-
players check the flop.
Him and his brother both.
Let's see the
very
turn
laid
card.
back, down
Good
to
head on
earth.
their shoulders, yeah. And
Turn
he
card's the
kept
queen
his
of
job
diamonds.
and is just like a humble,
Over to Dan.
down-to-earth family guy. I'm like, how do you do
Dan
that after
checks
you
over
win
to
so
Cord.
much
That's the
that you
thing,
don't
both-
just go crazy and play
yeah.
10Ks everywhere?
They
Like,
both won bracelets in the same year.
Cord's
They
gonna
were the
bet
first
300,000.
brother duo to win
Dan's going to fold,
bracelets
and
with
Cord's going to
WSOP.
take down the pot.
And
All right, that was the last hand.
never got to neither of their
At that
heads.
level,
They
new
both
blind
kinda
level
kept
is
doing what they did,
20,000 ante.
and
8160 on the
people
blinds,
like that. A lot of
20,000 ante,
people, they win one or two
8160.
Tournaments, they get a couple
on the
hundred
blinds.
thousand in earnings.
and then all of a sudden, like, you think about it, you win like a tournament where you bought in for 1,600. Maybe that's like the type of field you could crush. Why are you buying into an Aria 25K? You know, you didn't get better from the time that you played a 500 last week to the time you won a 1,600. You shouldn't move up that quickly, but I think people get it in their head they attribute too much of their success to their skill instead of realizing that like
Variance.
that there's variance, that you did get lucky, that you might be one of the best players. But if you are, then in a year or two move up. You know, there's no rush. These tournaments are happening all the time, and you know, missing one is not a huge tragedy.
a lot of the newer players, especially when they first get on the scene and they run really hot, and you know, for the next 6 months or so, they're super successful. They win a couple events, they make a few final tables, and they just think, oh, this is
All right, chip
easy.
counts here now. Dan has
And they don't realize it doesn't matter how good you are.
12,715,000, 12.715.
You gotta
You're
put away
running
some of that
way
money.
above
10.945.
variance. Yeah, you're running way above variance.
12.7 at
This is not
10.9.
going to last.
All right, new blind level
enjoy it,
is
play your best,
20,000.
But be smart.
8160 on the
make plans
blinds,
for the
20,
future,
8160.
because A lot of these guys, like you said, they'll win like a 1K event or a 500 event, and next thing you know, they're playing 5Ks and
20,000
10Ks,
ante,
and before you know it,
8160 on the
they're
blinds,
back
80 on
down
the
to
button.
zero and
I'd rather
fighting their way
keep my
back
like
up again.
200K and be like, look, I have 100 buy-ins to the tournament I just won, than to be like, we now have 20 buy-ins to 10Ks, because you can, even if you're really good, you know, you're not even giving yourself a chance to prove it. You're not giving yourself enough buy-ins in these tournaments to prove it.
And that's the thing, you know, poker is played with money. You need to have
your
really
tool.
strong bankroll management. You have to,
Do
and
quarter- we're just
you
gonna do
need
quarter
to
instead of
really
so we don't have to put four
understand the
chips in.
variance of the actual
Let's add a 5K to the
game.
end.
That you know, we're playing this tournament, 787 people. Your chances of
All
making
right,
the
160 is
final
our big
nine
blind.
pretty slim.
Brian's, or
You know,
Dan is
even if you're a great player,
first act on the
you don't
button.
have that big of an edge in a field of 787. And
Dan's going to raise 2,
talk about
350,000,
WSOPs
350.
where the field sizes are
Over to
like
court.
1,200 players, 2,000 players, 3,000 players. You know, it's
And
might
Court's
as well
gonna
win the lottery. It's
fold
like
in. Dan's going to take down the pot.
Yeah, do the best, do the
That's
better
why
players.
sometimes
have-
I like some of the little stops. Like, it was amazing playing this tournament, and like I definitely recommend this to anybody.
This was your first time
The
here,
first
right?
one,
And
yep.
You're coming back because
Oh,
this
I'll be
is-
back. This is
a
great.
good-
I mean, the vibe at this place and the whole aura around the tournament was just more fun. And it means, look, there are rec players. Like, you play for a living, you got to find a place where there's some people playing for fun who aren't putting in the hours and who are playing for. They find value in showing up after work and taking a shot, and you know they're happy doing it.
All
I'm
right,
happy
quarter
they
ante,
enjoy
81.60
doing it,
on the
and I need to
blinds.
find fields like that because I'm not trying to seek out the top 20 players in the world
Right.
like an Aria 25K.
80 on the button
so
here.
this is well worth coming
Court's going to be
to.
first act on the button.
Just like the saying goes, you could be the 10th best player in the world, but if you're sitting down with the nine
Yeah,
other
you're the
players better
fish.
than you, you're the fish.
Court's going to
It's funny,
fold.
some people do. I think
And
Court
Dan's
is
gonna
kind
get
of
a
the type
walk
where he
and
wants to
pocket
play like
jack.
the best players. Just his like personality. He's like so competitive. But you learn quickly that like, yeah, you can do some of that. You can afford to take shots at something like that if you're also putting in the
Quarter
work
ante,
in a 1600,
81.60.
500 huge field and earning the money to be able to do that.
And that's something that we see a lot in poker is egos. You know, a lot of players have big egos. Everybody wants to be the best. Everybody thinks they're the best. They want to outplay everybody else, and you just
Yeah,
have
first
to be
actor on the
grounded.
button.
You can't let your ego get out of hand because that's what gets you in trouble. You know, when you think you're much better than who you are and going after the
Dan's
fields
going to raise
that
to 350,000,
you can't
350
beat, but
over to
in
court.
your mind you think that you can beat. You know, that's
So you can get in trouble
that's
really
how you get in
fast.
trouble.
Then
But
you get humbled, and then all of a sudden you're buying into like 100 dailies to get your bankroll back again.
But I also I understand like Court's side of it where
Court's
like,
gonna
you need
re-raise
play
to a
the
total
best
bet
also
of.
get better. So it's kind of like a
You gotta have a
catch-22.
balance.
950,000,
You need
950.
to play better players in order.
It's a total re-raise amount by Court.
Improve,
Action's back to
but
Dan.
you need to also know exactly why you're doing it and what you're doing. And you know, you may know you're a fish in this field at this moment, but you've calculated a shot that you're taking. You know, it's within your bankroll, and you know you're doing it mostly kind of for training. This is how you're going to step up.
Yep.
Let's go back
so
to
back
this
to
hand
action. This is kind of an interesting 3-bet, only because it's such a good defend hand. Suited 10-6 is a hand that can play decent post-flop. I would prefer him to be 3-betting hands that are like
And Dan's going to make the call.
blockers with a bad
950,000.
PLO.
And a call.
Like if you have like the
ace
king
three.
3 off
All right,
or
let's see the
something like
flop.
that. I'd prefer to 3-bet something like that because in this spot it's like if Dan ended up
Flop
putting
is
the
5 of
4-bet,
hearts,
you
8 of
are so
spades,
sad
Queen of
folding
hearts,
10-6
Court
suited.
is
You're
first.
like, I could have flopped huge if Dan actually has like a big pair or something. 10-6 suited is a good thing to crack it with. But
Court's gonna
he
check
ends up
over to
getting
Dan.
Field and Dan flops better. And I'm assuming we'll find some way to win this hand.
And you're right. I think now we're going to start to see where maybe I know Court is already doing it, but maybe Dan's going to start where they're going to deviate from their strategy a little bit just to see how the other player
Dan's
adjusts.
gonna bet.
And I'm in line with you.
600,000
I
is the
would've
bet by
picked a
Dan.
different
Action's over to
hand
Court.
3-bet. 10-6 does defend.
600,000.
I would have just called this hand, but you know
Might have been a
he-
game flow thing. He's just like, I haven't 3-bet yet. Let's throw one out
Court's
here.
gonna fold,
Could have
and
had
Dan's
less to do
gonna
with
take
the
down the
foldings
pot.
and more to do with like feeling the timing's right. He could get one through. Maybe he picked up on Dan's weakness. Like who knows what his reasoning was.
And I wonder if there's any
Started with
psychological side of
700,
it, too,
87
where,
players
like,
down to
Dan
our final
has the
2.
chip lead.
Second place
Court
today is going to
came
receive
into
just over
final table with the chip lead, he gave up the chip
153,000.
lead, and
First place today, just
Trying
over
to get it back.
nothing has really
248,000
gone his way. Dan has
in
been
the
winning most of the
HPT
pots.
main event bracelet.
And you know, I'll give him credit. He's a great player, but he's also been running a little bit better than Court. You know, Court's been quite a few times. Court set the best hand till the turn.
Court's
of
gonna
the
be first
river,
act on the button.
and then
160
came
is our
back
big
and won
blind.
the pot. And I wonder if that's psychologically, you know, affecting Court a little bit. He's
Court's
got
going to
ace
raise
king
to
in the button. He's
400.
opening
So,
this.
oh, no, Dan's got the ace king.
15,415.
So
Dan has the
yeah,
ace.
Or did
I
Dan?
think Cord didn't hover his cards over there long enough, so we don't know what he has right now. But yeah, just as you were saying, Dan's been running very well, and he picks up ace king on the button when Cord might have felt in the last hand that he might have gotten run over a bit.
He's definitely going to 3-bet this.
Dan's
Let's see
gonna
what size
re-raise
he
to a
picks.
total
He's gonna
bet
make
of
it 2. Is it an even million?
1.1 million. 1,100,000
to 400.
is the re-raise by Dan.
400.
Actions back to Cord.
A little bit over 400K, and Dan is 3-bet to 1.1 million.
I wish we knew what Cord had. I feel like the times that we haven't seen his cards, it's been like in really interesting spots.
I have a feeling that Cord's going to put in a 4th bet
He
here.
looks like he's thinking about it, right?
I think Cord hates giving up hands.
And Cord's going to make the call.
He was. I mean, he was
1.1 million and a call.
I thought he was going to put in a.
I thought I was recognized with the same look. You can kind of see the gears turning, or someone's trying to
Flop is
get
ace
a little
of
out of
clubs,
line.
Queen of spades, 7 of hearts.
And Dan
is going to be
pretty
first
good flop
act.
for Dan. Ace, Queen 7. He's got the top pair, top kicker.
And the types of hands that Cord would call a 3-bet with should hit this board. Like if he has something like King Queen, like Queen 10 suited, Queen Jack suited,
you can
Ace
have a
10,
lot of
Ace Jack.
sevens,
There's a lot. Like
you know,
this is a good board for Cord's 3-bet calling range. His calling range. So
Dan's going to bet 700,000. 700,000. Actions over to Cord.
I don't know if it will be the game-ending cooler, but definitely might be a little bit of a cooler. If Cord is connected anyway.
And Cord's going to make the call, 700,000.
What do we think Cord has?
And the call. Let's see the turn card.
Cord has a Queen Jack suited type of hand.
Turn card is the deuce of diamonds. Dan's going to be first act.
What do you think? Let's gamble on it.
I definitely think Cord has some type of a queen. He could easily have a 7-2, like a 7-8 suited, 7-9 suited type of a hand. With spades. Yeah, let's say if he's got 7-9 of spades or 7-10 of spades. All of his queens are, I think, in his range. King, Queen, Queen, Jack, Queen 10.
And like most, I think any suited aces too. He doesn't have to necessarily have a really big ace. I think if his ace is suited, he would have called as well.
Yeah, and Dan's going to bet.
He's going to defend like all his aces there. And I think now Dan is making a really nice sizing here on the turn. He's going to bet big.
1,850,000. 1.850.
1.8
is the bet by Dan. Actions over to Cord. 1.850.
I think Dan realizes that Cord probably has a piece of that flop. I think he knows he's way ahead of his range, so he's betting a little bit bigger sizing here to try to extract max value from this hand. At least now he did.
Cord's going to fold, and Dan's going to take down the pot.
I wish we got to find out what he had. Bummer. But yeah, it's tough for Cord. Like, say Cord does have something that's like a really good bluff catcher, a high suited queen, something like that he would have defended with. You know, Dan's 3-bet range obviously includes like all good aces.
How long till I can see that hand?
But we know that Dan's supposed to have those in 3-bet range. So like when it comes out ace high, it's like Dan's gonna fire at that every single time.
He's gonna rep the ace.
Like the inflection point is definitely on the turn because like Cord's obviously gonna call the flop. With worse aces and with the queen.
About 20 minutes
and
left
so then
at this
on the
level.
turn
20,000
really
Andy.
has to make the decision.
25,000 Andy.
Am I dying with
8160
this hand?
on
Am
the
I going to commit another 3 million, 4 million chips to the pot? And he decides to let it go. And unfortunately,
Dan's
going to
be first act on the button.
And that's the toughest thing
is our
about
big
playing
blind.
really good opponents heads up, because
Dan's going to fold, and Cord's going to get a walk and win the pot.
They range you really well. So Dan knows that this range hits his 3-bet range much better than Cord's defend range. So he's going to rep that story all the way through. And Cord has to know. A good player should know that. So let's say if you're, like you said, if you're defending there with like a Queen Jack and you call the turn, you call the flop, and he bombs the turn, you know that he's bombing the river too.
Yep.
So now what are you going to do then? That's where a good player can put you in such a tough spot, because
Cord's going to be
he's gonna
first act here on the
continue with
button.
his story. And now if you call that turn, now on the river, let's say he sets up a shove bluff, you have to make a
Cord's gonna
decision.
raise.
All right, does he have it or not? And you don't want to put yourself in this situation.
It's 420,000, 420.
It's tough.
420,000 is the raise by
heads-up
Cord.
situations. For my bracelet, I played Brian Pellegrino. He's primordial aces online, considered one of the better heads-up players at that point, one of the best heads-up players online. And I just happened to get super lucky that I had like a 3-1 chip.
And Dan's going to make the call, 420.
And that consistently kept
And a
playing
call.
through my head. There was a couple of spots where I thought I was ahead, but
All right, let's see the flop.
I didn't, marginally ahead, and
Exactly.
there was
You
still
don't have
two
to take
cards to
those
come.
marginal spots.
And
You
I'm
could-
like,
Flop
if I
is 6
take
of
that
clubs,
marginal
8 of clubs,
spot and
5
I
of
give him a chance
spades.
to double up, then we get
Dan's
heads
first, he
up.
checks over to
And then
Cord.
we get even in chips, or he takes the chip lead. I know that this player is better than me heads up.
Cord's going to bet
I'm not one of these
400,000.
ego people
That's
that
a
think
really
I'm the
smart
best
way
in
of
the world.
thinking
So I'm
about
like,
it.
I am
Cord
better
over
off
Dan.
just folding here, you know,
Yeah,
keep
and
them short.
even if variance
Just
is
keep
like
them
even,
short,
say you
exact-
guys get dealt the same type of like hand distribution, with your 3-to-1
And
lead,
Dan's going to make the
you'll be
call.
able to win.
400,000 in a call.
So as long as you
Let's see
don't
the
do
turn
anything
card.
like too risky or like
Turn
give
card is
him
the
chips
deuce
in
of
a marginal
spades.
spot, then you're still a favorite.
Dan's
even
gonna be
if
first
he's a
act.
better player.
Checks
just
over to
'cause he
court.
came in with the lead. That's really smart. I don't think people think about it too much. They look at it in a vacuum every single hand and
you
try to make
can't.
decisions.
You need
but
to understand that, you know,
Court's
this
gonna
guy
bet.
might be 10 times better than you, but if you have a 4-to-1 chip lead on him,
150,000.
Still got a
this
shot.
ball you have an advantage
Yep.
over the match. So your only advantage is to keep him short. The minute you lose that advantage and you let him get
it's
even, or
soul
you let him,
crushing. Like, look, I've played a lot online, and like, when there's someone who is just not letting you win a big pot, if you think you're better than them, your stats are better than them online, but they're just not giving up a big pot. They're
And
not
Dan's
making
gonna
a
make the
big
call.
mistake. They're not ever
650,000.
imploding. That's annoying.
And the call.
That
Let's see
wears
the
on
river
you,
card.
and you feel like when you're at a chip deficit, you're
River
like,
card's
when
the
am I
three
going
of
to get these back?
diamonds. Dan's going to be first. Checks
Court
over to
catches
court.
up here on the river with the 3.
And kind of, and this would be a pretty thin value bet if he can make it.
I actually think it's not that bad of a value bet because
Court's going to
the
bet.
only thing he should be worried about at this point is what, a 4 or
1.8.
uh,
1,800,000 is the bet by
never has
Court.
a flop
1.8
straight there.
actions over to Dan.
The only problem I have with this bet is that like you have such bottom two pair, not exactly bottom
Dan's
two pair.
gonna fold and Court's
Dan's
gonna
check
take down
if
the
he has,
pot.
like 6-5 or something.
Right,
Don't
yeah,
you
he's
think?
he's gonna
So
check the
you
bigger.
sometimes are like value cutting yourself, and,
Yeah,
and,
you may be
and look,
value
I'm someone
owning
who does
yourself,
it.
but
I do it to myself a lot.
It's one of those spots that it's like you don't want to value on yourself, but at the same time, it's such a good hand.
You
that
feel like a
ends
wuss
up-
when you don't make the
right,
value
and then
bet.
you don't want to check back and.
But it's tough because it's like Dan's gonna.
What
have
did he
so
bet on the river?
few-
What was his sizing? I wasn't paying attention. I didn't see what. There was 3 million
It
in the
looked like
pot.
almost 2 million. I think it was almost a stack of white. But yeah, you're right. I
That's
didn't
the
catch
one
it.
thing. That's the one thing I would be very surprised as to why are you making the bet.
25,000 Annie,
And I could be
81.60 on
wrong.
the
I
blinds.
mean, we were talking.
It did look
originally.
like a stack.
Court's
I
gonna
think
be first act here on the
I think it
on the
wasn't
button.
quite 2 million, but I think it was like
So
maybe
it's tough.
1.6.
Like Dan would
or-
really have to put on his hero cape to be able to call with worse in that spot.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's the one thing like people don't understand about sizing is that let's say in this scenario in the end, if you make the size way too big, like way too big, you're technically kind of turning your hand into a bluff because you're only gonna get called by
Or
a
you're
hand that beats you.
really hoping your
You know,
opponent
you're-
interprets it as a bluffy sizing.
What a butterfly
It's, you
effect.
know, like would a value hand, would a
different
4
now.
really bet this much?
My
That's
mom
what should be
thinks
going
it.
through Dan's head. So maybe like it could be intentionally big sizing.
And that's the thing.
Right,
With two
81.60
good
on the
players,
board.
There's a lot of leveling going on.
Dan's gonna be
and
first act on
something
the
that
button.
doesn't make any sense. You would think like, well, okay, why is he doing this? It doesn't make any sense. So they
Dan's
start
gonna
just
raise
going back and forth leveling
to
each other.
350,000, 350.
But I don't recall
Over
a
to
hand
Cord.
at this final table where Dan has really hero called at all. He's been like pretty measured and like.
And Court's gonna
bet
make the call,
sizings he's making
350,000.
makes sense.
And the call,
he
let's see the
hasn't
flop.
really like. I don't know if he hasn't
Yeah,
been
he hasn't
put
done
in a
anything
hard
out of
spot
line. I
or
think
yeah.
Dan is just waiting it out.
Flop is 3 of diamonds, 6
He's
of
folding
hearts,
those
king of
marginal spots
spades.
that you were talking about when you
Yeah.
were
Cord is gonna be first. He checks
He's
over
like,
to
okay,
Dan.
like maybe my 5 is good here, but like don't need this spot.
I think this is what's going on through Dan's hand. I think that Dan thinks that maybe he does have some type of an advantage in this match, and
Dan's
he's
gonna
not
bet.
going to take like a marginal spot where he just wants to
250,000,
flip for the whole
250.
thing. You know, he probably
Actions
feels
back
if,
to Cord.
if,
And
if
Cord's
the
gonna make the
match
call.
went on long enough, he can
250,000.
Cord little by
And
little
the call.
by little.
Let's see
and
the
then
turn
take away
card.
the chip lead, maybe like a 2-to-1 or 3-to-1
Turn card is
chip
the
lead,
jack
and
of
then he
clubs.
can try to like put the
Cord is
final
first,
nail
checks
in the
over to
coffin
Dan.
and finish it off. I don't think he's gonna try to rush it. You know, it's like he's just letting it come to him. And I've never played with Dan. You know Dan much better than I do. But you
And
know,
Dan
from
checks as well. Both
friends
players
and
check the
from
turn.
just
Let's see the
being around
river card.
circuit, I know he's a great player. He
River
looks
card's
like
the
a
jack
very
of
calculated
spades.
player who takes his time. He doesn't look
Cord
like the
is
type
first.
of guy who'll just rush and do something
Checks over to
crazy
Dan, and
stupid.
Dan checks as well. Both players check the river.
And he used
Cord
to
shows.
actually do some poker instruction. I'm not sure if he does anymore, but he would stream on Twitch sometimes.
Cord shows 7-4 of
And his
spades,
stream got some
and
good reviews. Like people really
Dan
did
shows
enjoy learning
ace
from him,
7
so
for ace
I
Highland
wouldn't
is
be
going to win the
shocked
pot.
if he's like extremely deliberate with whatever strategy he's employing here.
Have you done any of that? Have you done any?
I did. I streamed for about a year. I was sponsored by Party Poker, and they were like really huge into Twitch. They really thought this was like the next way to get new players into poker. The problem with it was I was in New Jersey, which we're regulated, and that's awesome. So, but it's a very small market. So Sundays were the only days that were really worth streaming because we're playing for a lot of money those days. So I found it hard to really like. I probably had like 300 viewers. I found it hard to like get more than that because
Cord's gonna
like
be
some of these
first
other
act here.
some
He's gonna raise.
stars tournaments had like 200K for first. I'm
To
like, I would watch them before I
420,000,
watch anyone
420.
5K.
Right.
Is the raise. Dan's
so I
gonna
kinda
fold, and
fell out of
Cord's
it.
gonna take down the
I also
pot.
thought it's really hard to play for a lot of money and explain every decision you're making. Like, think of how many times you're just feeling something game flow wise where you're
Right.
like, if I put in this 3-bet, it's gonna work. I know it. And you don't know why you know it, but you just do it. I have to explain these things, and all of a sudden I'm like second guessing myself. It feels like you have more than one voice in your head.
Yeah,
I
because
didn't enjoy it.
It definitely puts a different dynamic when you know you're being observed, and not just in poker, just in life. You know,
You feel like you're afraid to do something
There've
stupid.
even been scientific studies that show that even just not like humans, but like other
Dan's
life.
first
like
act,
plants
he's
or
gonna
something,
raise
just
to
like
350,000,
the observation
350.
when
Over to Cord.
something is being observed, it behaves differently. You know, especially us as people that we're afraid of being judged and doing something stupid. You know, being on this TV final table, you know this thing is gonna air one day and
Cord's gonna
everybody's
re-raise.
see it.
Yep.
Like, you don't want to look
So
like
total
a
bet
donkey.
up.
You know, and that game flow thing that you're talking about.
950,000. Dan's
That's
gonna fold,
probably
and
one of
Cord's
the
gonna take
biggest
down the
things in
pot.
my game. That's why I'm
950,000
not
was
an
the
online
re-raise
player,
amount.
Never have been. I've been a live player, and I think that's where I get my edges. I get sometimes that you just get that feeling like where you've been studying the table the whole day.
Yep.
Maybe it's just like a physical tell, or just the way the person is behaving or the way they're acting. That you know
feel
that
it.
this
You're like,
you
this
feel it. You
guy's
kinda
3-betting
know
me
it.
the next time I
Exactly.
open, and you can just feel it.
You kind of.
But if there's all this other noise where you're like, you're talking, and also with Twitch, you're interacting with the message board, and like that's a fun thing to do, but it's very distracting.
As well. Yeah.
So you don't get
Cord's
those
gonna be
like,
first act on the
yeah,
button.
I don't know. It's like some people love it though. I mean, some people are making a living more off of their Twitch
400,
stream than they are off of
20,000.
the actual poker they're
know it's
playing.
going back, so I
like
announced
that's
it.
really cool. Like
And
the
there's
fact that
nothing
Jason
wrong with that.
Somerville's
Yeah, if
doing
you can
that.
do that, and you're
You're
like
bringing new people into
you got
poker.
the Doug Polk Twitch, over 60,000 followers. You know, you probably watch it. I
Yeah,
watch it. He's a great guy.
I
I
think
think
it's-
if you have, you know,
I can't go like this.
you need to have that perfect mix, though. You need to be really, really good at poker.
I
People
can't go
have
like
to
this,
respect your game,
800,000?
other's they're not going to watch it.
Yep.
And also, you need to be entertained. An entertainer.
It's hard to do
You
both
can't
at
be-
once.
Yeah, you can't be just boring. And I think that's why
Yeah.
maybe Doug Polk is so successful, is because he's just cool. You know, he's
And
just goofy.
at this
and
point, he's like kind of effortlessly good at poker. Like he was one of the best heads-up players, possibly the best heads-up player
he
for a
get
long
penalized
time,
for saying
where
that?
people wouldn't even sit him
Is he
anymore.
allowed to say that?
So he has that. He has like the confidence of that under his belt, but also the fact
Dan's
that
gonna be
like,
first
he
act.
can play really high quality poker
350,000
and
is
still
their
be
age.
distracted and have
build-
fun and
exactly.
like entertain everyone. I think
Yeah.
Twitch is great though. I think that like a
I-
lot of
I
casual
love that.
players
And Cord's
get
gonna make the
some
call,
sort of
350,000
understanding
and
how
a
to play
call.
the game, and then probably go to a casino or
All right,
they
let's
play
see the
small
flop.
stakes online. It's a good way to like learn in a fun, less boring
Up
way.
is
than, like,
4 of
reading a
diamonds,
book.
queen of diamonds,
Yeah,
deuce
there's
of
not
diamonds. Cord's gonna
many
be first.
ways that
Cord's
at
gonna
this
check over
point, with
Dan.
online poker being illegal in most of the states, that new players are going to come into the game.
Dan
other
checks
than
the wall. Both
TV
players check the
and-
flop.
and
Let's do the
Twitch
turn.
Or some
Yep.
type of a visual
card
entertainment
is the
where
eight of
they can
spades.
first sit down and go, oh, this is kind of cool. You know, I play poker in my home game. I'm not.
Cord's gonna
you know,
bet
I'm not
400,
good, but let me watch this, and then
25,000,
the next thing
425.
you
Yeah,
know,
Dan's
you're
gonna
exactly.
gonna
fold.
That's
see
how
the big money
that's how
that
I
you're
learned to play
playing.
too. I was like, I'm playing in a home game, and then I'm like, oh, I want to be the best player in my home game.
Right.
You kind of like ladder up a little at a
Yeah.
time. Then you go to a casino, and you're like, oh, I'm donating for the first couple of months. I want to be someone who's like break even and then winning, and then you move up a stake. The entryway into poker though is always something like that. It's either you're playing with your friends or you're like introduced to it by something like Twitch, or like you see an HPT on TV and you're like, oh, this is so fun. And like that's how it should be in the beginning. It's fun. You're not trying to like worry about what your hourly rate is or anything like that. You're doing it for entertainment, and then you see if you have any like natural skill at it, or if you're willing to put in a ton of
Cord's
time
gonna
into
be
it.
first act
But
on the
yeah, I
button.
think Twitch. I think these televised final tables.
420 is the announced amount. 420.
Is what the answer is right now.
Dan's gonna
It
fold, and
doesn't
Cord's
look
gonna
like
take
it's
down the
gonna
pot.
be,
Been trying to get
quick
into,
process to get a bunch of states regulated.
But it'll be fun though. It'll be fun if they bring online poker
Never done
back,
either,
and
but I
you know
was
maybe
really
it'll be
good on
another
skates when I was
boom.
young.
I wish, man. I'm telling you right now, like if anyone has any pull around here,
didn't do
even
it.
just
Is that mine?
talking to like your representatives in your state,
do it
sending them an
because I didn't
email,
wanna
like
hurt
just so they know the interest is still there, that people still love poker, and we don't want to be banned from playing something that's harmless.
Right.
I was really active in New Jersey trying to get it passed, and I really do think every little bit counts.
Speed it.
Yeah, there's a lot of passionate players that want to get it passed. It certainly is a double standard, and with a lot of other,
I want to do a snowball. I want to snowball.
I mean, what should I call them? Like
Gambling.
gambling
Yeah.
activities.
Dan's first
Gambling
act
that
on
has
illegal.
no skill at
Exactly.
all
Raise
is
to
illegal, and then
350,000,
this-
350.
It's a complete double standard. Let's say sports betting or things like that that you can do legally. legally.
And Court's going to make the call,
complete
350.
total gamble, but this is a game.
And
of
a call.
skill.
Let's see the flop.
That can produce so much revenue for a state. Like New Jersey's doing so much
Flop
better.
is 4 of hearts,
since
deuce of hearts, 3 of clubs. Court's going to be
regulated
first.
online poker.
Checks over to Dan.
Imagine how much bigger this tournament could be if they also had
Dan checks as well.
satellites
Both players
online
check the
for like
flop. Let's see the turn.
$50, $20.
And
You could get all
turn
a
card is
ton
the
more
king of
people.
spades.
And we both remember the times when
Court
we
is
both
first
came
and
into
checks over to
poker,
Dan.
like right after the moneymaker effect, 2003.
Dan checks as
204,
well. Both players
205.
check the turn.
I mean, there was
Let's see the
10K
river card.
events that were getting like 800,
Yeah.
900
River card
players.
is the 5 of
There was
diamonds.
10Ks all over the place. Now it's hard to find a
Court
10K
checks.
event. The buy-ins have
And
considerably.
Dan checks.
Yeah,
Let's see a winner.
and
Court
because of
shows.
satellites. I mean,
Jack
obviously
10.
poker, the boom happens and
shows
there's going to
7
be some
deuce for a
waning
pair of
after
deuces.
that. But
And
it
is
took
gonna
a
win the
huge
pot.
chunk out of these fields.
not
The fact that you
3-bet.
can't satellite in online. Like people used to be able to do steps from like a couple of dollars all the way up to a 10K. And you can't do that live. Who's going to sit down to a $10 tournament to get into a $100 tournament to a $1,000? But yeah, I mean, I really wish Colorado is like the coolest state.
Just under
I
8
love it
minutes
here.
left.
And the one thing that makes me
At
not
this
move
level,
here is that
25,000
I
Annie,
play
81
online
60 on
probably
the blinds.
75% of my hours.
And then another thing that I don't think a lot of players think about, but I have thought about, is the fact that they're keeping, like, let's say, for example,
Court's
online
first act
poker
here on the button.
illegal. It brings a lot of bad stigma to poker
Yes,
itself,
for sure.
and that deters big sponsors from this. I was very surprised.
Court's going to raise
that
to 400,
at the
20,000,
poker line
420.
boom, we didn't get
Over to
big
Dan.
sponsors like some type of beer
Dan's gonna
companies
fold
or
it. Court's
Red
gonna
Bull
take on the
or
pot.
like these big huge
And
companies.
you know what?
They don't want to
WSOP did
associate
used to have
themselves.
it. WSOP had it before. Do you remember like 2010? It was like
they have beef
Jack
jerky,
Links,
the jerky.
Budweiser. There was like a bunch of things that were involved. And then you're right. As soon as it was like, we're not regulating this
Illegal.
anymore,
Well-
it's banned, whatever. Like they don't want to associate. And
Well,
it's
they're
like,
publicly
this isn't-
traded companies, and they don't want their brand associated with something that, even if like a very small percentage of their shareholders think that, oh, this is illegal, why you guys, they don't want to deal with it. So
Which
they're
is so
just
funny
better off.
because look how harmless this is and how much fun people have playing it. There's nothing
it's
wrong
an
with
American
poker.
pastime game. Nobody's getting hurt. You're not. There's a lot worse things online. And their argument is like, well, we don't want kids
Dan
and
folds
like,
their
new people
pre-flop.
just getting
And
addicted.
there have
gets
been no
walk and
evidence.
has-
Like
There
in
is zero.
Jersey, it's
Zero.
been
King of
regulated. There
hearts.
hasn't been a single case of
Yeah.
underage gaming because a parent would have to be complicit in their child playing. They need
Exactly.
a ton of information. They need a credit card. Sometimes credit cards wouldn't even work. They would need to go to an actual casino and deposit the money themselves. So all the fears that people have are unfounded. and-
Unfounded, because even if it was regulated, they can put certain measurements in place
first
act
that
to protect
will
people.
prevent, that will protect. This
And
is
Dan's
worse
gonna
when
get a
it's
walk.
not
He'll win the
regulated
pot.
because now there's no measurements in place. It's not
Right.
protecting
Some of
anybody.
these
And
places can just like some of these sites could just disappear overnight. Like I've lost money in ways like that.
all many people that are aware of what
About
happened
6
right
minutes
around the,
left. Just under 6 minutes left
You
at
Black
this level.
Friday, you saw a lot of websites, a lot of these
81.60
unregulated websites just disappeared, and
lines.
people have lost a ton of money on them. It's just it makes no sense, but that's the world we live in, and we just gotta live with that. And speaking, the way I got into poker is just so weird because you kind of like little by little laddered up. I just wondered. I got into poker.
Dan's
in
going to raise on the button to
1999. Okay, I was
350,000, 350.
20 years, 21 years
Over
old,
to
something
court.
like that. And I wandered in a casino, and I'm just walking around. I've played five
And
cards.
Court's going to make the
draw
call,
with my friend.
350,000.
And I go up to
And
the
a call.
top
Let's see the
floor in
flop.
this smoky room, and I see these guys around the table. What is
Flop
happening
is
here?
6
They're
of clubs, 5 of
10-20
spades,
limit.
7 of clubs. Court is
And I
first. He
was like,
checks over to
okay.
Dan.
I just jumped in. And was the fish of the game for who knows how
Dan
long.
checks
and
as well.
that's
Both
how I
players check
learned.
the
Just
flop. Let's
jumped
see the
right into
turn.
a 10-20 limit game. Had no idea what a blind
But
was.
this
what
is
a
why
price
I
is.
really
This is the
enjoy
10 of
being around
diamonds.
poker players
Loved
because
it.
like the people that I've
Court's
become
gonna bet
friends with just
300,000.
have guts. Like that's a weird thing to do. Just be like to have the confidence, to be like I'll figure it out.
Yeah,
I'll
I
just jump in
just
here.
sat down and I'm like, I mean, how hard can it be? I'm like, I'm probably just as
And
bad
Dan's
here
gonna make
as
the
if
call,
I was playing
300,000 in a
blackjack
call.
or anything
And
else.
that's
see the river
probably
card.
actually true.
And I'm not the type of guy. I
River
don't
card is a
gamble
5 of
like in
diamonds.
table games or anything like that. I was just wandering
Court
around.
is
And
first.
Poker, for some reason, just everybody,
checks over
the
to Dan.
friendliness of the people around you.
And
just
Dan checks as well. Both players check the river.
competitiveness of the game just really got me. And then after
Court
that
shows.
point on, I just
Jack
said, dude,
6,
I wanna
2
learn
pair.
this game. I want to be good at it.
6s and 5s with the jack kicker.
I bet 500.
I think too,
And
like
Court's
a
gonna
lot
win
of
the
people
pot.
make a big deal about like wanting to get women in poker and all this stuff, and I just think it's something like there are things we could do to get more women playing and market to them more. But I also think it's like something inside where you like. I liked being the underdog when I started playing. Like I like to sit down in a new place where nobody
4
knows me,
minutes left.
and they assume I'm terrible.
At this level,
and I'm like, no, I'm only kind of bad.
25,000 Annie, 81.60 on the blinds.
I think that's a cool thing too, and like, I don't know, it takes a lot to like sit down at a table where you really are new and like you're being looked at like you're an alien and you still want to play.
That's why I don't understand some even
Court's gonna be
pros
first act on the button.
berate and belittle
It's
like
so
brand new
absurd.
players, and I
And
really
there was
get
none of that
400,
here.
20,000,
Like that's
420?
that's like the
Dan's gonna
biggest
fold.
difference I had playing this
Court's gonna take down the
HPT
pot.
than like any
It
other
was just
tournaments
like
I
a
play.
completely
People were
different
nice to each
atmosphere,
other.
yeah.
Like they really were nice to each other. There's a lot of people being like, good hand, nice hand as they're getting two outed on the river.
Right.
And there's a lot of like playful ribbing, like
I saw the
pooch.
same thing. I saw the same exact thing. All of my tables were very playful.
Yep.
Just
If everyone acted like that, how much better shape would poker be in right now?
Oh,
It
yeah.
would still
Dan's gonna be
just as
first
easy as
act
it
here
was,
on the
like, 10
button.
years
that's
ago.
the thing you got to understand. A lot of
160
these
is the big
recreational
blind.
players, Dan O has jacks in the button, but Core doesn't have anything. So I don't
Might
think
not
this
stop
hand's
him
gonna
from
get
making
it.
the call.
350,000 is the announced amount. 350.
He'll probably still defend.
Over to Cord. Cord's gonna fold.
Okay.
And Dan's gonna
Yeah,
take
he
down
really
the pot.
doesn't- He hasn't let it get under his skin, and he's been running pretty bad.
Yeah, tough.
What are the chip stacks right now? We have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12.
Yeah, I think Dan has 3 million more than Cord.
12. So he's probably around 13 million. Close to 13, 12 and a half to 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so no significant changes in the chip stack. Nothing really has happened. That's what we're talking about, different subjects.
There's just some, yeah, like I'll get hung up on the online poker thing because it's just, it would just help everyone if we could just get it regulated, you know? I don't like having the government tell me the,
Cord's
you know,
first
That's the
actor
one
on the
thing I-
button. He's
that
gonna
you
raise to
can't, can or can't do something
420,000.
that's not harming anyone.
420
That's your
over to
own money.
Dan.
You work hard for your money. You're an adult. You know, wait a minute.
And
why can't
Dan's
I
gonna
not
make the call.
spend my money the way I want. If I wanna
400,
lose and
20,000
be
and a call.
degenerate, then that's what I want.
Exactly,
I'm gonna find.
Let's see the flop.
you're putting yourself more at risk now by playing an unregulated site because that's the only option that you have.
Flop is 5 of clubs, 4 of clubs, 6 of
The
hearts.
same things with drugs
Dan's
too.
gonna be
It's
first.
like the more you try to regulate,
The worse it becomes
something,
because the
worse
black
it
market becomes
exactly
yep, criminal activity
You
instead.
criminalize the black. Exactly, you criminalize it now, and now there's a lot more shady shit that can go on.
Yes.
Other than just regulated, because the people that want to do something, they're going to do
Dan's
it
gonna bet
regardless. You, as a
600,000.
government, are not going to stop
Over to Cord.
anybody from doing what they want to do.
Right.
That's just not going to happen. You know, so if you can regulate it and keep the people safe, and you know
And Cord's gonna make
they
the call.
proved that with drugs.
600,000 and a call. Let's see the turn card. Turn card is the 9 of clubs.
Research here because
Dan's gonna be first.
Portugal. Okay, so yeah, Portugal was the first country that legalized all drugs.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yes,
That's crazy.
and this, I think they did this in I remember reading about it. There's the liberalization of drugs in Portugal. I think in 2015 was it, if I'm not mistaken.
Dan
But
checks
anyways,
over to Cord.
a while ago, they legalized all drugs, and they decided instead of spending all this
Both
money
players check the
fighting
turn.
drugs, why
Let's
don't
see
we
the river
legalize
card.
all the drugs and spend all that money on people who
River
are
card is the
addicted
deuce
and
of
want to get help?
clubs.
Okay.
Dan's
And what
gonna
they
be
saw
first.
happen was their drug problem completely almost decimated because all the people that needed help now had all of a sudden
Dan
money
checks over to
and
Cord.
a support system where they can go and get help. And the people that did their drugs just did their drugs anyways. And they saw nothing bad coming out of it. They only saw good
Cord's gonna
things
bet.
happening. And because of that, because people are going to do it. If they want to do drugs, they're going to do drugs. If they want to play
900,000.
poker,
Dan's
they're
gonna
gonna play
fold. And
But-
Cord's gonna
And
take
I
down
guess
the
the
pot.
fact that they're letting these like they're letting the market get bigger for it, so then the profit margin is like lower, so you don't like the criminals who are profiting huge.
And
on
that's
it.
the other
that's
thing.
gonna be the
Crime
last hand
rate,
at this level.
drug-related crime
Last
significantly
hand
dropped
at
because
this
now
level.
there's no money incentive, you know, to if you can just
keep the
you know
A's out of court.
go and get whatever you want, like your joint or whatever from the supermarket. There's no market for the criminal activities for the prices to go up and for all that stuff to happen. So it's same thing with poker. If this thing gets legalized all throughout,
All right, last
it
hand at
gets-
this level. Big
it
blind is
gets,
still 160. Dan's gonna be
people
first
can get in
act.
Quality of the
trouble for it.
companies in New Jersey are just
Dan's
way
gonna
higher.
fold.
Like the customer service that we
And
have,
Cord's gonna get a walk and win the pot.
and just like the payout procedures and stuff, and the deposit procedures
You
are
wanna play
like
Deuce
streamlined,
sometime?
and you don't get
You wanna
surprised
play
by
Deuce
I'm not
sometime?
allowed to get this out for a week. There's none of that because it's regulated, and like they have to answer to New Jersey Gaming,
That's the thing,
so
it's
they
the
can't
regulation.
they can't be a bad company. And in other states where it's not regulated,
All right, new blind
companies
level.
do whatever they want.
Gonna stay at
I
a
mean, they
quarter
can just
ante,
shut down
but we're gonna be
overnight.
100,
Not
200 on the
steering
blinds. 100,000,
That's
200,000.
what I'm hoping for.
On the
that
blinds
New
with a quarter
Jersey being
ante.
on the forefront of the legalization. If they can get like a 2 or 3 year track record and they can show and say, well, listen, this thing's been legal in our state for 3 years, and they can show
And
some
look, these children aren't coming home from
and
school and
exactly,
playing
they
poker.
can show that listen, nobody's getting hurt. In actuality, maybe it's getting better. Then more states can kind of take the initiative, and then once, kind of like what's happening with legalized marijuana, you know, here in Colorado. It's,
yeah, look, Colorado's not not exploding. You know,
yeah, you don't see
everyone seems happy here.
But on the other hand, what's happening in like the East Coast with like the opiates, like people are just, so many people are dying from overdoses because now there's illegal drugs spiked with all kinds of stuff.
Blind level here. Quarter
entering
ante,
the marketplace.
100,000, 200,000.
No regulation.
On the
A lot of
blinds.
these people, you know, it's just the crime rate is just spiking because of it.
Thank you. You can send mine over here.
What we had? We got stack 11. I think they've
Yeah,
kind of
they're
evened out
evened
now.
out
Yeah,
again.
they're even stacks. And we can be in for a very long heads-up match. We both know how hard it is.
200,000 is our big blind. Cord's first act on the button. It's going to raise to 400,000. 5. I'm sorry, 5.
Most of the time, heads up is going to be just
500,000 is the raise.
You know, like
Over to Dan.
5-4 offsuit, King 7 offsuit, Ace 9 offsuit, and it just comes down to like, all right, who gets lucky and connects better, or who can.
Dan's going to make the call. 500,000.
When one player is significantly better than the other player, they
All
can
right, let's see
outplay
the
them a lot
flop.
of these spots and kind of pick at them and slowly kind of drain them out. But both of these guys,
Yeah, no, I don't think there's a
good
huge
players.
edge either.
There's
Flop
not
is
like
10 of
a
diamonds, 9 of
humongous
diamonds,
edge, you know,
ace of
maybe
spades. Dan
one
is
guy's a
first. He
little
checks
bit
over to
better than the
Cord.
other guy. So
Cord's going to
and
bet
they both know that
300,000.
too, so
Dan's going to fold,
this
and
thing
Cord's
is
going to
just
take down the
just
pot.
stream long, and unless we see like some type of a cooler situation, we're in for a pretty long heads-up match.
I'll take one more. Yeah. Please.
No. Not drinking. I haven't had a drink yet this year.
Really?
Now, we said that Cord won this thing last year, and then it's been running pretty hot on the HPT circuit as of in 2016. He didn't play HPTs for quite a while, and then 2016 he won this one for 164. Then he got 22nd
Because you're not gonna drink.
on the very next step in Daytona Beach, and then the following
All right,
month
1-2 on the blinds. Dan's going to be first on the
in
button.
Reno, Nevada, he made another final table and got 6th.
Wow.
And then
This is all in 1 year. Wow, that's great.
This is
It's
all
gonna
within
raise to
4 months.
450,000.
He got 1, 2, 3, 4 catches. He got a first, a 22nd, a 6th, and a
450.
14th. He almost made 3 final tables within 4 stops. And now he's back again defending his title. It's pretty cool.
Cord's going to re-raise.
Pretty big heads-up hands right here. We got King 7 on the button for Dan.
1.250. Dan folds,
Garcia,
and Cord's going to take down the pot.
Jacks.
Yeah, I like Dan's fold here because it's like the range of hands
1.250 was the
betting
raise.
contains a lot of kings that dominate Dan. So like if he ends up flatting there, even though King 7's a decent hand heads up,
Yeah.
you aren't gonna be able to extract a lot of value out of your hand, and you might end up value owning yourself.
Yeah, that's one thing is like knowing how to properly range your opponent is that your best hope to flop is a king. And if you flop a king with a
Just
7,
under
Then you're just like, I have a bluff
left
catcher.
at this
Like,
level.
check, check,
1-2 on the
check.
blinds.
like, how happy are you now that you have your king? You know, there's every other king and king 8 and above has got you beat. So a lot of times you might end up, and that's one thing we see with a lot of amateur players that they're not aware of is that, you know, they call these marginal hands where
Cord's gonna be first
where
act
if
here
they
on the
end up
button.
flopping their top pair, they're dominated by the range of their opponent who you know who 3-bet
It's the difference between understanding relative
Cord's gonna
hand
raise to
strength instead of
500,000.
absolute hand strength.
Absolutely, yeah.
Over to Dan. He's going to fold, and Cord's going to take down the pot.
Button right.
You can see that guy in the background. That's kind of how we're feeling right now.
Kind of
He's like-
tired. Yeah, I'm actually.
like, okay.
I think I'm gonna cancel my flight and just go tomorrow. My boyfriend said there's a $25 flight to Vegas, so
Oh.
I think I'll just do that because this is kind of fun. And it's. I mean, either of these guys who win, I would love to go party with them. Like I'm sure it's
Yeah,
gonna
there's
be really
definitely
fun.
going to be a party going
And
on.
this city's cool. I mean, there's
And-
not a
and
whole
we
lot
talked
except for a
about
bunch
this.
of
You
casinos.
you didn't get a chance to enjoy the
Yep,
city
because I was busy firing a billion
you were
bullets.
busy firing, trying to get in on all flights.
Yeah, and I was already feeling a little sad that I didn't get to like hang out here.
And your boyfriend made it in the first flight.
Yep.
And he was just waiting for you to make it
Yep,
so you guys
and
can
I'm
go
just
and
such a
enjoy the city,
loser.
hang out. Yeah, we've been in those spots. It's terrible when you know you're in a very nice place and you just hope you can make it from
Right.
your
Alright,
first
Dan's gonna be
bullet,
first
and then you
act
have,
here
like,
on the
3
button.
days off.
Then I'll be
so
in
you can
like
just
the
enjoy
dustiest
yourself.
location where I have nothing to do, and I like bag on the first day of 1A. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, what do you do there? That's why a lot of times when I plan my trips, when I'm in,
Dan's gonna raise
in a
to
location
450,000.
like
Cord's
Tama,
gonna
Iowa,
fold.
for example, where there's nothing,
Dan's gonna
literally
take down the pot.
nothing to do, no internet. It's just one of those places. I will not go like on a Thursday flight when the day 2 is on Sunday.
Yeah, you
because
go
if
for the
if I
last
bag on
flight.
Thursday, what am I gonna do for 2-3 days?
I like that
so
idea.
I always
Go
go
for
on
the
the
last
last
flight,
flight,
bring
even if
3
I'm
bullets and just
willing to
fire.
fire 2-3 bullets. I'll keep them for just one flight.
Yep.
You know, and also it saves you money a little bit because you're not, it's very rarely where you're gonna fire like 2 or 3 bullets
In
in
a
one
day,
flight.
right.
Yeah. Especially when you're playing something like the HPT where the structure
Yeah,
is so great.
30,000 starting chips
Yeah.
and 40-minute levels. Yeah, it is tough to like go through multiple.
You could bust, and I mean, you could definitely fire 2 bullets.
All right,
but unless
100,000,
you get
200,000 on the
ultra
blinds.
coolers, rarely you'll be
Cord's
firing
gonna be first on
3
the button.
bullets on the same flight. A lot of these people fired multiple bullets.
500,000 is the
bullets, but
raise.
have in mind,
Dan's
this
gonna
stop
fold it,
has
and Cord's
4
gonna take
different
down the pot.
flights. And you can fire unlimited bullets on every flight. And Dan O'Brien, he's in for is that 3 bullets? 49.50.
I think he said
shows
3,
him.
yeah.
And he's in for 3 bullets, and he's made a little bit of profit. This was Corey, the man who does everything here. Corey Stewart.
When did HPT
Dan's gonna be
start,
first act
you
on
know?
the button.
How many years ago?
A while back.
Dan's gonna raise to 450,000 over to Cord.
I'm not sure. What season are we in now?
I was trying to talk them into going somewhere East Coast even once
Cord's
a
gonna
year.
re-raise.
They've added like this year.
Cord's gonna
there's a
re-raise to
couple of stops from
1.250.
last
Dan's
year
gonna
that
fold.
I'm kind of
And
bummed
Cord's
that
gonna
are
take
not
down the
here
pot.
anymore. The California stop is not here this season yet. I'm not sure if there's gonna be any changes to the schedule, but they do have an East Coast stop this year, Pennsylvania.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Oh, they said Pittsburgh, I think. For me, that's still like the middle.
Oh, you know what? They took it off. It was there.
Yeah,
it's
I
not
think
there
they said
anymore.
last
They
year they went
replaced
to
it.
Pittsburgh, maybe.
No, they did. They had. I remember they did have a Pittsburgh stop, but I'm not sure if maybe something with the gaming commission they didn't get
Okay.
licensed or something happened and they did take it off. And I think they put. I think this Colorado. Oh no, yeah, because now look, they have Golden Gates.
They have
back-
multiple ones
They
here.
have 3. They have.
Yeah, I'll come back.
It's gonna be first act. He's gonna make the call
They have
option
3 Golden Gates this year.
to Dan in the big blind.
And our very next stop
And
is
Dan's gonna check his
Belterra
option.
Casino in
Let's see the
Missouri,
flop.
March 10th through the 19th, and after that, HPT goes to Missouri, the home state of the HPT.
Flop is Jack of Hearts, 9 of Diamonds,
March
10 of
29th
Hearts.
through
Dan is first. He
the
checks over to Cord. Cord's gonna bet 200.
10th.
Dan folds, and Cord's gonna take down the pot.
Button, right?
Let's see first results here. So, looking at their website, as far back as you can get is going back 2005.
Wow.
So, 12th
Wow.
12th season. Yeah, they've been.
They've like the last 2 or 3 years picked up steam a lot. Like, cause I mean, I'm from New Jersey. To get me to travel and fly somewhere this far and like pay for hotels and everything, like the tournament has to be pretty big. But this is huge to have a 250K.
Yeah, until I
top
got
prize.
associated with the
His
HPT.
first
I
act on the
didn't
button. He's gonna fold.
come to this stop
And
before.
Cord's gonna get a walk
Kinda
and
mad
win the
that I
pot.
didn't.
Shows 7 of
I
Hearts, 6 of
always
Hearts.
stayed in Chicago and I look back, I'm like, how can a stop in the middle of nowhere in Colorado get like 800 players, 700
Yeah.
players? It was always the second stop. I think Chicago always drew the most numbers. I mean, it's a huge city.
sense.
It's centralized, close to the East Coast, close to all the Midwest big cities. You got Detroit right close by, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So usually Chicago stops, the HPT, the WSOP, they always, it's one of their biggest stops. But it always surprised me how these types of stops, like the Black Hawk here, the HPT or the WSOP stop in, where's that, in North Carolina, how big those stops get.
500,000 is the race. Over to Dan.
So what happened here?
It says 50K, but should
Dan's
be
gonna make the call. 500,000 in a call. All right, let's see the flop.
Yeah, quarter was the button. I was gonna say I don't think Dan.
Flop
was
is
the
King of
button.
Hearts, Jack of Hearts,
Quarter
Deuce of
opened,
Hearts.
Queen 10 on the button, and Dan
is first.
defended Queen 7.
Dan checks over to Cord. Court's going to bet 500,000. Dan folds. And Court's going to take down the pot.
The floor person was giving me an interesting little fact about Cord, that he hates having a lot of chips, so this is probably bothering him. He was asking for a color up like 3 times the final table.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. They were
Which is weird. I don't think I know anybody else who wants like fewer chips. Like, because some people, it feels like a confidence boost to have all those anti-chips in front of you. But
I think it's definitely a personal preference. I myself don't really like having a mountain of chips either. It's just in my way. I'd rather have, but then on the other hand, I also don't like having like
when you're
the
sitting
big
there with like your
denomination
5
chips, but like a
big
little
chips
tiny
and you're
stack,
like, oh,
yeah.
you feel like you're out of the tournament already.
Yeah, when you first start a tournament.
Dan's first act here. He's going to raise to 450,000 over to Court.
You might have like 50K and just 5Ks, but your stack is so tiny.
And Court's going to make the call.
I was
450,000
wondering
and
if
a
Cord
call.
asks for color ups a lot, because then it makes you look less aggressive.
All right, let's see
if
the
you
flop.
have piles of anti-chips, like someone gets moved to your table and they're like, oh my god, this guy is just mashing
Flop
the
is
table.
7 of
He's
hearts,
stealing
Jack of hearts,
every
Queen of hearts.
opportunity.
I think
Court
you
is
might
first
have
and
hit
checks over to Dan.
exactly why he does that, because
Dan
he
checks
does
as well.
play a
Both
very
players
good
check the
mental
flop.
game,
Let's see the turn.
And I would not be surprised if that runs through his
Turn
mind.
card is the King of Hearts.
You know, when you're a new player and you come
Court
to
is
sit
first.
down
He
on the
checks
table
over to
and you
Dan.
see one guy has all the anti-chips, like all the green chips. You know, this guy's just like
Dan checks as
firing.
well.
Yeah,
Both
I'm not
players
gonna
check
make
the
a big
turn.
fold to that guy.
Let's see the river card. River card is the 4 of spades. Court checks. And Dan checks. Let's see a winner. Court shows.
Discipline you have.
King of diamonds, 5 of diamonds.
How does he know?
For a pair of kings. And is going to take down the pot.
And are the stack size right now? It shows the court is back to
did you know?
15 million, and Dan at 9 million. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. No, it is right. Did we miss a hand that? Like a
We
significant,
were
or is it just-
chatting a lot. Apologies,
we have been.
we got heavily involved in the online poker legalized everything debate.
I don't think there hasn't been any big significant
It seemed like
hand.
he won a string of small hands.
I think
About
he just
18
won,
minutes
I think he just
left at
won a
this
string
level.
of a lot,
25,000 ante,
small
100, 200,000 on the blinds.
And the blinds are now 100, 200. They're still significantly deep.
Court's first act. He's going to make the call. Option to Dan in the big blind.
And now
And we
we
have
have Corey
the limp.
limping. I think that was
And
the
Dan
first
checks his
button he's
option.
limped. And it might be what
All
we
right,
were
let's see
talking
the
before.
flop.
It's like when you start having a chip advantage, you're like, I don't want my opponent to be able to win a big pot off
Flop
me.
is Queen of diamonds, King of
And
diamonds,
now
6
he
of
wants
spades.
to play post flop and see if
Dan's
he
gonna
can
be
maintain his
first.
lead.
See what I do heads
Dan's
up.
gonna
and I
bet
think a lot of good players
250,000,
will do that.
250.
They'll try a couple different
Over to Court.
strategies against a certain opponent and kind of feel out and see which strategy works best. So we saw at the beginning, Court was playing just ABC the way they're supposed
Court's
to
gonna fold
play.
and
He
Dan's
did
gonna
get
take
a
down the
little
pot.
aggressive, did some 3 bets,
Right.
and now he's trying like a more passive line, like limping the button. So I wonder if he's just mixing up the strategies and just seeing how Dan is adjusting to that, and if maybe he can find like an optimal strategy.
Yeah, keeping your opponent off balance is really important in heads up too.
And I remember when I walked in this morning, I think they were down to 7 players. The viewing gallery was just packed. You couldn't even get in the back to see. And now it's definitely thinned out.
I think we had a lot of Ed fans in there.
Yeah, there was.
Dan's first
quite a
act
few
here. He's going to
Ed
raise to
fans.
450,000,
I think his whole church
450.
congregation was here, hoping that he'd
How
win
could
the
you
whole
not
thing.
like him? He's just so cool. Like, I would love to be doing that when I'm older, to just like travel around and boss a bunch of young kids.
And
in
Court's going to make the call.
tournaments. And be like, I don't even care about this
450,000
money.
and
I'm
a call.
donating to my church.
All right, let's see the flop.
He definitely had his own style.
Flop is
of
5
play.
of hearts, Ace of clubs, Queen of spades. Court is first.
Me and Corey
Oh,
were.
he put
And he's
some
gonna
bad
bet
beats on people
300,000.
last night.
Yeah, we were
to
trying to
Dan.
figure out, trying to guess his hands because we weren't here in the booth and we couldn't see the whole cards. And I was wrong 100%, and I quit. I said, I quit. I am. When he 3-bet called off with the king queen, I said,
Yep.
I cannot put this guy in the range.
And Dan's going to make the call,
he dirtied a few people
300,000.
last night. That was
Yeah,
funny.
I saw.
And
I
a call.
read
5 to
something
10,
about the fives.
king
yeah,
5
the-
to 8.
Let's see the turn card.
But I mean, it happens though. If you're someone who doesn't
card
like
is the
to
9 of
fold,
hearts.
which
Court is
he
first.
clearly does not like to fold, you're gonna put some bad
Checks
ones on
over to
people.
Dan.
But the thing is, when it's a guy like that, you can't even get mad. Like
I would
Dan
never
checks
get
as
mad
well.
at
Both
that
players
guy.
check the turn. Let's see the river
You know
card.
what, man? Congratulations, God.
River card is the
Yeah.
Ace of hearts. Court is first. He checks over to Dan.
I wonder if Dan considers his jack high might be good. Just end the hand. Nope. So just to be safe.
Dan's going to bet 700,000, 700,000. Court folds, and Dan's going to take down the pot.
Just in case. And sometimes you do that, you know, when you're like, you have your jack high and you're like, I think I'm good here, and you check back, and then they'll show up with the king high, and you're like, if I just made that. Or even worse, when you know your opponent is bluffing. That just happened to me not too long ago.
I lost a lot of chips calling a bluff yesterday that had me beat.
Yeah, that's what happened to me too, is when I knew the guy was bluffing on the river, and I called him with king 10. And he had king queen, and I said, I knew you were bluffing. You just happened to bluff with the best hand.
Yeah, I feel like it should be binding when someone says good call. You're like, you do not get this pot, sir.
Yeah, I got the good call too.
Court's going to make the call option to Dan in the big blind. He's going to check his option.
I waited for him to muck, but he didn't. He unfortunately
let's see the
flipped
flop.
over his king queen. I said,
Sometimes I'm up $800 lifetime and just
Flop is
slamming
nine of
my
spades,
cards.
10 of
on
clubs,
the-
3 of
like I
spades.
got called.
Dan's
and I
first. He
just
checks over to
slammed
Court.
him on the table. Just
And
'cause I
Court's
was like,
going to bet
whatever, just being
200,000.
funny,
Dan
and the guy
folds.
mucks his hand, and I'm like,
And
looking at
Court's
him,
going
like,
to take down the
Jack
pot.
high, and the dealer even says Jack high, and they push me the pot, and I was like, that was awesome.
That actually works when
Just
you have
under
like
14
a,
minutes
like
left at this level.
Straight draw, but it kind of looks like if
it's
you
a
have like a
hand.
7-8, you know, it's like 5, 6, 3, and 10, and they're like, oh wait, that's a straight, and they automatically they're out on mud. And they're like, wait, what happened? He doesn't have a straight.
Let's do 10.
Are they trying to take a break, maybe?
They were talking about we can't hear what Jeremy just said. Yeah, I tried to
Something
listen.
else about slamming your cards down, like even when you're bluffing, like part of the thing that sucks about bluffing is getting caught and feeling embarrassed, right? Like that's
Dan's
a
first
bad
act,
feeling,
he's gonna
especially for a
fold.
new player.
Court's gonna
If
get a
you're
walk and win
looking
the
forward
pot.
to just windmill slamming your bluff on the
Jack
table
of
and being
King
proud
Jack
of
of
it, then like
hearts is
there's a
shown by
lot.
Court.
Like, who cares, you know? You're just like showing, you're like, whatever, it didn't work.
Yeah, I always try to pick spots to where even if I get called, like at least I'm like, okay, now I'll use this image. Like, so I always do it proudly. It's like, hey, here, I bluff. So then I can adjust my game, and they'll remember that. You know, they'll remember that. Like
Exactly, like everyone's paying attention when you slam your bluff on the table. But also, I like that quote. Whoever, I don't know who to attribute it to, but they say if you never get caught bluffing, you're not bluffing enough. So be proud that once in a while you just get super embarrassed.
Court's going to be first act here on the button.
Dan Negrano said that about a player
Court's going to raise to 500,000. Dan folds.
a while
And
ago.
Court's going to take down the pot.
He bluffed. He pretty much punted his stack, and it was a pretty good spot. But he said, you know what, this guy's going to win tournaments one day because he has the heart to bluff his whole tournament and that spot. And if you don't have that heart, you have that fearlessness. And he goes, you know what, that sometimes is more important. Is like you need to have that fearlessness. You need to sometimes put it all the line. If you're picking a good line and you're fairly certain that you could, you could push your opponent away from his hand. You know, sometimes you're going to be wrong. Sometimes they're going to get sticky and they're going to call you. But that's just part of the game. You know, if you're afraid of that all the time, that means you're not bluffing enough, and you know you're missing a lot of.
You're only going to
first
win
act
when
here,
you
he's
have
gonna
the
raise
best hand. How boring would that
To
be?
450,000, 450.
And that's the thing.
Over to Court. Court's going to make the call. 450,000 and a
If
call.
you're always waiting for hands, I mean, we've been watching this for what, almost close to
let's see
an
the
hour and a
flop.
half, 2 hours now. How many big, huge hands we've seen? Not
Only
many.
a few.
You know, and we're seeing
Flop
many.
is 6 of
because
spades,
heads
8
up,
of
you would
clubs.
get mangled if
4
you
of
were
diamonds. Court's first. He bets 300,000. Dan folds. And Court's going to take down the pot.
That's why a lot of people that don't have heads-up experience, when they do get in the spot, they can't close down because they fail to adjust. They're waiting to pick up pairs, to flop pairs. Well, you're only going to flop pair like 30% of the time.
Yeah,
And
they're
heads up,
overfolding
and
for
they're-
sure.
And they're waiting for big cards, and you know the other guy is bombing the button every single time, and they're just folding, waiting for that pair hand or they're like ace king, ace queen, and you're just going to get eaten alive because. Especially, not many tournaments we get heads up and you're 80, 90 big blinds deep. Usually when
Just
you're heads
under
up, it's
11
kinda late.
minutes
You
left
know,
at this
you're each
level.
with like 30, 40
Started with
big blinds.
787 players down to our final 2.
Exactly. You know, a couple of times you're not aggressive enough. You call, you whiff the flop and you fold, and before you know, you're down with 10 big blinds, and your opponent has like
First
a 5
place
to
today
1.
will walk away with just over 153,000. First place today, just over 248,000.
They know to fold to you.
Court's first act. He's going to raise to 500,000. Over to Dan.
Oh, Dan's got the ace king here, or the ace 10 here. Now, are you 3-betting this, or
I kind of like calling. He's definitely 3-betting. I mean,
he's gonna. Well, he has to like.
Dan's gonna re-raise.
The reason I ask is like, you need to balance your range too. So like, yeah, you're gonna 3-bet a lot, but you
I think
also
the standard
just
is
call.
to 3-bet.
Well, that's the standard. I understand that.
1,300,000 is the re-raise amount. 1.3.
With these type
Actions
of
back
hands.
to
If I
court.
was
Really
tempted
under-rep.
to call and not 3-bet, it would always be the suited ones. Yeah, like this would be one that like some percentage of the time I would just call.
Yeah, that's why I make this point, because this is a suited ace-10. Like ace-10 off, like you're 3-betting all the time. And Core's not gonna.
Core's gonna fold, and Dan's gonna take down the pot.
How big did he make it? 1.3.
Maybe he sees through the cards.
I think Cord
He's
is
like, my
adjusting
10
a
is
little
no
bit
good.
because Cord usually doesn't like to fold. And an 8-10.
I think it has a lot to do with him having the chip lead right now. Is
I
that
think
he's
he
just
is,
passing
he's
up on these
adjusting, and
marginal
that's
spots.
That's the telltale of like a good player is being able to adjust your game versus the opponent that you're playing. I think he lost the chip lead. He got a little fluttered. He got a little frustrated. Now he regained the chip lead. Now he's like, I'm just gonna play a little less variance, and I don't want Dan. He probably realizes that Dan is a really, really, really good player. He doesn't want him any. He doesn't want
you
him
don't want to
have
give
any
him
edge
back
over
a
him.
million chips.
Exactly. Oh, look at that. Could this
Dan's
be a
first to act
clear?
on the
No.
button.
But Cord is gonna
450,000 is the
for
raise. 450 over to Cord. And Cord's gonna make the call. 400.
Let's see if we have another flop
50,000 and a
spade
call.
flush and a suck out.
This could be
and we'll be like, this is Groundhog's Day. We now live in this booth.
All right, let's see the flop.
This could be an identical hand to the last hand where he had queens versus.
Flop is
the
7 of
6-4
clubs,
spade.
6 of hearts, king of clubs. Cord is first. He checks.
I don't have
Fortunate.
ESP.
Over to Dan.
Now this was the 7 king of spades.
Oh, it'd be, yes, it'd be a massive
with
pot,
the
I think.
10-5 of spades
Dan's
and
gonna
the
bet.
backdoor straight drug.
400,000 is the bet. Over to Cord.
But I don't think he's
Cord's
gonna
gonna
continue here.
fold.
There's just
Yeah, there's
for
nothing.
him.
And Dan's gonna take down the pot.
So Dan is on this like super health kick right now, where he's doing like fasting and like tons of training and all this stuff. And I'm starting to believe these people. I feel like every time someone's like, I'm on a juice cleanse, I just started doing yoga, I'm getting healthier. Like these people crush tournaments. There is
We also
something
have
to
our throughout
like,
the year. We have our
mental
player
clarity that
player
comes
of the
with
year
these, like,
points.
crazy workout plans.
Whoever is player of the year
and
receives
diet
6
plans
HPT
that,
main
like,
event
they're gonna
buy-ins
win
plus
me over
hotel
at some point.
accommodations.
I wonder if
For the following year,
I wonder if
whoever
it has
actually
something
wins
to
this
do with
event
confidence. Like if you
will be first in points. Whoever gets
because
second will
poker's
be
a lot-
fifth in points.
Getting really, really good at poker has a lot to do with discipline. How
Cord's going to be first to act on the
because
button.
there's a lot of talented poker players that are not that good.
Yeah.
Because they're not just not that disciplined enough, you know.
They're not
And
consistent.
They're not consistent because they just lack discipline. And then there's other players who, you know, are just so disciplined, and that's how they become good. And just being like knowing that you're disciplined enough to follow that health.
Feeling
health
good.
plan.
500,000 is the
Yeah.
raise by Cord.
Feeling
Good.
proud of
You
yourself.
know you're like
Actions over
doing
to
the
Dan.
right thing. I wonder if that. I mean, I don't wonder actually. I know that
Dan's
that
gonna
affects
re-raise.
your game. Like you're just playing more confident. You're making better decisions.
To 100 or
And
1.3.
we've seen
Cord's
this,
going to
like,
fold.
when a person
And
goes in
Dan's
a
gonna
heater,
take down the
like,
pot.
You know, you win a tournament and then you get like in the money and get like
event will be at
another final table. You
Yeah.
just start playing
St.
so
Charles
much
by
better
St.
because
Louis.
you
The
just
championship
know you're
event's
making
at
the right
2,500.
decisions.
And
things are
maybe
running
like
good.
it
ends the,
could be the answer
first
too
week
that
of
you just
December
don't go
that-
on until
that
you
the
take a
season
bad
ends.
beat and you're like,
That's
well,
what-
I
that-
won
that's
so
huge.
much, you know, I'm due
Exactly.
for a bad one once in a while, and then like you just get right back on your game.
I think you made a great point here.
The hand he 3-bet, like this is again Dan 3-bet the 9-8 of diamonds, where I'm like, God, that's such a hand I want to see it flop with. And when you get 4-bet, you're like, no, like it's my like, how did I not go to the flop with that? But there's got to be a method to it.
Yeah, usually you'd feel that they're polarized, like they're like really nutted hands, and then the kind of not so
Then
nutted,
the
like the
crappy
ace
ones,
seven,
like the
this,
half a
like
good
an
hand.
ace-7, you know, like then you have the ace
Like
blocker.
ace-7
you're
is
not
still a
suited.
pretty strong heads up, but
But
like
it's a huge swing. But I'm saying is that it's in my opinion.
Dan's going to fold and Cord's going to get a walk.
then 9-8 suited.
9-8 or 9-10 suited.
Yeah, I think I'd start mixing in my like king 3 off, king deuce off, queen 5s, hands that are like, you know, they're blocking your opponent having good hands, but they don't have a lot of value themselves and that don't flop very well. I think those would be my go-to 3-bet hands. And the suited connectors, I'd be like salivating at seeing a flop this week.
Well, no, but I was.
But then you also get to the leveling where it's like if you do get the suited connected flop, you're like, well, he's not gonna think I'm ever gonna 3-bet that.
Yeah,
range. Like,
there's
he's
definitely
he's
something
gonna
to
think I'm
that
gonna
too.
flat with that, and since I 3-bet, he's gonna polarize my range and put me either like way up there or way down there. So that could have something to
Yeah,
do with
if
it
your
in the sense that
opponent's
if
flatting you a lot, like which neither of them have really been flatting these 3-bets. But if that were happening, then yeah, I totally agree with you. I like that you're mixing some of your suited connectors and things that are going to flop well, and that your opponent's completely going to take out of your range.
yeah, then he's completely gonna be guessing like, all right, if
Dan's gonna be first actor on the button.
Now 3-betting that range too. Now he
raise to
doesn't know what
450,000.
Now you're 3-betting your entire range. You know, he can't
Yeah,
he
it's
can't
almost like
really take
random.
some hands away from your range based on the you know, if you 3-betters you just flat called pre.
All right, Cord makes the call. Let's see the flop. Flop is 8 of spades, 10 of clubs, king of spades.
That's all Cord.
Cord is first. He checks over to Dan.
Yeah, unfortunately
And Dan checks as well. Both players check the flop. Let's see the turn.
He's picked up 0 equity in this thing, and he's
Turn card is 6 of
I don't think he's
clubs.
put any more
Cord is
money in
first. Cord's going to bet 400,000. Over to Dan.
That'll be the end of the hand.
Dan's going to fold, and Cord's going to win the pot.
So yeah, I chased it and literally bubbled stone
It's a
bubbed
good
it.
effort, bro.
It was a good effort,
I
bro.
probably wouldn't have done it. So I respect it.
How old is Dan? Do you know?
He's in his 30s. I'm pretty sure. Did he say on his?
Do they have
32.
the age? 32 and
Yeah.
Cord.
Cord's just a little
7.
baby.
It's a little
Cord's still a
baby.
poker baby.
I know Cord from when he just started playing. Like me, we were both circuit grinders.
Which is cool.
Yeah, 27 is like the youngins now. Like when I first started playing, I
All
feel
right,
like
Cord's going to be first
because
actor on
the
the button.
internet,
Just under 4
online
minutes
poker is
left.
still around.
At this level, players will be on a break at
someone
the
was
end of this
21,
level.
they might be in the $1,600
$500,000
tournament because
is
they
the raise by
were,
Cord.
you know, messing around with online
Over
poker.
to
They've
Dan.
seen tons of hands already, and now it's not like that. You know, the
And
boom
Dan's
happened
going
a
to make
while
the
ago,
call.
so now like people who are like 27 to 35 are like the young people. It's weird.
Yeah, I always,
All right, let's see the
I
flop,
always
Mike.
tell my friends like, you know, 20 years from now, 25 years from now, the seniors are
Flop
not
is 7 of
gonna be
clubs,
the
9 of
hardest
hearts,
one.
8 of clubs. Dan is first.
gonna be like they are now. It's like,
Checks over to Cord.
Oh,
Yeah.
you just won the series. The seniors are that's a big deal.
Cord
That's
checks as
easy.
well. Both
It'll be
players check the
hilarious.
flop.
I'm gonna be putting
Let's see
on-
the turn card.
Oh no, I got like 5 7-year-olds at my
Turn
table.
card is a
This
10 of
sucks.
diamonds.
Yeah.
Dan is first.
It's gonna completely reverse where like the old guys are gonna be the bosses
Mm-hmm.
of poker, and like all the new kids, they're just not gonna have the experience and the
Dan's
knowledge.
going to bet.
That's funny.
All these
600,000 is the bet by Dan.
25-year-old
Over to Cord.
whizzes, you know, when they're all 50 at the same time, and now they have 25 more years of experience behind their back. I mean, imagine how good they're gonna be then.
Yeah. It did kind of flip, like when I was first starting to play live
Cord's going to fold,
tournaments,
and Dan's going to take down the pot.
Europeans were worse than us, like by far. Like
Yeah.
I would sit down at the table and I'm like, oh, we got some accents. This is good.
Yes, they're
Now
too
I had a
aggressive
table with
way.
like 6 Germans this summer. I was like, no. I'm like, these guys have been playing online. They've been playing 20 tables online every day while I sit and play like 1 live tournament or
that-
like 3 online tournaments, and they're just seeing more hands. I mean, you get in those reps and you know every situation front and back, and it's kind of tough to play those people now. So America kind of got set back by our ban, and it's like kind of a bummer.
That's completely true. I mean, nothing beats experience if you have the knowledge and experience. And that's the thing. When this guy's, you know, 10 tabling, 20 tabling, he's seen, you know, 5 million hands more than
All right,
you
25,000, and he's still
Obviously, he's
100,
gonna make a
200 on the
better
blinds. Dan
decision.
will be
He's a
first
good
act
player
on
in
the
that
button.
specific spot because he's played it, you know, 500 times. Me and you might maybe only played it a few times when you're playing.
Dan's going to
live.
raise
You know,
to
only
450,000, 450. Over to Cord. And Cord's going to make the call.
That's fun, I
450
would've
and a
let
call.
go.
All right, let's see the flop.
It does seem a little random, the hands he's chosen to defend versus the ones he's chosen to fold.
Definitely an ambitious defender. What
Flop is 4 of spades, 10 of clubs, king of diamonds. Cord is first
That's
act.
why
He
you
checks
don't
over to,
lose
a
this
little
over
bit.
to
Yeah, a
Dan.
little
Now he's picked up, you know, bottom pair.
He's got to at least call one.
He's got to
and, like-
call one street 100%. He's not because if you're defending 8-4,
Dan's going to
what are you
bet.
waiting
This
to
is a
fly,
good
know?
flop for you.
Exactly. If you flop
350,000
eight,
is the
you
bet.
gotta
Over to
see one
Cord.
more street.
And Cord's going to make the call. 350. And a call. All right, let's see the turn
Four would
card.
be the worst card for Dan here.
Turn card is the queen of diamonds. Cord is first and checks over
Cord
to
fold
Cord
now.
because
Dan.
yeah, Cord,
He's
Cord
everything
can
is
very
beating him.
He can confidently fold this hand and.
Dan checks as well. Both players check the turn. Let's see the river card. River card is the ace of spades. Cord is first act. Cord checks to over to Dan.
And Dan's going to go for the value bet here. He knows the cord doesn't have a jack.
Dan's going to bet. 500,000 is the bets. Action's back to Cord.
500K sizing. Hoping to maybe just get hero called by like a 10 maybe, or
I'm going to be interested to see if Dan's bluff sizing is also small. Because his value bet sizing has been consistently very value-y. Like, you could look at it and be like, okay, like he's trying to get a crying call out of a one-pair hand.
All right, Cord's going to fold it.
But I mean, it's good.
And Dan's going to take down the pot. All right, that was the last hand.
Sizing, then all of a sudden,
At this
like,
level,
he's
players are
got
going to
way more
take
possibilities on the river than
a
someone who bets bigger.
15-minute break. Cards will be back in the air at just after 7 o'clock.
All right, we're going to take a quick break and then back to this marathon heads-up match. How long do they say? 10 minutes? 15?
yeah, we're 10-minute break.
All right, so we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Okay.
All right, chip counts here. Dan has 11,055,000. 11,055,000 to Cord's 12,605,000. So just over 11 million to 12.6. New blind level 50. It's 40,000. They're gonna do 50,000 ante to 150, 300,000. 150 on the button. So 50,000 ante, 150 on the button. 300 is the big blind. Go ahead and deal.
All right, guys, we're back at the Golden Gates Casino at Blackhawk, Colorado for the conclusion of the HPT main. I'm Jamie Kerstetter, and this is Nick Jivkoff.
You can follow us both on Twitter. She's at Jamie Kerstetter, and I'm at Nick Jivkoff. Pretty
We're
easy.
so creative.
Yeah, we're pretty boring.
We got Cord Garcia and Dan O'Brien, two very accomplished, skilled players, in a marathon heads-up match right now. You could see the blinds are 42 big blinds to 36 big blinds. Still pretty deep for having been, how long has it been, 2 hours?
Close
of
to,
heads up?
It took 3 hours to eliminate 7 out of the 9 players, and that was at 5 o'clock. And now it is, what, 7:08? So yeah, 2 hours heads up. And I don't foresee it going any faster unless we get cooler. Both very accomplished players.
And they're almost even again.
Yeah, they're almost even again, 36 blinds to 42 blinds. So we'll have some fun.
So for anybody who's just joining us, they're playing for a pile of money. They already have $153,000 locked up, and first prize is $248K.
That's a difference of $94,750. So still a nice big chunk in the middle they're playing
Not
for.
a time to be complacent with your win when you're playing for so much heads up.
6 of hearts would be a pretty bad turn card for Cord.
Another interesting thing, Cord is going for his second win in this tournament.
Yes,
so
Cord
there's
is
a little more on the line for him,
in the
maybe.
bio sheets. He's going for a back-to-back win. He won this same exact event in September 2016 for close to 150,000, and now he's just playing for a little bit more money. That'll be a pretty cool accomplishment. And we both know these players. They're both our friends. I can't pick a favorite to win, and I can't pick who I want to win. I would be
I know,
happy.
this has
I would
been
be happy if either of the
and they're
two
both
won.
playing really well, and it's been back and forth like a number of times already. So they both have a lot of heart. There's definitely not been any punting type hands or any kind of frustration shown.
No, not at all. And it was just, we were both quite surprised how quickly this table got down to heads up. Like I said, they played really late last night till
3:30 or something.
3:30 in the morning, right? So they started this table at 2 p.m. today, 9-handed, and by 5 o'clock we were down to heads up action. Action kind of won. And a fun fact is that Cord Garcia knocked out the first 2 players. Then Dan knocked out the next 2 players. Then Cord and Dan alternately.
So now it's Cord's turn? Okay.
So no, actually now it's Dan's turn.
Oh, Cord got the last guy.
Yeah,
oh yeah,
Cord,
that
Cord,
hand was
Dan,
crazy.
Dan, Cord, Dan, Cord. So now it's
He just takes the. Do you have table talk on yours? Could you hear what they're saying or no? Or
No.
both? Okay. Oh, hi guys.
hello. That's us in our little booth here.
In our little ice box.
Yes, it is. It is kind of cold, but that's okay. We're in Colorado. We can't complain.
I expected it.
We were talking earlier how hot this winter has been. I'm from Chicago originally. And yesterday they had a record-setting 67 degrees.
Oh, it was
on
Jersey too.
February 19th.
That's
Usually in Chicago on
insane.
February 19th it's like 20.
My best friend
know,
used to live there. The times I'd gone there, it'd been 0 or under. Like almost every time I visited, I'm like, I'm so stupid. I go in February, but that's incredible. New Jersey was like that too. My friend was sending me Snapchats of him playing with my dog in a tank top.
Yeah. We'll take it.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's global warming or if it's just.
We'll take it as long as the world's not ending. If the world's ending,
as long
darn
as it
it.
just doesn't keep getting out. I don't want to wake up one day and it's like 102 on February 19th.
Yeah.
And what happened here? Dan opened button.
And yeah, Cord defended the 3-2 suited. Dan should be able to just c-bet and take this down without any trouble.
Yeah, and I expect to see this type of play throughout the whole heads-up match. Like, we were saying earlier, unless there's some type of a cooler situation, I don't think neither of these players are going to punt this, their stack. So there's going to be a lot of opening, calling, and if the person doesn't connect, there's going to be a lot of check calling, maybe one street or just folding.
And we are in the territory now, though, that like the coolers don't have to quite be that big to get all the chips in the middle. When you're about 35 or 40 big blinds, pair versus pair becomes totally reasonable to get it in. Before we were 100 big blinds
we
deep.
were 100 big
there was
blinds
so
deep,
much
so
post-flop
you
play.
really needed some,
there was a cooler, and they still only lost 25 big blinds, and it was flush under flush.
And this is purposely done heads up. This is a television produced show, so they do speed up the blinds when they get heads up. So we don't have this scenario where the two good players can end up playing for 10 hours like a big marathon session.
Where like 7 people get eliminated in 50 hands, and you play 400 hands heads up.
And they did have that scenario before they put this rule in place where the blinds speed up when. I don't remember if it was a couple years ago, but they had the exact same scenario where 7 players got eliminated really quickly within like 2 hours, and then they went heads up with over 100 big blinds deep at like hour levels. So I remember the staff saying that it was like a 12-hour. It was like some insanely like 12-hour heads-up match or something, and they said, "Yeah, we need to put some rules in place that this doesn't happen again." So now, when they get to heads-up, I believe that the blinds.
They cut it in half, I think, right?
I think we're either at I think we're at 30-minute blinds, if I'm not mistaken.
I know other tours do the same thing.
And it shows we've been playing for 2 hours, and you see we started with almost 100 blinds deep, and now they're cut down in half to about 40 to 36. So I figure within the next couple of levels,
I think it should take one level. Once it starts being like 25 big blinds, it really does become like 3-bet jamming. There will be a lot of 3-bet jamming, and it just doesn't take that much of a hand matchup.
Yeah, most likely it's going to be like ace queen, ace king, ace 10 type, like versus like a baby pair. Usually in those heads up scenarios, that's how it ends. Or like 2 big aces, like ace king, ace queen type of hand.
Or like the jack 6-0 versus the 8-5. You had to make sure the camera saw that one. I usually can tell when someone's bluffing, like when they like look at their cards again before they fold, or like if you're at a televised table, if you're ever playing like a Poker Night America and HPT, if you get lucky enough to final table it, that is such a tell when they show the camera. It's like, I want to show you how cool I am.
Yeah, I think the look back is definitely a tell, and also the talk back, like if you change the subject, if for example, the guy was tanking forever and he finally mucks, if the guy that made the move like asks him a question or like immediately says something, it's usually a bluff. And I've noticed that so many times where like he'll tank for 5 minutes and then the guy will be sweating and sweating. Finally he'll fold and the dude will immediately like ask him a question like that it has nothing to do with the hand that they just played.
Just the way to like relieve the tension that you're
like,
just feeling.
So how many bullets are you in? Like something completely change the subject. Never the nuts. It's always a bluff. Dan's got queens again.
Queens and 10s have been all over the place at this final table. It's funny how that happens. And unfortunately for Dan, there's just not much there for Cord.
Under 23 minutes left at this level.
That's the one thing when you do have queens and the flop comes deuce 6-6. You kind of know that completely missed his range.
Yeah,
so what do you
and
do,
when you get action, you're like, oh.
Okay.
You're like, I don't know what I should do now. It's hard to get 3 streets in a spot like that without being beat. So I didn't realize Dan filled out his bio more than other people's. He says, plans for the prize money, hood rat stuff with my friends.
Yep. And again, both of these guys, very accomplished players. Dan with close to $3 million in lifetime earnings.
Wow.
Garcia, $1.6 million, winner of the Colossus 2 years ago in Las Vegas, and both regarded as very, very good players. And you're not surprised. I'm not surprised to see this final table. We had Ben Keeline, Kareem, and then we see Cord and Dan. This final table had over $9 million in earnings. That's not standard for an HPT final table.
No.
4 very accomplished players, 3 other players that they had decent amount of lifetime earnings. Like everybody that made this final table was a good player. And then we had Ed.
Yeah.
Ed was the wild card.
Ed's got to be
Ed's
the fan
best of-
favorite. I met him yesterday, and he's my favorite. And I have like friends at this table. I just think like what a good guy that he's like so charitable and that he plays so different than his image.
You cannot peg Ed for some type of a range or a hand. You know, like he'll get it in there, 4-bet shove with pocket 5s and crack the 10s, or you know.
And he just has that stubbornness. Like that is not someone I'm 3-bet jamming on light
He's
ever.
like,
Because
"Kid."
he just goes shrug, I call. Show me what you have.
I think he's kind of like, dude, I was playing poker. You weren't
Before
even
you were
born yet.
born, yeah.
Don't push me around. I'm gonna get it in here with you. I'm all
Fair
in.
enough.
He definitely does have that type of like an ego thing where like, hey, I'm old, but I will show you. You're not gonna push me around, little whippersnapper. And Court's got the headphones back on. For quite a while, he didn't have the headphones. He was paying attention.
Trying to
now.
get focused again.
Is this it? This is it.
Yeah, I mean,
This.
if this doesn't get in, that would shock me. I mean,
We have Dan with kings.
35-ish
Dan has been picking up
bigs.
pair after pair after pair, and Dan is in the big blind. This is this is totally set up for. He's gonna 3-bet now. Cord will think that he's making, and he's 3-betting big, 2 million. It's like he knows that this exact particular time Cord has a hand, so he makes it 2 million.
and this is where,
This is
yeah,
it.
it's good
He's
where Dan
basically
has
setting
3-bet
him
some
up.
weaker
set him-
hands.
He basically set him up for an all-in move with that raise.
So this is for the win, right? Cord, I think.
If Cord can get lucky and hit an ace.
I have a little bit more.
Okay, so Cord had a little bit more than Dan.
Yeah, Cord has a little
Okay.
more than Dan. So if Cord can get lucky, he is the 2-time
It has
HPT black.
It has
Hawk
all
color.
in for Cord. It says Cord's all in. I'm not sure if the graphic's right or not, but it would be good to know.
See, it says all in 10 million and call 8 million. So either way.
Yeah, I mean, it's either way, it's going to be one person with
The
scraps.
other person is going to be left with maybe like 2 big blinds.
Yeah.
And let's see if it's
What
in the
a
cards
sweat.
for Cord to be the 2-time Black Hawk Colorado. This is a great flop for Dan. No hearts, no backdoor straight draws. He only needs an ace and an ace only. And now he's down to 3 outs, 1 card to come. Dan is 93% favored to double up and leave Cord in a very, very bad spot here.
Let's see the river card.
And he's not feeling it.
Oh my
it is.
gosh.
This-
Wow.
There it
Wow,
is.
that's crazy.
Holy cow, he did spike the ace
How
on
does
the
he
river.
do it? And yeah, I think Dan had him covered. They're going to have to get down to account for just a few big blinds left, I think.
It's nice to be Cord Garcia.
Wow.
He either has it, or when he doesn't, he gets there.
How dramatic, though.
Run good, kid. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, they're very close.
I think Dan's going to be left with like 2 million.
4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Yeah, Dan will have about 2 million.
Oh, that's so painful. Oh.
That's the worst. On the river, too. Barry Greenstein's book, Ace on the River, is
Yep.
the most painful thing when you have it all locked up. You're over 90% favored to win this hand, and boom.
And in all honesty, the cards could have been completely reversed. This is getting in.
Yes.
It's a cooler either way.
Exactly. Yeah, I feel for Dan right now. This is one of the toughest spots to be at. Heads up, have it locked up, and then get it snatched away, the very last card. So it looks like he'll have 2.5.
I think I would have gotten ace queen in.
He'll have
as
about
well.
3 million left.
I mean, this would be quite the comeback. But I've definitely seen crazier things happen heads up before.
Oh, yeah. 100%. And if anybody can come back, Dan is the type of person who will. I don't think, this will rattle him too much. It's not like he's just completely going to punt it off now.
Right.
I still think he's going to fight for it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just now the dynamic changes a bit because, he basically has a hand that he just has to go with. And
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be shoving or folding, I think.
but if he
3.1, okay.
if he doubles up twice, or just one double up and one big win, and they're right back to even again. So I I wasn't aware that he had that much lead over Cord, because when we started Cord, the stacks were 12.6 to 11 million for Cord, and there haven't been any significant big hands.
Pardon?
He just dealt the
battle of the four deuce.
Bottom of. Oh man, that's gotta hurt.
And Cord's got to be feeling great right now. Going for
Headphones are off.
Going for back for back. He's back. The leg is shaking again. He's excited right now. You can feel the adrenaline rush coursing through his blood. And he's like, "This is my."
Dan's looking over at all the chips that should be his.
Yeah.
Oh,
do you see that?
poor Dan.
I do that sometimes.
Yeah.
When this happens to me, I kind of look at the stack and I'm like, that should be in front of me, and I should be taking the picture right now.
Yep. And Cord's gonna shove, and Dan's gonna fold.
And that's going to be the strategy we'll see from now on. Cord, I think, is going to shove all his buttons that
anything probably like top 75% of hands.
Anything that he thinks he's ahead of Dan's range, is just going to try to just chip him down real quick. I mean, have in mind, Dan doesn't have that much time to play, because every round he's losing one blind.
Yep.
He only has 10 blinds. So
yeah, he's going to have to find a hand in the next like
is really low right
3
now.
deals.
He needs to shove. I mean, he needs to either shove or call a shove, probably within the next five hands. And it's not helping him that he's picking up.
I mean, I think I shoved this. I don't know about. Yeah, I mean, that's like, if it's 7-5 suited, you shove it, right? I don't know.
You're getting called pretty light too, so yeah, 7-5, 7-6. I don't know. I have to be in the moment. Sometimes I don't particularly stick to the very exact same push-shove ranges. Like sometimes it's just like, what do I feel like, Like an 8-9.
Definitely
10-7,
shoving
10,
8-9.
yeah, and anything above. I'm not sure if like the 7-5 is my probably like 7-6 might be like my cutoff right there.
I don't play enough heads up.
He's not
like,
that
yeah.
short. If I was like maybe 5 bigs or something where like you literally have to, that's a good hand to kind of shove with. It's going to play well against his calling range. But when you still have 10 blinds, you're not in that desperate of a situation.
I think I would have piled something like 7-5 suited just because Cord's not like he doesn't want to let you back in the tournament.
That's
so it's like you are going to get through some better hands.
Wow, look at that. He's down to 6 bigs already. 11-1 chip advantage. If Dan can come back from that, it'll be like a repeat of the Super Bowl.
Now this is
that's it. Yeah. He's all in, and
some Cord
doesn't
probably
want to double
folding.
him up.
Yeah. Yeah, Cord doesn't need like a super strong hand to call him down with, but Jack 4 is not going to be. You're not giving him a courtesy double up though.
Yeah, I think if he had like a queen 8,
queen
9,
anything probably.
He's going to snap call there. And this could be a pretty quick final table altogether. 4 hours. We start at 2 6-hour final table, or 5 hours, and this could be over.
Could be.
He's not going to call it the 10.
We'll see though. Seen some crazy things. Like we've definitely been in the booth being like, all right, like me and King Callis, I remember like, okay, we're already like making plans. Like, oh, we could play online tonight. We could get food, and then all of a sudden, like the short stack doubles 4 times. You're like, well, we live here now.
What an amazing run for this young gentleman. Cord Garcia, 27 years old. Won the Colossus and then hasn't looked back since. He's had an HPT win in the same exact spot. Last year, he had a 4th place finish after that.
This is going to get
called.
called.
Now going for a back-to-back. Let's see if Dan O can get lucky and connect with the flop.
Once again, Dan's got 8 of diamonds, 4 of diamonds. Cord has king of spades, 9 of spades. Cord is currently in the lead here.
King 6-7 with the 6-7 of diamonds. What do you think?
Sure. Yeah.
Give us a little sweat. Oh, 6-7. Got a gutter ball. Working. Picked
good.
up. Yeah, he picked up a couple outs.
I'll take it. Yes. I'll take it. You're sick. You said yes.
3 of diamonds on the turn for even a bigger sweat. 8.
Ooh, this is good. They're listening to us.
We just love this booth. We don't want to leave. It's the freezer.
22 degrees in here. I'm like shivering.
The walking freezer.
Yeah.
It does actually look like a freezer.
It does.
It's all white. It's got a big
Oh
door.
my goodness.
Holy cow. It's in the cards.
Wow, 2 rivers. Very, very kind to Cord. And Cord wins again. That's so hard to do. 787 players.
That is tough. It's tough to win 2 tournaments. It's even tougher to win the same tournament.
With the huge field, too.
Just over 153,000 Cord. Just over 240,000.
Good job. We got to give them credit. Both of these guys, amazing players. Cord Garcia wins his 2nd back-to-back Golden Gates Casino Black Hawk Colorado championship. Over 700 players entered, and he is the winner.
Hello. Welcome to our icebox.
Welcome to the freezer.
Thank you guys so much for joining us. It's been really fun. We got to see a really fast-paced final table, and then just tons of play left when they were heads up. And a lot of great hands.
This was a good final table. A lot of good players made this final table. Let's run down the list of players. They busted. We got Torelli leading. He got 9th place. His ace X lost to Jax. Cord Garcia knocked him out. Then we got Justin Enger took 8th place. Ed Sebesta, our fan favorite wild card, who donates all of his winnings to his church. He was busted in 6th place. His 9s fell through Dan King's ace king. Then 5th place was Zoe Kareem, Brown Magic, Ace Queen versus Ace King, setup hand. Cord Garcia won that hand, and then we have Saad took 4th place. His 7s lost to
and he was quite the short stack the whole time. He laddered up really well.
And Saad, if you can remember, when Zoe Kareem shoved the ace queens, he had pocket 5s.
And he let that go.
And he let that go, and Cord picked up the ace king, hit it, connected with the board, and won that hand. So that fold right there earned him an extra 20,000 pay jump, and he ended up getting 4th place. And then Andrew was our 3rd place finisher.
Table here today.
Questionable hand, King 7 versus the King.
Yeah, honestly.
And now we got our 2nd place finisher, Dan O'Brien, and 1st place, Cord Garcia.
I didn't really
have his 2nd win of this tournament. Very impressive.
I think I've made pretty good decisions.
All right, guys, thanks so much for listening, and hopefully we'll see you in HPT someday.
And it's a little disappointing to lose there at the end, but there's really not much you could do either way. You know, we're just going to get those hands in no matter who has them.
For German now too.
Just a little extra pain that it comes on the river, that's all.
Yeah, that was a tough one. 3 out of there on the river. Now you're going to still leave us with just over 153,000 in cash. Any plans for the money?
Oh man, yeah, just replenish all the money I've been spending for years.